This is our boy, Demon King Burze. He got his peaches handed to him by the heroes, because he followed a book called Demon King Standards, like it was gospel. On the verge of death, he realizes the truth. The standards were absolute trash. So he nukes himself, takes the heroes down with him, and instead of dying, he wakes up 15 years in the past, on his graduation day. Yeah. This time, he's doing everything differently. Let's dive in. The story began with a vision framed tightly around a man's mouth, blood gushing out uncontrollably as it spilled onto the ground. In that moment, he reflected that when reality truly struck, it became impossible to comprehend, often dragging the mind straight into denial. He admitted that he had never been aware of this truth before. The reality now crashing down on him was that the black flames he had been so proud of had failed to kill the heroes. He could not understand how the so-called sword god among the heroes had been able to pierce through his skills and stab straight into his heart. Confusion consumed him completely. It was revealed that the man was a demon, struck through by a sword, his body broken and bleeding. Internally, he reflected on how he had always believed himself to be worlds apart from everyone else. He had entered the Demon King Military Academy as the top student, graduated as the valedictorian, and embodied everything expected under the Demon King standards. Those standards were a theory established by the first Demon King Emperor, the one who had laid the very foundation of the demon realm. He had researched this theory more deeply than anyone else and had followed it with absolute rigor. Exactly as the standards dictated, he had built a tower and kidnapped princesses. He had then nurtured the heroes who came to save them. For a demon king, the rage and sorrow of heroes were the ultimate feast. Killing them too early would have been a waste. The standards taught demons to fatten the heroes up before devouring them, because stronger heroes made for more delicious meals. He had followed the Demon King standards more faithfully than anyone else. World domination, he believed, had only been a matter of time. By observing the sorrow and rage of countless beings, including heroes, he had become a demon king stronger than any other. And yet, despite all of that, he could not understand why he was now the one lying in the dirt. The scene showed the Demon King bloodied and battered, while a hero mocked him openly, questioning how such a thing could have happened, and declaring that demons were all the same. The hero explained that demons always set up these situations themselves, only to look shocked by the outcome. The Demon King could not comprehend the logic behind such accusations and internally rejected them as complete bullshit. The hero continued, ridiculing the Demon King's methods. He pointed out that demons always kidnapped famous princesses just to send a signal, effectively announcing that a Demon King was active and daring heroes to come stop him. The hero mocked the Demon King's intelligence, claiming that if it had been him, he would have simply killed the king outright, throwing the entire kingdom into chaos. The Demon King contemplated this idea. Kidnapping the king would indeed cause internal conflict among humans fighting for the throne, but their anger would not be directed at him. Without that focused rage, he would not grow stronger. As a Demon King, such an approach went against the standards. The hero continued mocking him, adding that if heroes did not come to the tower, demons conveniently sent monsters to villages to train them instead. If the heroes did come to the tower, it was even easier. The first floors were full of weak monsters, allowing everyone to train at their own level and develop skills efficiently. Listening to this, the Demon King reflected that heroes could not be allowed to die halfway, as they needed to gather more energy. He realized he had been careful, just as the standards had taught him. The hero then removed his sword from the Demon King's chest and kicked him hard, leaving him writhing in pain on the floor. The hero continued mocking him, explaining that when the tower became boring, all they had to do was kill the Demon King. A new Demon King and a new tower would appear. It was the perfect hunting ground for heroes. The hero looked to the others for agreement, and the other heroes enthusiastically agreed. They thanked the Demon King, saying that thanks to him they had grown well. They called him the best Demon King ever, more of a godfather than a Demon King. They praised the tower, thanked him for his efforts, and cheered, thanking him for giving them the best hunting ground imaginable. As the Demon King lay in his own pool of blood, he thought in disbelief about being called a godfather, and realized that his tower was nothing more than a hunting ground to them. The hero added that the Demon King had actually been quite strong, noting that many heroes had died this time. He dismissed that fact casually, stating that it was fine because it had made him famous. Raising his sword, the hero delivered his final farewell to the Demon King. The Demon King, burning with rage, thought about the audacity of the heroes. He could not believe that they dared to humiliate him like this. He questioned what the Demon King's standards even meant anymore and refused to die in vain, not like this. He reaffirmed to himself that he was a Demon King as fierce anger overtook his face. He tried to get up, but in the next second he was slashed again, his head severed and sent rolling. As his head spun through the air and landed on the ground, he saw the heroes who had been mocking him. He recognized his own demise and vowed internally that those who looked down on him would pay. The hero warned the others not to touch the Demon King's head, declaring that the horns were his. At that exact moment, a crack of purple light appeared on the Demon King's body, catching the hero's attention. With the last of his strength, the Demon King resolved that even if he had to give up the remainder of his life, he would not let this end quietly. The hero stared at the corpse in disbelief as the purple lightning grew brighter and more intense. The once cocky hero shouted for everyone to run, but it was already too late. A massive purple blast of energy erupted, burning the flesh of the heroes who had mocked the Demon King and dooming everyone present. In an instant they were reduced to skeletons, their bodies consumed by flames. In his final thoughts, the Demon King realized that the standards had been wrong. If only he had known that heroes looked down on Demon Kings because of those standards, he would never have followed that motherfucking doctrine. Even if he were ever given another chance, he swore he would screw the standards and throw that damn system to the orcs. As the purple energy engulfed the entire tower, finishing everyone inside, the Demon King faded away, his consciousness drifting into darkness. Then, just as everything ended, someone called out the Demon King's name, Berze Deos. He opened his eyes in shock and found himself standing in an auditorium surrounded by many students. He looked around in confusion, sweating, thinking about how the hell this was possible and realizing that he was alive. A small demon called out his name again, urging Berze Deos to come forward. He complied, still thinking it was impossible, recognizing the place only moments later. Another demon addressed him, questioning why a brilliant mind like his was acting strangely on his graduation day. Berze Deos realized this was the academy director. The director placed a red badge on him. Berze Deos recognized it immediately as the symbol given to all graduates of the Demon King Military Academy, the mark of a Demon King. In that moment he realized that this was the graduation day from 15 years ago. An announcement was made calling all graduating students to the stage. As Berze Deos stepped forward, he thought that he did not know why he had come back this time but understood that this was his chance. The announcer explained that the graduating students, soon to be Demon Kings, would now recite their pledges. A small demon pointed to Berze Deos, declaring that the valedictorian would read on behalf of the other students. At that moment a hologram panel appeared in front of him, displaying the Demon King standards. He stared at it, thinking about how he had seen it countless times and memorized every part of it without missing a single syllable. He remembered how he had dedicated his entire life to upholding those principles, only for them to become the trash that drove him to his death and turned him into a toy for heroes. He realized that he was expected to read and swear before everyone to follow those standards for the rest of his life. While everyone else was smiling and happy, Berze Deos grit his teeth in rage. The small demon urged him to recite the great standards of the Demon King. Instead, Berze Deos refused. His declaration echoed throughout the auditorium. The students of the Demon King Military Academy stared at him with puzzled expressions. With an angry face he declared that he could not swear to such a bullshit oath, that following the standards was the most moronic and fucked up thing anyone could do, and that the Demon King standards were absolute trash. Shock rippled through the room, demon students stood frozen and everyone present was horrified by what they had just heard. It was the moment when the Academy's greatest valedictorian transformed into the greatest lunatic of the century. An ancient demon was shown slamming his fist against a massive table, the impact echoing through the hall. This figure was revealed to be Arcane Blarimph, the Archduke of the Demon Realm, and his fury was unmistakable. His rage was directed at the Demon King Berze Deos, who, by daring to insult the standards of the Demon King, had committed an offense worthy of immediate execution. However, taking into account Berze Deos's exemplary record and exceptional talent, Arcane granted him one final chance. If Berze were to retract his rash statement and apologize to the entire Demon Realm, the matter would end there. If he refused, his assignment would be Aryan. The spectators of the Demon Realm erupted into hushed chaos. Aryan was whispered about in fear, the dimension where Demon Kings went to die, effectively a death sentence. Many questioned why a criminal like him was even being given a chance, insisting he deserved death for daring to insult the standards. A simple apology they believed was nowhere near enough. Arcane coldly reminded Berze that Aryan was the worst domain, where countless Demon Kings had lost their lives. Yet Berze, without the slightest hesitation, chose to go, declaring that he would prove the Demon King's standards were trash. The Archduke roared back that there would be no room for leniency and ordered Berze's immediate deployment to Aryan. A magic circle formed beneath Berze Deos, glowing ominously. Arcane continued, stripping him of all valedictorian benefits and forbidding any demon subordinates from accompanying him. Until the conquest was complete, Berze would be banned from entering the Demon Realm. In the next instant, Berze was pulled through the magic circle, falling from the sky. As he plummeted, Berze reflected that this outcome was expected after causing such a scene. Still, he acknowledged his return to Aryan. While descending, he took in the breathtaking view, recognizing this land as the place inhabited by the heroes who had killed him even before his regression. He admitted that he had chosen Aryan himself, believing that only the worst difficulty was worthy of the best. That arrogance had led to his death, as countless heroes had already been exploiting the Demon King's standards against them. Berze finally descended onto a snowy mountain, his demon wings cutting through the freezing air. This was the northern continent's Ergest mountain range, where he now stood. He resolved not to be fooled twice, deciding that this time he would be the one exploiting the system, the so-called hero standard. His face hardened with determination as the scene shifted backward in time. Elsewhere, another demon was shown carefully shaving his beard, dressing properly, and making sure he looked presentable. His name was Gordon Dyrek, the valedictorian of the Demon Academy. While the Demon King Academy trained kings, the Demon Academy raised the demons who would serve them. According to Demon Realm regulations, the top demon served the top Demon King. A demon girl who ranked second congratulated Gordon, noting that being valedictorian had paid off, as he would get to serve Lord Deus, the top demon king. Gordon laughed, while the third-ranked graduate regretted not studying harder, lamenting that he could have served Burzay instead. Gordon dismissed their envy, remarking that the demon kings they were serving were great as well, even if they weren't on Burzay's level. In his thoughts, Gordon reflected on Burzay being from the Great Black Dragon clan, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Graduating in the same year as him felt like a blessing. With Lord Burzay, Gordon believed they could conquer any dimension. He imagined a statue of himself being built beside Demon King Burzay, convinced he would write a new page in the history of the demon realm. That dream shattered the moment Gordon heard Burzay openly refusing the Demon King standards. The declaration shocked Gordon and the two graduates beside him. Hearing Burzay call the standards trash left Gordon utterly stunned. The scene then snapped back to the present, where Gordon found himself teleported to the deepest part of the Ergest mountain range on the northern continent. According to regulations, the top demon had to serve the top demon king, which explained why Gordon had been sent there. As Gordon stood there, dread washed over him as he questioned every life choice he had ever made, realizing he was completely screwed. Before he could react further, Burzay appeared behind him, remarking that although no demons were supposed to follow him, the bare minimum had apparently been provided. Gordon turned to face him as Burzay greeted him and extended his hand in invitation. Gordon demanded to know why Burzay had done this. Burzay, genuinely confused, questioned what he meant. Gordon erupted, fixating on the standards, why Burzay would complain about them publicly, in front of everyone and especially in Arian. Gordon accused him of dooming them both to death. Burzay tried to calm him, noting Gordon would rip all his hair out at this rate. Gordon snapped back, questioning whether his hair was really the problem. Burzay observed Gordon quietly, wondering if he had always been like this. In the previous timeline, Gordon had been far bolder, acknowledging the difficulty but expressing confidence that with Burzay there, the challenge was worth taking. Back then, Arian itself had been enough motivation. Now, Burzay recognized that the situation was different, reasoning that Gordon would react differently, and that explaining his regression would only make him seem like a lunatic. Eventually, Gordon, though unwilling, apologized for his disgraceful display and resolved to fulfill his duty. Burzay accepted this without ceremony. The first rule of the Demon King standards was then laid out. A Demon King must build a tower. The tower could not be hidden or built in terrain that was too difficult, ensuring heroes could find it. Gordon assessed their surroundings, noting that the rugged high mountains made the area difficult for humans to approach. Building a tower here would violate the rules, so he suggested they move first. Burzay refused outright, declaring he would build the tower there regardless. Gordon was shocked, realizing Burzay was breaking the Demon King standards. Burzay planted a tower seed into the ground, embedding it deep into the earth. Gordon panicked, insisting this completely violated the standards and questioning whether Burzay had abandoned his pride as a Demon King. Burzay reflected on Gordon's disgust, understanding how deeply ingrained that faith was, something that could not be denied without death, or something equivalent to it, just as he himself had experienced. He clenched his fist until his hand was injured, then told Gordon to listen carefully. The Demon King standards were trash, especially in Arian. Blood dripped from his hand onto the tower seed. The ground began to shake. The entire mountain range trembled violently as the seed emanated a brilliant red light. A beam of crimson energy shot upward, enveloping the snowy landscape. Burzay observed calmly, noting that Arian was flooded with a ridiculous number of heroes. A system activated, balancing the tower and recognizing its user. Race, Black Flame Dragon. Name, Burzay Deus. Recognition complete. The tower was summoned. A massive tower-like structure emerged, and as Burzay watched, he realized the truth. This was why Demon Kings kept dying here. The tower was constantly smashed by countless heroes. Humans had discovered that the tower operated on a specific mechanism, and had reverse-engineered the standards themselves. The Demon King standard no longer worked in Arian. It was far more accurate to call it the hero standard. Gordon was visibly shaken. Now why this dumb fuck is calling Demon King's standards hero standard instead? The thought alone left him stunned. And before he could fully process it, the scene shifted to the undeniable proof standing before them. A massive tower finished its construction in real time, its colossal structure piercing the sky as Burzay's tower stood completed. Gordon stared at it in disbelief, shocked not just by the sight but by the absurdity of the situation. The Demon King entered the tower without hesitation and motioned for Gordon to follow. Inside, the first floor of Burzay's tower was revealed to be completely empty. Gordon immediately found this unsettling. From his understanding, towers were always packed with monsters, traps, or at least some form of resistance, yet the entire floor was barren. It felt like the kind of tower cruelly assigned to a Demon King with absolutely no perks. The scene jumped ahead to the 5th floor, where the Demon King's chamber was located. Gordon realized with growing concern that every single floor was completely empty. The tower had already been constructed, leaving no room for changes. All that remained was to follow the standards properly, beginning with Rule 2. According to the standard of the Demon King, Rule 2 stated that a Demon King must kidnap a prince or princess. The target had to be a high-profile individual close to the line of succession, as such figures allowed for the harvesting of significantly greater demonic energy. That was the rule, plain and absolute. Seeking clarity on what came next, Gordon addressed Burzay directly, offering his counsel as the Demon King's adjutant. Burzay allowed him to proceed, and Gordon immediately launched into an anxious explanation. He reasoned that the closest kingdom within the Urgest mountain range was Corzin and insisted that a high-ranking princess from a kingdom near the top should be targeted. By doing so, they could absorb the kingdom's rage and sorrow, rapidly growing stronger. Gordon admitted that he fully expected Burzay to refuse. Instead, Burzay agreed without resistance. The response caught Gordon completely off guard. Burzay calmly stated that he already had a princess in mind. Gordon quickly volunteered to assist, but Burzay interrupted and assigned him a different role. Gordon was ordered to guard the tower as leaving the Demon King's lair empty was not an option. Relief flooded Gordon's thoughts. He silently thanked fate, convincing himself that Burzay was still rational. After all, he was the valedictorian, merely weighed down by graduation stress. This situation could still be salvaged, but at the same time, Gordon knew it was real now. This was no longer theory or preparation. This was the beginning. Gordon questioned Burzay one last time, asking who exactly he planned to bring. Burzay stood by the window, wings prepared, ready to take flight. He revealed his target, a nation at the southernmost tip of the continent, the kingdom furthest from the tower, the Hilderan Kingdom. In the next instant, Burzay was already in motion. Using his wings, he crossed the vast distance with terrifying speed and arrived above the Hilderan Kingdom. He located a specific castle room and hovered outside its window. Through the glass, he observed a princess inside. She was a princess with virtually no presence in the line of succession, the 13th princess. Burzay announced himself and declared his intent to take her away. At that exact moment, Gordon's voice echoed in protest, screaming that this choice was the complete opposite of the Demon King's standards. Demon King Burzay stands face to face with the 13th princess. The princess, instead of panicking, simply tilts her head and asks who he is. Burzay introduces himself bluntly as the Demon King who has come to kidnap her. No fluff, no theatrics. Instead of screaming or resisting, a soft chuckle slips from her lips. She looks at him with unsettling calm and casually asks whether he can even handle her. That question throws Burzay off. Internally, he can't help thinking how strange it is. She's talking to a Demon King way too lightly. Still, his pride kicks in, and he snaps back with absolute confidence, declaring that of course he can handle her. He's the Demon King after all. The princess then does something even stranger. She extends her hands and calmly says she'll allow herself to be captured quietly. Burzay is taken aback. Her composure feels wrong. He questions her calm demeanor and asks what she's plotting. The princess explains that since she was born a princess, she always believed a day like this might eventually come. It's something she had already accepted. Burzay warns her not to try lowering his guard with cheap tricks, making it clear he's desperate in his own way and won't fall for shallow schemes. She immediately shuts that idea down. She points out that she couldn't possibly have known a Demon King would appear today, so how could she prepare a trap? Burzay admits, internally, that it's a valid point, yet an uncomfortable feeling keeps crawling up his spine. When she asks if they should leave already, Burzay proceeds with the kidnapping, bringing the princess with him to the Urgest mountain range, straight to the tower of Burzay. Upon returning to his tower, Burzay arrives carrying the princess. Gordon greets him, relieved that he returned safely. Burzay brushes snow off himself and orders Gordon to let the princess stay somewhere in a corner of the 4th floor. Gordon is confused. Does that mean not a prison cell? Burzay explains that since she came along quietly, he intends to offer her some convenience. Gordon accepts the order but mentions that he has something important to report. The scene shifts to the 4th floor. It's completely empty. The princess sits on the cold, hard floor and reflects on her situation. She acknowledges that she's really been kidnapped. There's nothing, no pillow, no blanket, no maids, no garden. It's nothing like the kingdom. And yet, she smiles. Bro, I think this bitch is crazy at a certain level. Meanwhile, Burzay learns that an invitation has arrived from the Tower of Beasts. Gordon confirms, it's supposedly a welcome party for the new Demon King. Burzay scoffs, calling it a pathetic attempt to haze a rookie. Demon Kings are creatures of immense pride who usually refuse to cooperate with others, but the unique nature of this dimension, Arraign, has forced them into uneasy collaboration. Burzay recalls how he once ignored them as weaklings, but decides that this time, some light interaction might be worth it. The scene shifts to the Tower of Beasts. The Demon King of Beasts introduces himself as Draxon while chomping down on a chunk of meat. Burzay stands before him, with Gordon nearby. Draxon boasts about ruling the tower for 70 years and questions whether Burzay is the newly arrived Demon King. He mocks Burzay, calling him a nutjob who insulted the standards and claiming there's nothing special about him. Burzay sighs, already regretting coming. He asks bluntly if Draxon summoned him just to pick a fight, and tells him to state his business. Draxon leans forward laughing dismissively and reveals that Archduke Arcane ordered him to observe Burzay upon his arrival. Burzay scoffs, referring to Arcane as a noisy old vampire. That crosses a line. Draxon explodes in rage, accusing Burzay of having a death wish. Towering over him, Draxon drops his meat onto the floor and demands Burzay lick it to atone for his rudeness. Burzay calmly asks if Draxen even understands why he came. Draxen claims it's because Burzay insulted the Demon King's standards. Burzay reminds him that those same standards forbid Demon Kings from killing one another, but then questions whether he really needs to follow such a trivial rule. He stomps on the chunk of meat. A massive surge of demonic energy erupts, shattering the floor. Burzay's aura turns overwhelmingly violent. Draxen trembles like a scared dog, completely shaken. Sweating, he hurriedly relays Arcane's warning. If Burzay kidnaps a princess and fails to report within a month, his authority will be revoked. Burzay turns away, unimpressed. He casually reveals that he already kidnapped a princess, one that fits his personal taste. Draxen and his lackey can only watch silently as Burzay leaves. Back in the Tower of Burzay, Gordon praises him for displaying true Demon King dignity. Burzay brushes it off, saying the others can't act recklessly for now. Still, preparation is necessary. He orders Gordon to check on the princess's condition, explaining that he needs to figure out how to make use of her. Gordon obeys, leaving Burzay alone with a splitting headache. Burzay reflects bitterly. If all Demon Kings are as stupid as the Beast King, things will be annoying. The consequences of insulting the standards turned out to be bigger than expected, but even if he could go back, he'd insult them again. Submitting to trash standards is worse than dying. Standing up, he resolves not to repeat past mistakes. Since he kidnapped the lowest-ranked princess, he expected only a few hundred demonic energy points. A safe but modest start. Then he checks his points. Over 13,000. Confused, he wonders why the number is so high. Suddenly, a system panel appears, announcing a video message from the Tower of Beasts. Draxen appears on screen, now acting polite, congratulating Burzay. He praises Burzay's achievements in Arraign, calling them impressive. He even suggests that insulting the standards might have been a calculated move. Burzay immediately senses that something is very wrong. At that moment, Gordon comes running in, panicked, shouting that it's a disaster, the fourth floor is. The scene shifts. What was once an empty cold space is now a breathtaking natural paradise. Butterflies flutter through the air, crystal clear water flows gently, lush greenery spreads across the floor, flowers blooming everywhere. The environment is peaceful, beautiful, unreal. Burzay stares in shock. This is the fourth floor of his tower. A system status displays naturalization in progress. The princess stands there casually and asks if he's here. Burzay's mind races. She created a full ecosystem inside a magic tower, something only possible for someone who has mastered all four major elements. Out loud, he confirms that he definitely went to the 13th princess's castle. Internally, he realizes only one elementalist on the continent could do this. He turns to her and asks the question that's been haunting him. "You're not the 13th princess, are you?" The princess smiles while playing with elementals and admits he mistook her for Elena. Dread washes over Burzay's face. He starts to speak, realization crashing down on him. The princess confirms it with a mischievous smile. Her name is Erdnan Hildren, the first princess of the Hildren Kingdom. The scene transitioned to the Hildren Kingdom, inside the king's castle, where chaos immediately filled the air. The crown princess had been kidnapped by the Demon King, and the king was absolutely losing it. He raged that someone had dared to take his most cherished crown princess, Ernan, and ordered the immediate mobilization of the strongest heroes along with the entire Hildren army. His command was simple and furious. Cut off the foolish Demon King's head and bring his daughter back at all costs. Meanwhile, in the tower, Princess Ernan herself behaved nothing like a helpless captive. She mischievously questioned Demon King Burzay, asking whether this was why he had asked if he could handle her. Burzay, visibly stunned, reflected on how he had heard that the genius spirit summoner possessed mana overflowing beyond limits. There was no way he should not have noticed something like that. He questioned how she had deceived him so thoroughly. Ernan then innocently revealed that she could conceal her mana as long as she wore a certain ring. She explained that it was a royal heirloom, passed down through the royal family for generations. After calmly satisfying his curiosity, she asked whether he would now send her back. Burzay said nothing. Internally, he reasoned that if he sent the princess back now, he would be reduced to a complete laughingstock. No kingdom feared a coward, and gathering demonic energy points would become even harder. Like it or not, he had no choice but to push forward like this. At that moment, a system panel appeared before Demon King Burzay, announcing that hostility from a large number of entities toward him had been detected. His current demonic energy points stood at 19,521. Looking at the panel, Burzay concluded that they had already identified him. Still, he believed nothing had changed just because Ernan was not the 13th princess. She was still his hostage. Ernan simply looked at him with innocent eyes. Back in the Hildren Kingdom, the king continued his furious rant, repeatedly shouting for the head of the foolish Demon King and the return of his princess. One court onlooker cautiously stated that they had not yet identified which Demon King was responsible, explaining that scouts had already been dispatched and asking the king to wait just a little longer. This only made the king angrier. He demanded that the Demon King be identified immediately, shouting that the crown princess had been kidnapped and questioning why everyone was dragging their feet. Another advisor spoke up, pointing out something strange. Recently, the Demon King of Lust had kidnapped the crown prince of another nation, provoking massive outrage and ultimately being eliminated by the hero's assault. Given that precedent, the appearance of another Demon King bold enough to kidnap a crown princess felt suspicious. The court fell into uneasy murmurs. The king clenched his throne, fury radiating from him, and concluded that it must be a new Demon King. At that very moment, a knight appeared and reported that traces of a teleportation magic circle had been discovered. The trajectory pointed north, with the estimated destination being the Urgest mountain range. Upon hearing the name Urgest mountain range, the king was visibly shocked. The scene shifted to the Urgest mountain range, inside the Demon King's tower, Burzay Tower. Gordon warned Burzay that the armies of Hildren would soon storm in and questioned whether it would be too difficult for him to face them after having just descended from the demon realm. Burzay merely smiled, confident that it would be fine. He explained that the kingdom of Hildren could not deploy its national army effectively. The Urgest Mountains sat at the northernmost tip of the continent, while the Hildren kingdom lay at the southernmost end. The countless nations positioned between them were unlikely to open a path for Hildren's army. Not every nation would grant passage, meaning Hildren's only realistic option was to seek help from the Hero Guild. As Burzay predicted, his words quickly came true. The king of Hildren ordered his advisors to contact the Hero Guild. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Hero Guild itself, where the king's request regarding the kidnapped princess was posted publicly. Countless heroes stared at the notice in disbelief, reacting with shock that the crown princess of Hildren had been kidnapped and questioning what kind of insane demon king would do such a thing. When they saw the destination listed as Urgest Mountain, panic set in. That place was crawling with calamity-rank monsters. One scar-faced hero openly declared that he was not playing hero just to die. He remarked that the king of Hildren must be burning up inside right now. From his tower, Burzay coldly assessed the situation, concluding that the Hero Guild would not move. In his view, heroes were trash who only cared about money and would not willingly march into such a dangerous place. That exact reasoning was why he had established his base, his tower, deep within Urgest. Gordon, clearly impressed, listened to Burzay's explanation and wondered whether he had even considered this far ahead. Though Burzay did not follow standard tactics, he seemed to know the world of Urien inside and out, almost as if he had lived here before. Back in Hildren, the king continued raging, furious that not a single hero was stepping forward and questioning how they could even call themselves heroes. Burzay, meanwhile, reflected that this outcome was inevitable. There were simply too many heroes in Urien, all connected through the Hero Guild and obsessed with calculating profit before moving. Their greed made them extremely picky. It would take time for them to form a party, and even more time to reach the deepest part of the Urgest Mountain. Even so, Burzay knew that his current amount of demonic energy points was insufficient to face a full hero army. The terror of their sheer numbers was something he understood all too well, having already tasted it in the past. Burzay then called out to Gordon and ordered him to contact Draxon. He needed to sell his demonic energy and exchange it for human money. Gordon immediately obeyed, but a second later the realization hit him. He panicked, stuttering in disbelief at what he had just heard. Selling demonic energy was madness. That energy could break the limits of a species, unlock the tower's functions, and even summon monsters from the demon realm. To sell the dream currency demonic energy for mere human money was insane. Burzay calmly confirmed it. That was precisely why Draxon would pay a massive sum for it. The demonic energy he currently possessed could not stop the heroes anyway, but with human money, there were still moves he could make. The scene shifted to Horton Walk, a fortress city near the Urgest mountain range. Disguised in a hood, Demon King Burzay stepped forward. The guards at the gate halted him, demanding to know who he was. Burzay claimed to be a mercenary. Another guard scoffed, questioning what kind of crazy mercenary would go alone into Urgest Mountain and come back alive. Suspicion filled the air. Before the guards could say anything more, Burzay casually passed by them and flicked a gold coin toward one of the guards. Just like that, the guards allowed him into the city. As he entered Horton Walk, Burzay thought to himself that he could not explore the city alone like this. Finding a guide first seemed like the logical next step. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the Red Hawk Mercenary Corps, a place that already feels like it's running on borrowed time. Inside, one mercenary nervously questions his captain, wondering if they shouldn't pack up and leave soon. The captain fires back instantly, genuinely baffled. Leaving this place? This absolute gold mine? Monsters crawl out every single day, the regular soldiers deal with the bloodbath, and the Red Hawks simply stroll in to collect the spoils afterward. As far as he's concerned, there's no other place on the continent where money flows this easily. Another mercenary interrupts, lowering his voice as he brings up rumors that have been spreading like wildfire. Word is that a new demon king has appeared and built a tower on Urgest Mountain. The captain scoffs, brushing it off as fake nonsense. In his experience, demon kings always build their towers somewhere heroes can easily reach. That's just how it works. But the rumors keep stacking. Someone adds that this demon king supposedly kidnapped the crown princess of the Hildren kingdom. The captain laughs again, asking if anyone has ever seen a demon king travel all the way across the continent just to kidnap a princess. Still, doubt creeps in when another mercenary mentions something harder to ignore. The Hero Guild apparently refused a massive sum of money after hearing the destination of a request. With a mug of booze in hand, the captain waves it off, claiming it's all just theater. The crown princess of Hilderin isn't just royalty, she's the precious heir. The kingdom would be willing to offer up its liver and gallbladder just to commission the heroes again. The guild is obviously pulling a stunt, trying to squeeze out even more cash. After all, everyone here knows better than anyone how money-crazed heroes really are. Then a calm voice cuts through the room, agreeing that the explanation makes perfect sense. The flow of the conversation suddenly freezes as a figure stands behind the mercenary captain. It's the Demon King Burzay himself. The captain jumps out of his skin, crashing onto his ass and yelling that the stranger scared the shit out of him, demanding to know who he is. Burzay, completely unfazed, notes internally that these people seem well-informed, perfect candidates to serve as guides. He orders them to leave one man behind and tells the rest to get lost. That's when things go sideways. 3 mercenaries immediately rush him. One bald mercenary shouting about the audacity of spouting nonsense after breaking into the Red Hawk mercenary corps. Another calls him an arrogant bastard and promises he won't leave alive. They lunge together, confident in their numbers. Big mistake. Burzay wipes them out in an instant, one-shotting all 3. Bodies go flying as he zips past them, beating their asses so fast it barely registers. In just a few seconds, the floor is littered with broken mercenaries. A bald, heavy-set mercenary charges next, swinging a massive hammer and slamming it straight into Burzay. But Burzay catches the weapon barehanded. The sheer force stops dead. The mercenary starts sweating bullets as reality crashes down on him. From above, 3 more mercenaries aim crossbows at Burzay, trying to salvage the situation. Burzay responds by grabbing the hammer-wielding brute and hurling him straight into the crossbowmen, wiping them out in one brutal throw. The mercenary captain hides, trembling, his mind screaming one thought over and over: what a monster Demon King Burzay is. Burzay continues his rampage, his menacing figure tearing through the rest of the mercenaries. Outside the headquarters, townsfolk gather, hearing the noise. A girl comments that the mercenary group must be fighting again. A man sighs, wondering if they ever get tired of it. None of them have any idea that a Demon King is inside, beating the living shit out of the entire group. Inside, every mercenary lies broken in the dirt. Only the captain remains standing, and before him stands Demon King Burzay. Burzay calmly tells him not to be scared, answer properly, and he'll be allowed to live. The captain immediately bows, desperate, promising to do anything if his life is spared. Burzay's question is simple and chilling. He asks where the slave market is. The scene shifts to a mansion-like property. Burzay and the mercenary captain walk together, revealing the location to be a slave market where humans are imprisoned. Burzay notes that there are only human slaves here. The captain asks if that isn't to his liking. Burzay tosses him a pouch of gold and points out that there must be rarer goods. The captain freezes for a moment, shocked by the weight of the pouch, before instantly switching attitudes like Lloyd, because Lloyd is water. Water is good, so Lloyd is good, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the legendary Manhwa. Then we see this bastard, agreeing to escort him, muttering like a gold digger bastard. Burzay follows, internally remarking that even after watching his subordinates get beaten into the ground, the man can still put on that face. Humans who covet money, and demons who covet demonic energy, there's no real difference. They move deeper into the slave market until the captain announces they've arrived. The narrative flashes back to an earlier moment, when Gordon questioned Burzay about what he could do with human money. Burzay had explained that he could buy slaves, members of other races captured by humans. An elf would be ideal. Elves are known for their integrity, and using one as a spy could create chaos among the heroes. Back in the present, Burzay stands before a green-haired elf imprisoned by humans. The weight of the moment lingers. The scene then cuts away to the Hilderin kingdom, where the hero Highland Cargill appears and bows before the king. The king admits he doesn't know about the other heroes, but he truly believed Highland would support them. Kneeling, Highland Cargill swears that he will rescue the crown princess and bring back the Demon King's head. He declares it all in the name of justice. We see a slave merchant confidently approaching the Demon King Burzay, asking what kind of slave he is looking for. Without hesitation, Burzay states that he wants an elf slave, and adds that he himself will be paying for it. This immediately shocks the mercenary captain nearby, who clearly never expected the Demon King to foot the bill. Burzay responds with nothing but a lethal death stare, silently asking if there is any objection. Instantly humbled, the mercenary captain backs down, forcing a respectful smile and saying that of course he should be the one paying. Moments later, he is seen handing over the gold to the slave merchant. Burzay then calmly informs both the mercenary captain and the slave merchant that he needs to check something and orders them to wait outside. The slave merchant nervously objects, warning that the elf might go berserk. Burzay brushes it off completely, saying it is fine if anything happens. The mercenary captain will compensate for it. The mercenary captain is clearly pissed, but he cannot do shit in front of Demon King Burzay. Now alone with the elf slave, Burzay steps forward and activates his demonic energy, unlocking and releasing all of the elf's bindings. He remarks that a noble elf has fallen into the miserable position of a slave. The green-haired elf immediately senses the overwhelming energy and questions whether Burzay is a demon, asking what business a demon could possibly have with an elf. Burzay offers him a deal, a chance to take revenge on humans. The elf responds that it is a sweet offer, but a demon's tongue is no more trustworthy than a human's. Berzé claims that he is different and proposes a contract: serve him loyally for exactly 50 years, and afterward he will guarantee the elf's safety and freedom. For an elf, 50 years is not even that long, and Berzé points out that it is far better than continuing to suffer humiliation at the hands of humans. The elf counters sharply, saying that demons are enemies of the world tree that elves worship, the very tree that upholds their world. He questions how he is supposed to trust a demon at all, especially when it is strange for a demon to extend a hand to an elf in the first place. Internally, Berzé admits that the elf hit him right where it hurts. Chuckling, Berzé agrees to make it official, and vows upon the great Demon King's standards that he will fulfill his promise and never lay a hand on the world tree. To demons, the Demon King's standards are as sacred as the world tree for elves. Berzé then demands the elf swear his own vow upon the world tree, agreeing to serve for 50 years. The green-haired elf smiles, calling Berzé a peculiar demon, and decides to go all in. Standing up, he introduces himself as Granada of the Maple Tribe, and declares that he will make his vow directly before the Demon King who sent Berzé. Berzé simply smiles and reveals the truth: he is the Demon King. Granada freezes, stunned, then bursts out laughing, calling it ridiculous. There is no way the Demon King would personally come to buy a slave. Demon Kings grow weaker the farther they are from their towers, so why would one ever leave just for this? Laughing hard, Granada makes a reckless bet. If Berzé really is the Demon King, he will serve him for 100 years instead of 50. The scene abruptly transitions to the first floor of Berzé's tower. Berzé sits confidently on a throne-like chair with Gordon standing beside him, while Granada stands in front, already regretting his words. Berzé reminds him of the 100-year contract, stating that Granada said it himself. Granada is shocked, not only because Berzé truly is the Demon King, but because this feels like a scam. He complains that the tower is practically empty, with nothing on the first 3 floors and only nature on the 4th. There is not even a single monster. What kind of sloppy Demon King's tower is this? Forget revenge, he would not even last a year before heroes show up. Having heard enough, Berzé releases his demonic aura and reminds Granada that they made a contract. Granada is instantly overwhelmed, thinking that just Berzé's demonic power alone is suffocating. In that moment he realizes the truth: Berzé really is the Demon King. He recalls that despite traveling through the Ergest Mountains, not a single calamity-grade monster attacked them. They were unable to lay a hand on the Demon King. The tower may be empty, but a Demon King is still a Demon King. Maybe revenge really is possible. Granada kneels and swears upon the name of the Great World Tree that he will serve Berzé for the next 100 years. Internally, he believes that for the Demon King to come in person, there must be an important task planned for him. As part of Berzé's sinister scheme, he will finally take revenge on humans. Berzé casually responds that this is good, and tells Granada to go make some food first. The elf Granada is shocked as well as me, the manhwa munch. Soon after, Granada is seen cooking for the Demon King, silently wondering how he ended up here when he was supposed to be part of some grand plan. Berzé genuinely depressed. Beside him, Princess Ernan is chopping vegetables, cheerfully offering to help and asking if she can make vegetable bread. Granada does not even respond, completely lost in his own thoughts. The scene then shifts to the 5th floor dining hall of Berzé's tower, where 4 people sit together for dinner. Granada cautiously questions Berzé about the woman at the table, asking if she is from the Hildren Kingdom. Berzé casually confirms it and introduces her as Princess Ernan of Hildren. Granada immediately panics, jumping from his chair in shock and sweat, yelling that kidnapping the crown princess is insane. With a tower this empty, how are they supposed to stop the heroes if they come? Berzé continues eating calmly, and explains that this is exactly why he bought him, telling Granada to eat first. Granada is left completely speechless. Berzé then praises Granada's cooking, saying it is quite good. Princess Ernan proudly adds that she helped too, while Granada sits there wondering what in the world is actually happening. After the dinner, the scene shifted to the 4th floor, where Granada stood alongside the Demon King Berzé. Granada wondered whether, when a hero arrived, he was supposed to fight them directly. Berzé dismissed the idea, stating that if a hero managed to get inside the tower, everything was already over. Instead, Granada would disrupt the human world in his place. The elf questioned whether Berzé wanted him to become a spy. Berzé confirmed that this was correct, but added that before anything else, he needed to assess Granada's abilities. With that, the Demon King hinted that Granada should show what he was capable of. Granada questioned how he was expected to defeat the Demon King inside the Demon King's own tower. Berzé responded by proposing a test: he would use no demonic energy and fight with only one hand, and if Granada won, the contract would be reduced back to 50 years. Hearing this, Granada flared up, determined that Berzé should not take back his words. He declared that he would do his best to take Berzé's head, quickly correcting himself to say he would take him on with everything he had. In the next instant, both of them vanished from their positions, and the fight began. Granada engaged in close-range hand-to-hand combat, clashing directly with the Demon King, who defended himself using only one hand. Berzé observed that Granada moved well for someone who had lived as a slave for so long, and deduced that he had absorbed the mana on the 4th floor to enhance his physical abilities, remarking that it was a very fitting style for an elf. Granada countered that an average elf could not even pull this off, declaring that Berzé had chosen the wrong opponent and the wrong place, and that he had only himself to blame. In the next moment, bindings erupted from the ground and restrained the Demon King. Berzé noticed immediately, while the green-haired elf smugly claimed he had found an opening and that Berzé would be returning his 50 years. The Demon King smiled like a true demon and acknowledged that Granada was good enough to be useful, but only up to a point. What followed was the revelation of the Demon King Berzé's truly terrifying power. He reminded Granada not to forget who his opponent was, and calmly reassured him that he was still not using his demonic energy. He promised to control his strength enough not to kill him. Granada's expression made it clear that he felt completely done for. The sounds of the Demon King beating the absolute shit out of Granada echoed throughout the tower, ringing non-stop. The scene then shifted to Horton Walk, inside the Red Hawk Mercenary Corps headquarters. The mercenary captain saluted the Demon King Berzé, expressing how honored he was to meet him again, while other mercenaries followed suit. The captain's eyes gleamed with greed, clearly seeing nothing but money, looking like Lloyd reincarnate. Berzé stated that he wanted to hire the Red Hawk Mercenary Corps for 1 year. The captain eagerly agreed and asked about the budget. Behind the captain, the injured mercenaries who had previously been trashed by Berzé were visibly unhappy with his presence. One fat mercenary muttered that even if Berzé had a lot of money, it did not sit right with him. Another questioned how this was even happening, while someone else complained that Berzé was the one who had beaten them up, yet the captain was still sucking up to him. Another mercenary seriously wondered if he should switch jobs. In the very next moment, the Demon King showed exactly why he was the Demon King, by dropping a full pouch of gold coins as advance payment. Instantly, the mercenaries who had been thinking about switching jobs did a complete turnaround, swearing loyalty to the captain for the rest of their lives. The mercenary captain, watching this nonsense unfold, internally wondered if he should replace these idiots altogether. At that moment, Berzé instructed the captain to take a certain man into the mercenary corps, explaining that he would be delivering his orders from now on. The captain immediately agreed, still sucking up without shame. The other mercenaries protested, arguing that no matter what, letting a stranger join them was unacceptable, but before they could continue, everything changed. Granada appeared, his face was bruised and swollen, clearly showing the aftermath of the beating he had received. He introduced himself simply as Granada. The mercenaries, who had all been beaten in much the same way, immediately noticed his condition. In the next instant, an odd sense of brotherhood formed between Granada and the mercenaries. They embraced him as if they had known each other for many long years. Observing this, the Demon King noted that while they might look sloppy, among mercenary bases in Ergest it would be hard to find better talent than this. Above all else, they were easy to handle. At the same time, it was established that the one hero who would answer Hildren's call was Helan Cargill, the hero who had defeated the Demon King of Lust. Berzé then officially announced that the Red Hawk Mercenary Corps' first mission was starting immediately. Their task was to investigate the hero hired by Hildren, Helan Cargill, and the entire corps answered in unison, affirming their acceptance of the order. The scene transitioned to Berzé Tower, where the Demon King Berzé appears deep in thought. Having already handed the hero-related situation over to Granada, he decides that it is finally his turn to power up. As this thought settles in, multiple translucent system windows materialize before him, hovering in the air. Within them are images of the mercenary captain, Granada, and Princess Ernan. Through this, it is revealed that demonic energy points can either be used to reinforce the Demon King's tower or to strengthen Berzé himself. However, there is a catch. Berzé has already sold all of his demonic energy points, now to gain immediate strength, leaving him with only one remaining option, the Spirit Blossom. This rare treasure is a crystallized mass of mana that sprouts after absorbing the natural mana of its surroundings over long periods. Consuming it grants immense power. In the Ergest mountain range, where violent mana storms rage and powerful monsters roam freely, human traffic is nearly non-existent. Because of this isolation, spirit blossoms there have spent countless years naturally absorbing mana, resulting in energy that is far purer than usual. Truly, it is a treasure trove. For demons, it is not as effective as pure demonic energy, but it is still far better than nothing. With this decision made, Berzé informs Gordon that he is heading out to find some spirit blossoms. Gordon immediately warns him that going unprepared is reckless, comparing it to searching for a needle in a desert. Monsters, after all, are no different from beasts, and even a demon king would be attacked if he showed the slightest opening. Berzé dismisses the concern about monsters, confident that he can simply kill them, but admits that finding spirit blossoms in such a vast land will not be easy. Gordon agrees, stating that unless they had a detector with exceptional mana sensing abilities, the task would be nearly impossible. At that exact moment, there is a knock at the door. Standing there is none other than Princess Ernan, casually asking if they are busy. Instantly, Berzé and Gordon arrive at the same conclusion. Princess Ernan herself is the perfect mana detector. The scene shifts as Berzé steps out of the Demon King's tower, Princess Ernan accompanying him. She excitedly admits that she has been extremely bored, no, beyond bored, and eagerly looks forward to what's coming. She makes Burzay promise that he will let her decorate the 4th floor of the tower however she wants. Burzay agrees, as long as they successfully find the spirit blossom. Internally, however, he fumes, wondering just how far she plans to take decorating when the very idea of redecorating a Demon King's tower is already insane. At the same time, Ernan reflects on her own situation. She never expected she would be allowed to leave the tower and is glad she happened to stop by when she did. As Burzay places a hand on her shoulder, she blushes, only for him to suddenly lift her into his arms and tell her to hold on tight. She asks for a moment to mentally prepare, but Burzay ignores that completely and launches into the sky with his massive wings, vanishing in an instant, and even leaving a fart behind. Terrified, Ernan squeezes her eyes shut, but curiosity slowly gets the better of her. She opens one eye, then both, and her eyes widen in awe. The day she was kidnapped had been dark, so she never realized how vast the world truly was. Now, she fully registers its sheer scale and beauty. She reflects on her monotonous life magic training, studying monarchy, training, studying, believing she would live and die repeating that routine forever. As they glide over the Urgest mountain range, Ernan excitedly remarks that she is probably the first person to ever glide over it. Burzay, however, has zero interest in her excited barking and begins to explain why he brought her along. She immediately cuts him off, insisting that he call her Ernan instead of Princess, pointing out that they will be seeing each other for a while. Burzay remains silent. Moments later, he abruptly stops mid-air, holding her suspended by her hands, internally wondering if she has lost her mind due to his leniency. He coldly reminds her of her position and threatens to move her quarters to a prison cell if she forgets herself. Ernan quickly apologizes. Burzay then orders her to use her spirits to locate the spirit blossoms. She agrees and releases her spirits, commanding them to search and return safely. Burzay reasons internally that while it would be impossible for him or Gordon to search such a vast area quickly, spirits, being mana themselves, would find the blossoms far faster. Sure enough, after only a short time the spirits return. Ernan reports that they found one, surprisingly fast. The scene transitions to a breathtaking sight, a beautiful flower sprouting from the ground, glowing with a crystal-like gradient light. It is stunning. However, the spirit blossom is surrounded by numerous orcs. Burzay steps forward and declares that monsters are descendants of demons who left the demon realm. If they still possess any pride as demons, they should obey the Demon King's command, leave the spirit blossom behind and depart quietly. The orcs respond with pure rage, angrily blabbering broken nonsense about not listening to demons and wanting Burzay dead. Honestly, someone should give them a dictionary. What the fuck are they even saying? Then again, they are monsters. Their intent is clear. Kill the Demon King. Burzay merely chuckles, twitching with anger, admitting that Gordon was right. Expecting beasts to think was foolish. Purple flames gather in Burzay's hands as he unleashes his demonic power, declaring that he will burn them all to ashes. The orcs leap toward him with a simple moral: kill and protect what is ours, kill and eat, but Burzay activates his demonic energy and instantly incinerates the charging orcs. The flames devour them so completely that they don't even register what happened before turning to ash. The remaining orcs shout to attack the weak one first and charge toward Princess Ernan. Burzay doesn't even spare them a glance. He activates his demonic energy again and slaughters the bastards before they can get anywhere near her. Watching this, Ernan is stunned. Feral orcs that can devour even ogres when grouped together cannot come close at all. This is the true power of a demon king. Burzay activates his demonic energy once more, and a one-sided slaughter begins. After some time, all the monsters lie dead on the ground as white snow falls quietly from the sky. Ernan gazes at the spirit blossom, her eyes sparkling as she notes that its mana purity is extremely high. The spirit blossom is identified as Hyacinth, a water and ice attribute blossom. Burzay warns her not to get covetous. Ernan pouts angrily but agrees. Burzay then picks up the spirit blossom and tells her that if she can find more, she can have one. Overjoyed, Ernan promises to do her best. Burzay meanwhile internally sighs, wondering if humans always need a carrot dangled in front of them to put in effort. Sometime later, Burzay is seen carrying Ernan back toward the tower. Unfortunately, they were unable to find a second patch of spirit blossoms. Despite Ernan searching until she was completely exhausted, no more were found, leaving her quietly saddened as they return. The scene cuts smoothly into Burzay Tower deep inside. Our boy, the Demon King, stands alone, gripping the spirit blossom Hyacinth in his hand, his thoughts drifting to the Hildren crowned princess, Ernan Hildren. At first, he had dismissed her existence as nothing more than a mistake and error in the grand design, but now the realization settles in that she might be far more useful than he initially believed. Beside him, Gordon delivers urgent news. A message has arrived from Granada. The Demon King Burzay reacts with mild surprise, noting how fast the report came in. Gordon begins laying out the situation, starting with the hero Hillen Cargill. 32 heroes have departed from the Hildren capital and are already heading toward the Urgest mountain range, advancing steadily along the classic hero's journey route. They are expected to form parties in villages, grind quests, and snowball their strength as they go. Their overall military power is projected to keep rising at a steady pace. Gordon explains that he has already prepared countermeasures for these heroes and tells the Demon King to take his time reviewing them. Multiple system panels immediately appear, floating in the air like a strategic dashboard packed with plans and contingencies. But instead of studying them, the Demon King casually gathers every single panel, drags them into a folder and deletes them without hesitation, flat out rejecting everything. Gordon is visibly shaken. The Demon King smiles and declares that this time he will neither send monsters to interfere with the hero's journey nor directly meddle with their progress. Gordon is stunned, completely thrown off, mentally screaming what the hell. The Demon King calmly explains that clumsy interference only helps heroes grow faster. Instead, he orders Gordon to tell Granada to join the hero's journey disguised as mercenary corps, assisting the heroes in building trust from the inside. Gordon internally acknowledges that this really is Demon King level thinking. Still, he can't help pointing out that the Demon King isn't following the usual standards yet again, and that the tower in its current state won't be able to stop the heroes. Burzay reassures him without a hint of concern, stating that the tower will be reinforced specifically with dwarves. The moment Gordon hears that, he completely freaks out, breaking into a cold sweat. He blurts out his disbelief, ranting that first it was a human, then high elves, and now even a dwarf. If that diminutive race ends up inside the tower, it will become a total laughingstock. Before he can continue, the Demon King casually raises his fist, demonic energy crackling around it, wordlessly threatening to shut him the fuck up or beat his ass. Gordon immediately goes silent. Burzay clarifies that he has no intention of facing the heroes with just a dwarf. To be precise, what he wants are their magical tools. He tells Gordon to think it through. If the heroes grow accustomed to the Demon King's usual standards, weak monsters and an open first floor, what happens if, at the exact moment they step inside, dozens of massive cannons fire simultaneously? The thought hits Gordon like a truck. Dozens of cannons, on the first floor? The heroes would never be able to prepare for something like that. Still, Gordon shakes his head, insisting that even so it goes completely against the established standards. In the very next moment, the Demon King Burzay vanishes from his chair without warning, leaving Gordon alone in the chamber. Second later, Gordon is seen clutching his head, pulling at his hair in pure frustration, muttering that this is insane, another kidnapping, all over again. The scene transitions to the Wolfner Dwarven underground city. Deep within, a dwarf blacksmith is hard at work, hammering away and forging weapons with practiced precision. This is Roger Friedrich, the best dwarven blacksmith around. Unfortunately for him, he has absolutely no fucking idea that he's about to be kidnapped by a nutjob Demon King. We open with the Demon King Burzay already approaching the massive gates of the dwarven city. As he steps inside, his mind drifts backward, reflecting on his past. He has fought countless dwarves before, slaughtered plenty of them, but this is the very first time he has ever set foot inside their city. The place feels different, structured, calculated, alive with craftsmanship. Burzay soon arrives at the Midnight Inn, where he casually approaches the receptionist. He explains that he has come to commission a weapon, but has no idea where to go or who to look for. He asks where the most outstanding blacksmith in the city can be found, and while doing so, he shoves multiple gold coins across the counter toward the dwarf receptionist. The moment the coins hit the desk, everything changes. The receptionist's expression turns smug as he remarks that, for a human, Burzay certainly knows how to talk business. Burzay fires back without missing a beat, thinking that he heard dwarves love money just as much as heroes do. The receptionist doesn't even deny it. Instead, he gives Burzay directions deeper into the city. He explains that Burzay will find a massive crater, and inside it is an elevator system. The elevator scans identification and drops visitors at their requested floor, acting as a double-layered security measure to filter out intruders. He specifically instructs Burzay to head to the lowest floor and the deepest room. Now, any normal visitor would follow the security protocol like a good little NPC. But Burzay isn't normal. He is the Demon King who doesn't follow Demon King standards. And he will follow all the security measure hell no. Instead of using the elevator, he leaps straight down and lands cleanly in the deepest part of the crater. Burzay opens the door to the deepest room, exactly as instructed. Inside, he finds what he was promised, the city's greatest blacksmith. Standing behind him, Burzay watches the dwarf Roger Friedrich hammer away at his work. The blacksmith's movements are precise, powerful, almost mesmerizing. As Roger works, Burzay thinks that the display of metallurgy is so refined it looks like mana itself is dancing around the forge. He wonders if this truly is the work of the greatest blacksmith. A darker thought crosses Burzay's mind. He considers quietly kidnapping the man, and just a faint trace of demonic energy leaks out from him. Instantly, Roger slams his hammer down, and a violent blaze of fire erupts from the forge. Burzay shields himself, realizing that the blacksmith sensed his demonic energy, even though it was barely there. Before Burzay can finish processing that thought, Roger lunges at him with his hammer. Burzay calmly blocks the incoming strike with his bare hand. He immediately recognizes what Roger is and calls him out. Roger confirms it himself. He is a hero. Roger Friedrich, the blacksmith who imbues the power of the hero. He declares that for a demon to fearlessly step foot into the city of dwarves, they should not expect to leave alive. Burzay just grins. He tells Roger that, for all that big talk, he's actually pretty weak. And then he clarifies something important. He's not a demon. He's the Demon King. In his true form, Burzay grabs Roger by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as the dwarf struggles like a caught pigeon. Roger's hammer slips from his hand and crashes to the floor. The noise immediately draws the attention of the dwarven guards. One of them calls out, asking Roger what that noise was and apologizing for the intrusion. But when they enter the workshop, Roger is nowhere to be found. Panic spreads instantly. The guards shout that Roger has vanished, that there is an intruder, and that the intruder has kidnapped him. Orders are screamed to block all exits because the kidnapper couldn't have gone far. Meanwhile, Burzet has already taken Roger elsewhere, pinning him to the floor. He warns him coldly that if he makes even a single loud noise, he'll be killed immediately. Roger, terrified, wonders why the Demon King is even here. He assumes Burzet must be after the princess. Burzet shuts that idea down fast, saying he isn't interested in any princess. Roger doesn't believe him, calling him a liar. Burzet changes tactics. He says he heard that dwarven blacksmiths dig underground tunnels for emergencies, and he orders Roger to guide him and lead the way. His thoughts spiral. A Demon King is here. He's definitely targeting the princess. He curses his luck, thinking about how he lived quietly all this time just to avoid fighting Demon Kings. Why is this happening to him now? Tears begin to form in his eyes. We're then hit with a blunt note about Roger's trait as a dwarven hero. He is absolutely fucking weak. I should stop dropping F-bombs in the narration. Burzet notices Roger's resistance and remarks that it looks like he won't talk easily, so he proposes another option. He suggests that he'll kidnap the princess instead and let Roger go free. Roger immediately demands to know what Burzet is plotting. Burzet lays it out brutally. He threatens that the selfish hero sold out the princess just to save his own life. If a rumor like that spreads, how does Roger think the dwarves will look at him? Roger completely loses it, begging him to do anything but that. He curses Burzet as a vicious bastard. Inside his head, Roger realizes how doomed he is. He's already known for being weak, and if a rumor spreads that he sold out the princess, everyone will believe it. That's a one-way ticket to a lifetime of torture. Burzet calmly tells him to choose: sell out the princess, or follow him. Roger thinks the obvious choice is to sell out the princess, but he also doesn't want to be tortured. Burzet leans in close and whispers that if Roger helps him, he guarantees his safety. He swears it on the standards of the Demon King. That changes everything. Roger realizes that the standards are basically religion to Demon Kings. A vow made on the standards will not be broken. Repeating that thought over and over in his head, Roger suddenly switches gears. With a cheerful expression, he announces that they should move to the underground tunnel immediately. Demon King. Burzet pauses and questions the sudden mood shift, calling Roger's face creepy. Back in Roger's workshop, the situation is chaotic. The official status is that Roger is missing, and a full cavalry of dwarven guards has gathered. Elsewhere, a girl is shown thinking about Roger. She is introduced as Louise Verft, the princess of the Dwarven Kingdom. And honestly, bruh, her body proportions look like a snowman on steroids. She angrily wonders where Roger disappeared to in the middle of making her weapon. A guard reports that Roger appears to have been kidnapped. The princess snaps, telling him to shut his mouth. He's a hero too, so how does it make sense for a hero to get kidnapped? The guard tries to explain that while Roger is a hero, he's a blacksmith and not particularly good at fighting. That's enough for her. The princess shuts him up immediately, and orders the guards to find that damn kidnapper and drag him before her. The guards respond with a terrified "Yes, Your Highness." She then threatens them outright, declaring that if they don't find Roger, they should all prepare to have their heads ripped off. She doesn't even spare her own knights. What a bitch. Elsewhere, beneath the city, the story cuts to a cramped secret passage dug out by Roger. In that suffocating tunnel, the blacksmith hero Roger crawls forward with the Demon King Burzet right behind him, both of them inching their way out of the city like fugitives scraping through hell. The pace is slow, miserable, and deeply undignified, especially for Burzet, who is forced to crawl while staring directly at the dwarf's ass the entire time. The Demon King is visibly not vibing with this situation at all, his irritation climbing with every second. As they crawl, Burzet finally snaps, internally raging and openly questioning how long he's supposed to keep staring at Roger's disgusting buttocks, cursing the whole situation and the tunnel itself. Roger, completely unapologetic, explains that the tunnel is narrow, and there's nothing he can do about it. They're almost there, he says, and Burzet just has to bear with it. Burzet, already fired up, tells him to walk faster. Roger agrees, pushing ahead as best he can. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, they emerge from the secret passage. The blacksmith hero Roger and the Demon King Burzet finally step outside the city. Fresh air, freedom at least for Burzet. Roger immediately declares that his role ends here. He guided Burzet through the tunnel, so from now on, the Demon King is on his own. He reminds Burzet that he vowed on his standards and promised to guarantee Roger's safety in exchange for his help. Burzet responds with a sinister edge, questioning what kind of nonsense Roger is spouting. Then, without hesitation, he dismisses those standards as trash, openly saying he doesn't care about them at all. Roger completely breaks down, crying his balls out, wondering what kind of Demon King this even is. Burzet, unfazed, calmly wonders what he should do with Roger next while the dwarf is basically shitting in his pants, internally realizing he should have just sold the princess out from the start. In sheer desperation, Roger drops to his knees and begs. He insists he's incredibly useful, claiming no one can match his metallurgy skills. He swears he can forge any weapon Burzet desires. Burzet points out the irony. Roger is a hero, yet he's willingly cooperating with the Demon King. Panicking, Roger argues that Berzé should just use him however he wants, asking what there even is to be suspicious about. He goes as far as offering to become Berzé's spy if needed, all while internally admitting that survival is his only priority right now. Berzé pauses, genuinely surprised by how far Roger is willing to go. In the end, he decides to grant him mercy. Roger bows repeatedly, excessively, almost like a hippopotamus bobbing its head, thanking the great Demon King over and over and proclaiming "Long live the great Demon King." But while he's bowing, Roger secretly smiles to himself, thinking how stupid Berzé must be to believe he would submit so easily. In his head, he scoffs at the idea of being a spy for Berzé, swearing that the moment he gets out of this situation, he'll organize a pursuit squad and hunt the Demon King down. Roger fully promises that Berzé will regret letting him go for the rest of his life, smiling not like a hero anymore, but like a full-fledged villain. The scene abruptly cuts. The blacksmith hero Roger is suddenly standing on the 4th floor of the Demon King Berzé's tower. He's frozen in place, blank, colorless, with absolutely no fucking idea how he got there. Gordon completely freaks out, shouting at Berzé in disbelief, questioning how he managed to bring a dwarf inside the tower, especially a hero dwarf. Berzé shuts him up instantly, ordering silence. At that moment, a video message from Granada appears, saying he has something to report. But before he can say anything meaningful, he notices Roger standing there and questions Berzé about why there's a dwarf present. Berzé coldly tells him to report later. Princess Ernan then approaches Roger and asks if he's the hero who came to save her. Roger, still disoriented, looks straight at Berzé and demands to know why he's here, reminding him that he was supposed to be released. Berzé bluntly responds that he never said that. Roger argues back, insisting Berzé promised to grant him mercy. Berzé clarifies with brutal honesty that mercy simply meant letting him live. Still confused and shaken, Roger asks how he even ended up in the tower. Berzé casually explains that he knocked Roger out and carried his ass there, saying it was the obvious and natural course of action since he had no idea what Roger might do otherwise. The explanation hits Roger hard, sending him into visible shock. Then, out of nowhere, he starts laughing madly. Berzé watches him and asks if he's really that happy about becoming his subordinate. Roger, smiling and crying at the same time, says yes, of course. Berzé approves of this mindset, calling it excellent, and immediately assigns him his mission. Roger kneels and asks what it is. Berzé orders him to install massive artillery on the 1st floor of the tower, with one clear objective: destroy all the heroes. The scene transitions to the Aragest hero's journey preparation station, where the atmosphere is tense and calculated. Granada is seen communicating with our Demon King Berzé, delivering rumors circulating among the heroes currently embarking on their journey. Apparently, word has spread that the new Demon King can wield black flames, prompting the heroes to gear up with fire-resistant equipment. At the same time, another rumor claims that the reason this new Demon King has not unleashed demonic beasts is because he's scared. Berzé listens calmly and responds that it seems the heroes have not yet lost their killing intent. However, he coldly concludes that they won't gain anything from this hero's journey: no honor from battle, no wealth. In the end, their interest will fade, and without real conflict, the heroes themselves will fail to grow. It's a battle against time, but Berzé sees no problems and orders Granada to continue monitoring the situation. Granada acknowledges the command, and the virtual communication screen fades away. As Granada reflects, it becomes clear that by deliberately not sending out demonic monsters, he is actively weakening the heroes. This Demon King understands human nature on a deep level. Granada, walking through in the station, questions to himself whether there has ever been a Demon King like this before, ultimately admitting that he's glad Berzé is not his enemy. The scene shifts to Berzé Tower, where the Demon King confronts Roger. Berzé lays down a single restriction: no mana stones are allowed. He doesn't care how the 1st floor is remodeled, as long as that one rule is followed. Roger protests that traps without mana stones won't work on heroes, but Berzé bluntly tells him that figuring that out is his job. Roger hesitates, but Berzé explains that heroes are loved by this dimension itself. Their ability to sense energy is exceptional, and any trap using mana stones would be detected before it could even activate. Roger panics, insisting he can't do it, but Berzé ignites his demonic flames and declares that he is sure he brought along the best blacksmith. If that turns out to be a mistake, he'll simply bring someone else instead, violently threatening Roger's life. Completely shaken, Roger quickly backtracks and claims there is a way after all. Berzé remarks that Roger should have said so earlier, and demands to know what it is. Roger reveals that he once invented a magical tool capable of hiding traces of mana. It takes 3 years to create, but he happens to have one already in his workshop. Even so, Berzé keeps up the pressure, glaring menacingly and asking if this is just another excuse to escape. Roger swears he's serious. Berzé finally agrees to trust him, but not without insurance. He places something around Roger's neck. When Roger asks what it is, Berzé explains it's a magical tool that can separate his head from his body. Upon hearing that, Roger practically shits himself in fear as Berzé casually adds that he can activate it with just one hand. Berzé then shows Roger a glitchy-looking mask, explaining that it's a magical tool that prevents people from seeing his face. If Roger ever takes it off, Berzé will consider that an attempt to escape, With his life on the line, Roger swears he'll never remove it. Burzay tells him they're leaving. After that, it's revealed that Burzay travels across several kingdoms with Roger, gathering supplies and mana-type materials. The process took roughly a month, with everything stored inside Burzay's subspace pocket. Once finished, they return to Wolfner, the city of dwarfs. Inside the city, rage fills the air. A furious woman is cursing the gods. It's none other than Louise Verft, the princess of Darwin City. She lashes out at her guards, furious that after a month and a half they still haven't found Roger. She calls them incompetent and demands to know how much longer she's supposed to stay patient. One guard explains that the blacksmiths have dug out too many tunnels, and while they are investigating all of them, it's highly likely the target has already escaped. The princess coldly agrees, stating it would be stupid for them to still be here. She declares that Roger has been kidnapped. In a sudden act of brutality, she grabs one of the dwarf guards by the head and presses down painfully, giving them exactly 2 more weeks. If they fail to find the kidnapper, they will die. The guard, writhing in pain, promises to find him. She then orders all tunnels created by the blacksmiths to be filled immediately. The guards obey and rush off. Left alone, the bulky princess stands among scraps of metal, staring at them and muttering that they should have been her weapon. She then notices the sword Roger had been working on before his disappearance. Picking it up, she crushes it into a ball using nothing but her raw strength. With an enraged expression, she prays that Roger is still alive, declaring that he can't die until he finishes her weapon. Her obsession is obvious, borderline maniacal. In the very next moment, Roger suddenly appears behind her, emerging from one of his secret tunnels. Sensing his presence, the princess turns around. Roger is still wearing the face recognition interfering mask. The princess immediately recognizes the tunnel and realizes only Roger could know about it, questioning whether he truly is Roger. A brief silence follows. Roger sweats and hesitates, trying to speak, but the princess lets out a sarcastic chuckle and calls him a bastard, accusing him of coming back after hiding just to avoid making her weapon. Completely off track, she convinces herself of this twisted narrative. Roger insists it's a misunderstanding, but the princess dismisses that outright, claiming she hasn't misunderstood anything at all. She accuses him of insulting her and declares that from now on, Roger is her slave, destined to make weapons for her for the rest of his life. As she approaches him, her fist glows with raw energy, and she announces she's going to punish him for running away. Roger cries out for mercy, but before she can strike, a massive blast erupts, sending the princess flying. Staggering back, she demands to know who interfered. The answer reveals itself. It's the Demon King Burzay. Burzay orders Roger to grab the equipment he needs. Now Burzay himself is wearing the face recognition interfering mask. As Roger runs off to collect the equipment, the princess boils with rage, demanding to know who Burzay is and why he's helping that despicable dwarf. Burzay calmly states that he is the master of the pitiful blacksmith she's been extorting. Enraged, the princess lunges at Burzay, shouting that it's nonsense and insisting Roger is her slave who will make weapons for her forever. The two clash, exchanging blows as she screams, questioning who Burzay thinks he is to take Roger from her. Burzay matches her power blow for blow. In the next moment, Burzay tries to kick her, but she sharply grabs his leg. Mocking him, she spits, shocking the Demon King before using her raw strength to hurl Burzay into a wall. After tossing him aside, she turns her attention back to Roger, declaring it's his turn now. Before she can move, Burzay reappears above her. With fists colliding, they exchange a flurry of blows, tearing through the workshop as they dash back and forth, their battle escalating into pure chaos. Demon King Burzay's thoughts race as he identifies the opponent in front of him. Louise Verft, the Darwin Kingdom's second princess. She isn't a hero, but she's absurdly strong. Before his regression, she had grown into one of the strongest beings alive, way stronger than she is now. Burzay considers the option of killing her before she can fully develop, but that would require pouring out all of his remaining strength and demonic energy. In his current regressed state, he's nowhere near as powerful as he once was, and if he exhausts himself here, her soldiers could easily capture him. To make things worse, she already knows he's the Demon King. Annoying as hell. As this mental calculation unfolds, Burzay and the princess are already clashing in the background, their fight shaking the area. Nearby, Roger is hurriedly gathering his equipment. In the next moment, Demon King Burzay appears beside him, asking if he has everything ready. Roger responds that he's still dismantling it. The equipment in question is massive, an enormous device known as the Mana Phantom. Its ability is to completely hide traces of mana, and its sheer size makes it even more intimidating. Its creator is none other than Roger Friedrich himself. Burzay glares at Roger with killing intent and bluntly asks if he wants to die, ordering him to finish the dismantling within a minute. Roger, sweating bullets, promises to go as fast as he can. Right then, the princess arrives and snaps, demanding to know who gave them permission to do that. With a manic expression, she dashes straight toward Burzay and Roger. Burzay coldly warns Roger that if push comes to shove, he'll leave him behind without hesitation. Roger panics but agrees, saying he'll wrap it up quickly. Meanwhile, Burzay stares down the incoming attack, thinking to himself that he has no idea how long he can last without his true strength and demonic energy. Their powers collide head-on. The princess declares that she doesn't know where Berzé came from, but he won't be leaving this place alive. She then threatens Roger directly, saying she'll break his legs so he can never escape. Berzé, wearing a smug expression, mocks her, saying she sounds just like a demon king. He tells her to give it up, addressing her as the second princess of the dwarves, and declares that he's taking her blacksmith and this equipment. In the very next second, Roger finishes dismantling the mana phantom and shouts that it's done. The princess explodes in fury, screaming Roger's name and calling him a motherfucker, demanding he come back and take responsibility, snarling that he really thinks she's that easy to deal with. At that instant, Berzé notices an opening. Without hesitation, he kicks the shit out of the princess, sending her flying from the sheer force. She crashes hard into the ground. Berzé immediately tells Roger to move out of the way and activates his subspace pocket. Even then, the princess refuses to give up, shouting that attacks like that are useless against her. But in the next moment she realizes something is wrong. The device, Roger, and the Demon King have all vanished. Guards rush in, asking what's going on. Furious, the princess snaps at them, calling them slowpokes and yelling that they'd probably only arrive after she was dead. She orders them to chase Roger through the tunnel, but almost immediately the tunnel is blasted apart. Staring at the destruction with a rare hint of sadness, she mutters that he blocked the tunnel. She questions whether he really didn't want to make her weapon that badly. Then her expression hardens. She clenches her teeth in anger, calling it interesting, very interesting, and vows to personally search for Roger, even if she has to scour the entire continent. She swears she'll make him regret what he did today. Her eyes widen, her expression twisting into something straight out of a mental hospital as she screams Roger's name in pure rage, looking like a full-on psycho. We see on the first floor of Berzé Tower, where the Mana Phantom device looms beside our boy Berzé, with Roger present as well. This massive magical apparatus was transported through the Demon King's subspace pocket and deposited directly onto the tower's first floor. Gordon immediately questions Berzé, unable to wrap his head around what he's seeing, while Princess Ernan can only stare in awe, blurting out that it's huge. Berzé calmly explains that this magical tool is necessary to stop the heroes, and Roger confirms that the installation of the Mana Phantom is already complete. Berzé is briefly surprised by the speed, then orders its activation. Roger answers obediently, though Berzé makes it clear, after all the trouble it took to bring this thing here, it better be worth it. Roger, visibly shaken, hastily agrees. Roger activates the Mana Phantom device, and a swirling mass of blue energy condenses in the middle, intensifying until the device shines so brightly it blinds the surroundings. At that moment, a system panel appears, announcing that the tower recognizes the Mana Phantom, and that synchronization with the tower will require 10,000 points. The system asks if synchronization should proceed. Berzé stares at the window in disbelief, wondering since when the tower had a function like this. Deciding to confirm it himself, he approves the synchronization. In the next instant, another system panel announces that the points have been consumed. The total plummets from 11,182 points to just 1,182. A new system message follows. The Mana Phantom recognizes Demon King Berzé Dias as its master. Its power source is fully converted from mana to demonic energy, and the device now radiates ominous demonic power. Berzé turns to Roger, puzzled. Roger, meanwhile, is ecstatic and insists he didn't do this. He never imagined that merging with the tower was even possible, let alone that the power source would change from mana to demonic energy. To him, this is the discovery of the century. Berzé, however, realizes something unsettling. Even the device's creator doesn't understand how this happened. Berzé approaches the massive doors on the first floor to open them. While doing so, he instructs Princess Ernan to try using any spell. Her eyes light up as she happily asks if he means any spell at all. Berzé confirms, whatever she wants. In the next moment, she enthusiastically conjures a massive spell as multiple elemental spirits appear, declaring that if it's whatever she wants, then she's going all out. Gordon panics immediately, shouting for her to stop because he just cleaned the tower. Berzé observes that normally, a spell of that caliber used inside the tower should be detectable from outside. Yet when he steps outside, he senses nothing. He can't see anything happening within the tower. He can't feel a single presence. Astonished, Berzé realizes this must be the power of a tower synchronized with the Mana Phantom. When he manipulates the tower in this state, something shocking happens. The tower vanishes completely, leaving no trace behind, as if it has become invisible. He manipulates it once more, and in the next second the tower reappears. Berzé understands it instantly. He can hide the tower whenever he wants. There is a catch though. Another system panel reveals the cost. His demonic energy points have dropped from 1,182 to just 137. Berzé acknowledges that it guzzles demonic energy points, but he smiles anyway. Using it right now may be difficult, but it will be incredibly useful going forward. The scene shifts to Roger, who is absolutely fired up by this unprecedented discovery. Barely containing himself, he begs Berzé to let him, just a tiny bit, tear both the device and the tower apart, quickly correcting himself to say he means examine them. He's never heard of or seen anything like this in all of history, past or present, and pleads to be allowed to study this historic phenomenon. Roger then hugs the Mana Phantom device like a man possessed. Berzé thinks Roger sounds like a demon itching for a fight. Still, he agrees on one condition. If Roger's traps wipe out the heroes on the first floor, he can do whatever he wants. Energy seems to surge through Roger as he vows to sweep those crafty heroes away. In the background, Roger radiates excitement while Berzé turns to Princess Ernan with a proposal. He asks her to face the heroes who reach the fourth floor. She's stunned and questions why she should fight heroes when she's a princess. Berzé reminds her that she's also a genius elementalist and someone who wants to return to her royal palace. Internally, Berzé wonders if this is unreasonable. She's an innocent princess who doesn't truly understand how the world works, and betraying her own kind might be difficult. Yet almost immediately, Princess Ernan begins thinking through ways to fight. Berzé is like, hell no, she betraying her own kind. Then he clarifies that she only needs to fluster the heroes. She simply has to reveal herself as an enemy. If it goes well, he'll grant her a wish. Princess Ernan agrees, but with a condition of her own. She wants to be introduced as the Demon King's subordinate, not as a princess. Berzé accepts without hesitation. She beams with happiness, genuinely cute, and asks how she's supposed to fight. Should she use her looks to seduce them? She's confident in that at least. Berzé immediately shuts that idea down. Hell no, this bitch can seduce, and tells her to just do what he said. She agrees, albeit a little sheepishly. Sometime later, Berzé sits with Gordon, deep in thought. With these preparations, things are more or less complete. The heroes will be reduced with mass mana cannons on the first floor, and those who make it to the fourth floor will be finished off using the princess as bait. Still, it's far from enough. There are over 200 heroes, and he can't even cut down half of them as things stand. In the end, does he simply have to become stronger himself? In his hand he holds the Spirit Blossom Hyacinth from before, now contaminated by demonic energy. Spirit blossoms tainted by demonic energy are especially effective against demons, and he realizes he'll need to gather more. Finally, Berzé turns to Princess Ernan and announces that they're heading out. The princess reacts with visible happiness, ready for whatever comes next. Outside the tower, our boy Berzé stands alongside Princess Ernan, scanning the area once again. There is nothing here either. Berzé is hunting for spirit blossoms, but no matter how thoroughly they search, they cannot locate a single one. Berzé voices his frustration, muttering that this is already their third try and maybe that earlier success was nothing more than dumb luck. In his mind, the spirits Princess Ernan summons feel completely useless. Almost immediately, we see a tiny water spirit yanks at his hair while a wind spirit slams a punch straight into his gut. It's unexpectedly adorable, even if Berzé is clearly not amused. Princess Ernan, however, grows visibly uneasy. Something feels strange, and then, someone steps forward from the snow. It is an orc. The figure has white hair and a white beard, his skin an icy blue. Berzé instantly tenses, his guards snapping up as he recognizes them. Pule orcs again. He is sick of them. Without hesitation, he prepares to eliminate the intruder on the spot. But before he can act, the orc suddenly drops to his knees. Speaking in broken, reverent phrases, the orc introduces himself as Krutu, chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe. He formally greets the Demon King and begs Berzé to accept his tribe as kin. In the next instant, more Pule orcs rush forward, all kneeling in the snow before Berzé, loudly and unwisely repeating the same plea. Berzé remains cautious. You want me to take you as my kin? Krutu explains that their ancestors were once demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because they still carry that original sin, the tribe wishes to atone by serving the Demon King. Krutu asks Berzé to grant them the honor of loyalty. Berzé cuts him off immediately. Enough. Save the sweet talk. In the end, they just want to grow stronger by becoming a Demon King's kin. He coldly points out that Pule orcs are far better suited for demonic energy than spirit blossoms anyway. Krutu admits it outright. Berzé has seen through everything and there is no reason to hesitate anymore. With a signal, Krutu orders one of his warriors to bring it. Another orc steps forward carrying a box. Inside are 3 spirit blossoms. Princess Ernan's eyes light up instantly, sparkling with excitement. Berzé finally understands why they could not find any more blossoms. He comments on Krutu's fluent speech, preparation, and negotiation skills, noting that he is unusually intelligent for a Pule orc. Krutu replies calmly that in this harsh land, their tribe values wisdom more than strength. Berzé hands the box of spirit blossoms to Princess Ernan, then looks back at Krutu. So you came looking for me because you lack strength? Krutu simply nods. Berzé smiles, intrigued. Wisdom over strength, huh? In the next second, he extends his hand. He says he likes Krutu. Very well, but he will only accept Krutu himself as kin. Dark energy instantly engulfs the orc chieftain. Berzé formally accepts Krutu as his kin, and a demonic mark appears on Krutu's body. Berzé orders him to roam the snowfields, expand his tribe for the Demon King's sake, and wait for further orders. He promises a reward greater than mere strength. As the transformation completes, black horns grow from Krutu's head. Berzé declares that Krutu's tribe shall be eternal. When the energy fades, Krutu is completely transformed into something terrifying. His status appears clearly. Krutu, race, Pule orc status, Demon King's kin. Overwhelmed, Krutu swears his absolute loyalty to the Demon King. All the Pule orcs kneel as one, loudly pledging their devotion. The scene shifts to the Ergest Mountains. Berzé's tower is now armed to full capacity. Outside, an entire legion of Pule orcs stands ready. On the first floor, Roger and 60 mana cannons are prepared. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan waits with her elemental spirits. At the heart of it all, Burzay sits calmly on his throne. Everything is finally in place. He welcomes the heroes to come, vowing to repay them for humiliating him in his previous life. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy mountains, the hero Helen Cargill announces to Granada that they have finally arrived. Granada confirms it, the Urgest Mountains are now in sight, and behind them, the full legion of heroes advances toward their fate. The scene shifts to Hortan Walk, the hero's journey preparation station, where a full-blown banquet is underway inside the fortress. Laughter, clinking glasses, and celebration fill the hall. At the center of it all stands the hero Hillen, expressing his gratitude to the old bearded fortress master for hosting such a lavish feast. The fortress master brushes it off with a humble smile, saying Hillen flatters him, but admits he's honored to remain alongside the hero on a page of history. Hillen thanks him sincerely, but before he can relax, the fortress master suddenly suggests that Hillen give a speech. Hillen freezes, stunned, instinctively trying to back out, but the fortress master pushes on, insisting that everyone is already waiting, and that a speech would boost morale. Without giving Hillen time to escape, the fortress master loudly announces to the entire hall that Hillen has a few words to say. Every eye turns toward him. Hillen clears his throat, steadies himself, and addresses the room: comrades, heroes, nobles, knights, wizards, mercenaries, merchants, everyone gathered. He declares that the long-awaited hero's journey has finally reached its final stretch. The Demon King may have been spooked by the overwhelming march of heroes answering the call of justice, which might explain why no monsters have attacked yet, but Hillen makes it clear they won't let their guard down. After all this time, preparations are finally complete. He raises his glass of wine and announces that tomorrow is the day they make the foolish Demon King pay for daring to kidnap the princess of the Kingdom of Hildren. He asks the crowd who is with them, who truly rules this world, and urges them to remind their enemies of these facts once more. For justice. The hall explodes in response. For justice. Echoes again and again as everyone raises their hands and cheers, and the banquet surges back into eating, drinking, and celebration. Away from the noise, Granada observes everything quietly. He thinks to himself that this outcome is exactly what the Demon King expected. The heroes didn't increase in number, but they didn't decrease either. Hillen's popularity is the sole reason the hero's journey has made it this far. He secured support from merchant groups and calmed mercenaries who nearly deserted, dragging everyone along to this point. Granada recalls the last time he saw the tower. It was completely empty, and wonders if it might actually collapse at this rate. A dangerous thought crosses his mind about smacking the heroes in the back of their heads, but he immediately flushes it away, scolding himself for even thinking that. If the subjugation succeeds, it's actually good for him. It would finally free him from the Demon King. Telling himself to get a grip, Granada decides to step outside for some air and make a report. On the balcony, he contacts the Demon King, Burzay, and reports that they've arrived at Hortan Walk after a short resupply. They'll begin climbing the mountains tomorrow. Burzay responds calmly, instructing Granada not to contact him again once they leave Hortan Walk. He issues several warnings. Watch the snow while climbing, never let their guard down at night, and most importantly, when the tower is opened, stand far away from it. With that, Burzay disconnects the virtual call, leaving Granada confused and unsettled, wondering what those warnings really meant. At that moment, Hillen suddenly appears, asking why Granada is standing out there alone. Startled, Granada brushes it off, saying he just wanted some fresh air. Hillen offers him a glass of fruit wine, the kind elves like, and Granada accepts, thanking him. Hillen notices that Granada looks troubled and asks what's on his mind. Granada hesitates, then voices his doubt. Can they really subdue the Demon King? Hillen chuckles softly and asks if Granada is nervous too. Granada admits that he is. Hillen then confesses something unexpected. He doesn't really know either. People may trust him and follow him, but subjugating a Demon King's tower is always hellish. It has never once gone smoothly. Granada counters by bringing up the Demon King of Lust, pointing out that Hillen killed him and absorbed his power. Compared to that, a new Demon King should be easy. He even notes that no one actually knows how Hillen killed the Demon King of Lust, and eagerly asks to hear the heroic tale. As Granada rambles on, Hillen's face turns stone serious. Then, in the next instant, his expression brightens into a warm smile. He says it was only possible because he had brave comrades like Granada, always on the front lines, taking care of the monsters. Placing a hand on Granada's shoulder, Hillen tells him he'll lead the way, so Granada should protect his flank. If they combine their strength, victory is certain. Granada agrees, saying he'll do exactly that. The two head back toward the banquet together, with Hillen mentioning that the fortress master wants to hear Granada's adventure stories. But as they walk, Granada doesn't notice Hillen's mischievous smile, or the dark side behind it. In his thoughts, Hillen reflects that yes, he joined forces with brave comrades, and quietly adds that he's counting on him again this time too, Elf Granada. The scene cuts to the next morning. The heroes march toward the Demon King, chants ringing through the air. The march of the hero is here. Stay strong. Long live Granada. Long live Wharton. Long live Hillen. Their voices carry as the scene transitions to the Urgest Mountains, where the heroes trek through snowy terrain. Among them, a woman remarks that she was worried about traveling through the Urgest Mountains, but it turns out to be nothing special. Another man points out that it's barely snowing and the weather is clear. At this rate, they'll reach the tower without any trouble, and it looks like the goddess of victory is on their side. Another hero, weapon in hand, mentions that they were told disaster-class monsters were everywhere, wondering if they're hibernating. Someone else laughs it off, saying that with Hillen here, even the monsters must be scared. That confidence shatters in an instant. Purple saliva suddenly drips from above, landing on the man's head. Confused, he touches it and asks what it is. Then the realization hits everyone at once. Ghouls. Ghouls line the cliffs above them, and their size is completely wrong, far larger than expected. More and more ghouls storm in, swarming the canyon. The heroes immediately form ranks. Hillen commands that the enemy has finally revealed themselves and orders all units into battle formation. He tells them not to panic, and to protect the comrades around them. The canyon isn't long. Knights are ordered to cover the mages and pull back as the first real battle of the march erupts. Just then, Wharton alerts Hillen that a frost giant has appeared right at the front. Hillen barely has time to react before the warning fully lands, immediately ordering everyone to fall back without hesitation. The scene cuts to the frost giant standing like a walking disaster in front of the hero's cavalry, its massive frame blocking the canyon path. Hillen calmly tells Wharton that while he handles the frost giant alone, everyone else must evacuate the canyon immediately. Wharton panics, questioning how Hillen plans to deal with that thing by himself, but Hillen reassures him without a shred of doubt that it won't be a problem. In the very next second, Hillen vanishes from his position and instantly reappears above the frost giant. The monster's eyes lock onto him just as Hillen smirks, confidently stating that a frost giant couldn't possibly be stronger than the demon king of lust. The frost giant immediately launches an attack, but Hillen flashes out of the way, dodging the strike with absurd speed. He runs along the frost giant's arm, but the creature's hand becomes stuck where it struck, giving Hillen the opening he needs. Hillen charges forward, sword blazing with power, sprinting straight toward the frost giant. His eyes widen as he accelerates even further. Then in a single instant he slashes through the frost giant in a blinding flash and lands smoothly behind it. Without turning back, Hillen yells for everyone to run. The cavalry of heroes immediately starts moving, panic setting in as one of them shouts that the path is blocked. Another urges them to hurry while they still can. Behind them, the frost giant's massive body finally collapses, crashing into the ground as the heroes manage to escape the canyon. Sometime later, the entire group is shown completely exhausted. One man mutters about how they faced dozens of ghouls and a frost giant taller than the cliffs, calling the place utterly insane. Another, a golden-haired man, agrees, saying humans were never meant to come here and that even the Demon King's tower wasn't like this. A blue-haired warrior points out that their casualties are surprisingly low and admits that without Hillen, the damage would have been far worse. The group begins speculating about Hillen, recalling rumors that he killed the Demon King of Lust and absorbed his power. They wonder if he could truly be comparable to a Demon King, and since he's already killed one, maybe he's even stronger now. Confidence spreads through the group as they agree that if they just trust Hillen, they'll have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Granada silently thinks to himself that if it's Hillen, he might actually defeat that Demon King. But what the cavalry doesn't realize is that the Pule orcs are watching them. One orc archer steps forward and blows a horn like a trumpet, instantly drawing the hero's attention. Wharton snaps everyone back to reality, saying there's no time to rest. Granada recognizes the enemies as Pule orcs, and Hillen senses demonic energy, confirming they are subordinates of the Demon King. At that moment, Krutu, chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe and kin of the Demon King, announces himself, welcoming the foolish heroes to the Urgest Mountains. Hillen confidently declares the enemies are easy opponents and says he'll deal with them in no time, but Granada suddenly stops him, asking if he hears that sound. Granada recalls the Demon King's message, watch the snow. Sweat forms on his face as realization hits him, wondering if that warning meant this. Krutu announces that not a single one of them will reach the tower, his words perfectly aligning with the Demon King's earlier message. In the next second, snow floods the entire area. Granada loses his shit, cursing the Demon King and questioning how the hell he was supposed to watch out for this, calling him a crazy bastard. An avalanche has been triggered. Granada's face turns blue as he screams at everyone to run, warning them about the avalanche. As chaos erupts, the scene shifts to Demon King Burzay Dias watching from his tower. He smiles coldly, welcoming the heroes once again and declaring that this time, he will hunt them all down, as he watches the heroes perish beneath the avalanche. Our Demon King Burzay calmly reflects that he had warned Granada about three things. The first was the snow. As his thoughts linger, the story cuts to the cavalry of heroes marching through the Urgest Mountains, only for panic to explode among them when they realize the Pule orcs have deliberately triggered an avalanche. Heroes are swept away in the chaos, scattered across the mountainside. No one can even account for everyone anymore, and frustration boils over as survivors curse under their breath. Hillen takes command, telling everyone to camp and search for the heroes who were dragged off by the avalanche. Meanwhile, Burzay's narration continues, reminding us of his second warning to Granada, never let his guard down at night. As darkness falls, that warning proves deadly accurate. Frost giants and ghouls emerge from the shadows, and the heroes spiral into panic again, shouting that the Pule orcs are driving monsters straight toward them. Orders to prepare for battle, but it's already too late. Heroes are slaughtered left and right, while Granada runs for his life, silently cursing the Demon King. Damn it all. Burzay, wearing a satisfied grin, observes the pattern unfolding exactly as planned. an avalanche by day, a horde of monsters by night. Over and over the cycle repeats. He knows how this ends. Before long they'll inevitably split up. 3 days after entering the Ergest Mountains, Hillen is exhausted, barely able to breathe as he surveys the damage. The hero headcount has dropped from 510 to just 256, half of them gone. The battered party eventually reaches the tallest mountain summit, but instead of triumph, confusion takes over. Hillen can't understand why the Demon King's tower isn't there. He lashes out, furious, shouting that it's common sense for a tower to be placed somewhere heroes can easily spot. Why isn't it here? Just as Burzay predicted, doubt spreads. Wharton steps forward and tells Hillen they're giving up. Hillen stares at him in disbelief, asking what he's talking about. But Wharton coldly declares that this hero's journey has failed. Their lives matter more. Hillen says nothing, grinding his teeth in silent rage. 6 days after entering the Ergest Mountains, the heroes finally spot the Demon King's tower. Their anger explodes when they realize the Demon King hid it in a basin, deliberately mocking them. But their outrage can't hide the truth. Their numbers have collapsed again. From 256, only 52 remain. The survivors stand before the tower, open the doors, and shout that they'll wipe everything out. They laugh, saying the first floor should only have weaklings anyway. That's when Burzay's third warning comes into play. He had told Granada to stay far away from the first floor. As the heroes step inside, they're greeted not by monsters, but by massive cannons already loaded with mana. In the next second, every expression on their faces goes completely blank, pure shock, pure disbelief. What the hell? Then the cannons engineered by Roger fire. In a single devastating shot, the heroes are wiped out. The headcount drops from 52 to just 1. That lone survivor is Hillen. Watching, Burzay is genuinely surprised. Even that wasn't enough to bring him down. Hillen staggers into the Demon King's tower, muttering in disbelief, crashing out as he shouts about how none of this makes any sense. Nothing about this Demon King is normal. Nothing. Just then Granada appears. Hillen immediately asks if he's okay, and Granada confirms he barely avoided the attack. Relieved, Hillen urges them to move to the next floor. Granada hesitates. What? With just the two of them? Hillen declares that he's the hero who killed the Demon King of Lust and absorbed his power. A new Demon King is no match for him. As he says this, energy surges through his sword. He reassures Granada that he's more than enough to back him up. Granada plays along, agreeing to go together. They climb to the second floor, only to find it completely empty. The third floor is the same, nothing. Hillen grows increasingly irritated, muttering that the tower should be overflowing with monsters. Yet, there's no one. Something is wrong. Anything could jump out at any moment. Granada, thinking quietly, realizes that if the second and third floors are empty, then she must be waiting for them. The scene shifts to the fourth floor of Burzay's tower, and Hillen is utterly stunned. Shocked, baffled, even regretful, he stares at a landscape filled with greenery, forests, flowers, butterflies, life everywhere. This doesn't feel like the inside of a Demon King's tower at all. He can't wrap his head around it. There was nothing on the second and third floors, yet there's an entire forest on the fourth. Are they really inside a Demon King's tower? Granada curses internally, but outwardly agrees that it doesn't feel like one. Suddenly a voice calls out saying it sees they somehow managed to make it this far. The speaker steps forward, drawing Hillen's attention. It's Princess Ernin posing confidently alongside her cute little elemental spirits. She introduces herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who protect the Demon King, declaring that she is the Dark Elementalist and will be their opponent. As she strikes her pose, Granada can't help but think, my god, what even is that? Hillen, however, immediately recognizes her and questions why Princess Ernin looks like this. Granada quietly decides it's best to retreat for now. Ernin denies being a princess, insisting she is the Dark Elementalist. With that she conjures a massive spell, commanding them to witness the power of darkness. Hillen watches the magic unfold before his eyes and realizes the truth. That spell is the highest rank spirit magic, something only Princess Ernin can use, and it can't be cast if she's being controlled. Hillen rapidly runs through everything that's gone wrong so far. First, the Puel orcs, then the avalanches, then the night ambush, then the fact that the tower itself was hidden deep inside a basin. And as if that wasn't enough, the first floor had freaking mana cannons waiting for him. The second and third floors, completely empty. No traps, no monsters, nothing. And to really top it all off, there's now a completely unhinged princess involved. We see our hero Hillen. He actually smiles at first, like he's trying to make sense of every wearing. And then, he breaks. Frustration floods his face as he admits he doesn't get it anymore. He doesn't know what's happening. I feel for him. Bro got rage baited hard. He can't make sense of this bitch. She is literally attacking the very hero who came to save her. At that point Hillen snaps and decides, fine, he'll just destroy everything. He grips his sword and prepares to act. But right then a voice speaks from behind him. The Demon King, Burzay, appears out of nowhere, mocking him by asking if he really thinks he can do that. Hillen has no idea the Demon King is even there. Burzay attacks immediately, unleashing a massive blast that shakes the area. In his demonic form, Burzay declares that at last he can see Hillen's face. He calls him by name, Hillen Cargill. Somehow Hillen manages to defend himself, but the force of the attack sends him staggering backward. Hillen openly acknowledges that the Demon King has finally shown himself. but inside, his thoughts are boiling. He can't believe Burzay managed to sneak up on him like a coward. He knows he'll need more strength if he's going to survive this. Desperately, Hillen searches for Granada. He spots him standing behind the Demon King, and in the very next second, Hillen appears right behind Granada. He tells Granada to combine their strength and places his hand on Granada's shoulder. Granada is completely confused, barely able to process what's happening. But then it hits him. His energy is being drained straight out of his body. In the next moment, Granada collapses to the ground while Hillen becomes visibly energized. With a smug look, Hillen runs his mouth, saying that he told Granada already. As long as Granada stays by his side, there's no problem. The Demon King watches this unfold and immediately realizes something is wrong. That artifact. Hillen explains it outright. It's a forbidden artifact called the Elf Eater. It converts an elf's infinite vitality directly into mana. Now fully cloaked in overwhelming mana, Hillen stomps over Granada and coldly explains the flaw. Once activated, the elf will die before long. He asks Granada if he's fine with that. After all, this is for the greater good. Granada, barely conscious and completely drained, spits out his hatred, calling Hillen a swindler and a hypocrite. The Demon King Burzay is visibly intrigued. He admits he likes how vile and lowly Hillen is. Then he casually wonders aloud, if he just takes off that ring, Hillen should become weak again, right? Hillen reacts in disbelief, then mocks Burzay outright, daring him to try. He boasts that even the Demon King of Lust couldn't take the ring off him. Burzay doesn't argue, he simply gives an order. Gordon. In a flash, everything changes. Hillen's hand is severed clean off. A moment later, reality hits him. His hand, gone. Blood gushes from the stump as he panics, screaming about his hand and wondering how he didn't sense anything at all. That's when Gordon appears behind him, calmly remarking that Hillen is both rude and noisy for a human. Hearing this, Hillen backs away in shock. Inside, his thoughts spiral. A high-ranking demon. Even while using a powerful artifact, he was taken down by a mere high-ranking demon. Then a hand lands on Hillen's shoulder. He looks up and sees the Demon King himself, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying presence. Burzay tells him he's not going anywhere. Hillen tries to react, tries to dodge, but what he sees freezes him in place. He feels like nothing more than a puny human standing before a literal humongous monster. Hillen can't move. The Demon King begins charging an energy orb, power swelling as it prepares to erase him completely. In those few seconds, Hillen's mind goes blank, and one question echoes inside him. Just who is this Demon King? Burzay answers with a grin. It's time to take a beating. Hillen is utterly terrified, and in the next moment, the Demon King unleashes his attack, sending out a massive shockwave, so powerful it can be seen from outside the tower itself. After the devastating attack from Demon King Burzay, the battlefield finally settles, and the hero Hyland lies sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. The air is heavy, the dust still floating, but in the middle of all that chaos, Demon King Burzay stands tall like an absolute menace. He calmly remarks that the hero's performance was impressive, even though Hyland has been knocked out cold. Burzay admits he is genuinely impressed. After taking such a brutal hit, the guy is still alive. That alone proves Hyland isn't just some random hero. Without wasting time, Burzay orders Gordon to bind the hero's hands and throw him straight into prison. He continues, commanding Gordon to also lock up the other humans who collapsed outside the tower. Gordon acknowledges the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Granada is completely drained, barely conscious, muttering that he can already see the afterlife. Just as things look hopeless for him, Demon King Burzay suddenly appears beside him. Instead of being cold or distant, Burzay praises Granada for his efforts, and casually says good work before rewarding him with a carrot. Means he uses the precious Spirit Blossom. The energy of the Spirit Blossom flows into Granada, and in the very next second, he feels life surge back into his body. His strength returns instantly. Shocked out of his mind, he realizes he has fully recovered. He can't believe what just happened. In his thoughts, he wonders if the Demon King really used such a precious Spirit Blossom on someone like him. At the same time, Burzay hands another Spirit Blossom to Princess Ernan. Oh, sorry, I meant one of the 4 heavenly kings. Right after that, Burzay glances toward the system panel, where Roger appears. Burzay acknowledges the dwarf's hard work and grants him permission to analyze the tower. Roger practically beams with happiness, thanking the Demon King while looking like he just won the lottery. With everything settled, Burzay dismisses everyone, ordering them to return to the floors assigned to them. After defeating Hyland Cargill, the strongest hero present, Burzay walks away as if nothing happened. Granada watches him and can't help but admire how the Demon King looks completely fine even after such a fierce battle, as expected of a Demon King. However, Princess Ernan seems troubled. When Granada asks what's wrong, she brushes it off, saying it's nothing. But deep down she thinks the Demon King must be exhausted. And she is absolutely right. The moment Burzay is alone, he collapses to the ground from pure exhaustion. He mutters that it was a close call and reminds himself that a Demon King cannot afford to show weakness. Still, he curses Hyland, realizing this is what it truly means to fight one of the 10 stars. A short recap of what the 10 stars are. The 10 stars are revealed to be the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. Even though Hyland is one of them, he is considered among the weakest of that elite group. Burzay reflects honestly. In this life, he has barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself. The reason is simple. He doesn't have much to begin with. If Hylan had been in perfect condition, Berzé knows he would never have won. His victory came from strategy. He exhausted Hylan, triggered him, and pushed him into panic. Because of everything that happened, Hylan's field of view narrowed, and he exposed a fatal opening. That was when Berzé delivered his all-out strike. For now, he has achieved a perfect victory without the Demon King's standards. This outcome never happened in the past. Berzé feels genuine happiness as he realizes he has successfully altered fate. He gets up, filled with determination, declaring that he can change the future. And most importantly, he will get revenge on those damn heroes. A dangerous grin spreads across his face. Elsewhere, chaos erupts. At the Hortan Walk press conference hall, reporters are furious. They question the heroes, asking what kind of bullshit explanation it is to claim the heroes gave up because they couldn't find the tower. Magical recording devices capture every moment like cameras as investors demand accountability. Hero Wharton stands before them, insisting they have not failed yet. There is still hope. He claims that Sir Hylan and the other great heroes have not given up and are still searching for the Demon King's tower. He asks for more time. But the news of the new Demon King spreads rapidly across the entire continent. In the Hildren Kingdom, the king is furious. He lashes out, cursing Hylan for boasting earlier. If Hylan fails to rescue his princess, the king swears he will execute him. In the dwarf city, a guard informs Princess Louise Verft about the hero's journey. However, she has no interest in any of it. She only wants to find Roger. As the news spreads, the story becomes distorted and exaggerated. Some believe Hylan never returned. Others speculate he is already dead. The world sinks into sorrow. Because of this fear and despair, Berzé's demonic energy points begin piling up rapidly. The scene shifts to the Heroes Guild headquarters. Hero Wharton stands in the center of a massive hall while virtual screens float around him, each representing heroes from across the continent. The figures on the screens question him, demanding to know whether he spoke the truth. Wharton swears on his name that every word he said was true. The leaders conclude that the situation is extremely serious. Since they do not know the identity of the new Demon King, they decide to act cautiously. One terrifying figure states that Hylan is one of the 10 stars and cannot be defeated so easily. They will wait 10 more days for news. If nothing is heard after that, every hero on the continent, 4,728 in total, will launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the new Demon King. The scene shifts into Berzé Tower, deep within its underground prison, where the atmosphere is heavy and suffocating. The Demon King Berzé walks calmly through the stone corridors, his presence alone radiating dominance. He stops in front of a cell and questions whether the prisoner inside is awake, casually noting that even the recovery speed on display is exceptional. Inside that cell is none other than the hero Hylan. Hylan slowly looks up, fully aware of who stands before him. He bluntly states that if the Demon King has kept him alive, then he must want something, telling Berzé not to waste time and to get straight to the point. Berzé reacts with mild amusement, commenting that he likes Hylan's attitude and that it is nice to see him open to conversation. Then, without hesitation, Berzé drops a bombshell. He tells Hylan to become his vassal. Hylan freezes, stunned, questioning whether he heard that correctly and admitting he never saw that coming. In the next moment, Berzé casually tosses a bag stuffed with gold coins in front of Hylan. He explains that the hero's journey is expensive, feeding hundreds of people, paying security expenses, lodging, membership dues, armor, weapons, and even top-grade consumables. Normally, these massive costs are covered by investments from merchant groups and nobles. If the Demon King is defeated, the heroes' lives are turned upside down. But if they fail, they are buried under crushing debt. That is the reality for heroes who accept investments. Berzé continues, explaining that this time, all investments were focused on just one person, the hero's party captain, Hylan Cargill. In other words, Hylan himself. Hearing this, Hylan starts sweating. Internally, he admits that Berzé is right. Even if he escaped the prison, he would be branded a failed hero and forced to live in hiding for the rest of his life, constantly hunted down by debt collectors. Hylan demands to know how Berzé knows all this. At that moment, Granada appears and bluntly says that he was the one who told him. Seeing Granada, Hylan erupts in anger and shouts his name, accusing him of betrayal. Granada fires back, snapping that Hylan has the nerve to say that after what he did to him, calling him a scammer, and revealing that he had been on the Demon King's side from the very beginning. Berzé steps closer to the cell and explains that the reason Hylan failed is because there has never been a Demon King like him until now. He adds that just as the heroes reverse-engineered Demon King standards, they would eventually adapt and find a way to conquer him. However, if one of the strongest heroes secretly interfered with those plans, could humanity truly succeed? Berzé then reveals an item known as Ahriman's Orb. Hylan immediately questions what it is. Berzé explains that it is a magic tool used to monitor his subordinates. Once it enters the body, it instantly clings to the brain. If Hylan bears any hostility toward him, Berzé will know immediately, and with a single gesture he can blow Hylan's brain apart. Internally, Berzé notes that the orb was pretty expensive. He continues by stating that if the orb fails to adapt to Hillen's body, it will be considered a rejection, and Hillen will be killed. There are plenty of usable heroes anyway. The scene reveals numerous heroes knocked unconscious in nearby prison cells. Hillen protests, saying to wait, claiming that a hero as strong as him is immune to mind control magic. He insists that the moment the orb enters his body it will disappear and it would not be his fault. Granada, smiling like a demon, counters by saying that a hero can dispel their mental defenses by their own will. Burzay, wearing a Demon King's grin, confirms that Hillen heard him correctly. Hillen is completely shocked and enraged. He lashes out at Granada, calling him a deranged elf and asking if he feels no shame. Granada responds coldly that Hillen is the one who should be ashamed after what he did to him. Hillen argues further, saying that Burzay would only be wasting a precious magical tool and declares that he will never submit to a Demon King. Burzay does not entertain the argument. He forcefully pries Hillen's mouth open and shoves the orb inside, ordering him to shut up and swallow. The orb is forcibly injected into Hillen's body, and for a brief moment his mind goes blank. Granada comments that Hillen is incredibly tenacious and asks what Burzay will do if Hillen would rather die. Burzay calmly assures him not to worry, stating that a greedy human who treats his comrades as disposable because of money would never sacrifice himself. In the next moment, after swallowing the orb, Hillen becomes the Demon King's vassal. The scene transitions to the 5th floor of the tower. Sometime later, Burzay sits on his throne as Gordon reports that although Hillen has become his vassal, he is burdened with a massive debt of 100,000 gold which will heavily restrict his activities. Gordon adds that the gold coins previously exchanged for demonic energy points amounted to only about 2,000 gold, a sum comparable to a small nation's annual budget. He asks how Burzay plans to gather more. Burzay responds calmly, saying that it is about time a message arrives. Gordon, confused, asks what he means. Burzay explains that he is referring to the annual gathering of the Demon Kings known as the Harmony of the Towers. He recalls that in his previous life he never attended because he thought Demon Kings banding together was disgusting. Now, however, he recognizes that the other Demon Kings who have survived in Arene for so long must have piled up enormous amounts of gold and treasure. Gordon panics and asks whether Burzay is planning to exchange demonic energy points for money again. Internally, Gordon reflects that in the past he would have objected, but after dealing with the heroes firsthand he understands that following traditional Demon King standards would never have stopped them. He admits to himself that he has no choice but to believe in Burzay. As these thoughts settle, a message arrives, an invitation to the Harmony of the Towers. Burzay grins and orders Gordon to prepare to leave, declaring that they are going to swindle his senior Demon Kings. Gordon accepts the order without hesitation, responding with a firm yes, Demon King. The scene transition, and a towering structure rises from the middle of a vast lake, its presence majestic. This is the Tower of Lies. On the 13th floor, within the Demon King's chamber, Demon King Burzay arrives. Though late, he observes that everyone else is already present, and questions whether they have much to discuss without him. He appears in a full-fledged suit, looking every bit like a nobleman, composed, refined. Suddenly, Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, growls angrily as he calls out to Demon King Burzay. Another figure is introduced, Rena Sordain, the Demon King of Cold, a frost demon by race. She notes that Burzay is the talk of the town. Then comes Ugar Belbeck, the Demon King of Indestructibility, a titan, who remarks that the stuck-up individual who insulted the standards has arrived. Alongside them we see Ikamaru Jin from Bleach, but in this universe, he is Jason Kokmundo, the Demon King of Lies, whose race remains unknown. He formally welcomes Demon King Burzay. Burzay responds sharply, calling them damn fools and questioning whether they have formed an alliance. He asks if they are not ashamed as Demon Kings. Internally, though, he knows that in this world named Arayan, an alliance is actually the right move. Still, Ugar explodes in rage, standing and demanding to know who this newcomer thinks he is. What does Burzay even know about Arayan? Burzay calmly analyzes the situation. A simple provocation reveals everything. Ugar is clearly out to kill him. When Ugar looms over him and offers to grant him death if he has a death wish, Burzay doesn't flinch. He declares himself the only elite in the room and tells Ugar to try him. Before things escalate into a full-on Demon King deathmatch, Jason intervenes. Extending both hands, he claps once, and an invisible wave of energy instantly dispels their killing intent. Just like that, he reminds them this gathering is meant for cooperation and asks them not to waste precious time. Burzay is stunned internally. That wasn't magic, so what was it? Jason erased the killing intent of 2 Demon Kings instantly. Is it his own power, or the power of the tower itself? Is it something like Mana Phantom? No, jumping to conclusions without evidence would be stupid. He needs to stay guarded. He walks to the table and agrees to proceed. Jason thanks him for being understanding, still smiling that unreadable smile. Burzay continues to question whether the power he witnessed belongs to Jason or the tower. Either way, he refuses to let his guard down. Jason formally begins the meeting and invites everyone to voice their thoughts. Draxon takes the opportunity to start, his glare locked on Burzay. Then he drops the real question. Where is the hero Hilan Cargill, Burzay Deus? Burzay remains silent at first. Then he begins to answer, saying that Hilan Kargil is, and the scene cuts immediately. Instead, the focus shifts to the aide's reception room. The aides of the Beast King and the Demon King of Lies question Gordon, Burzay's aide. They ask what happened to Hilan Kargil. Is he dead? Gordon, sweating, admits he is not sure. The hero never even entered their tower and is most likely wandering around the Urgest mountain. The room is filled with aides from every Demon King currently present. Another aide, representing Ugar, calls Gordon's explanation ridiculous. Surely the hero would have spotted their tower from afar. Gordon insists that in their case, that isn't so. Then the questioning becomes relentless. All the aides bombard Gordon with questions, an absolute pain in his ass. Internally, Gordon remembers Burzay's instructions before coming here. If anyone asks about Hilan Kargil, he must say he knows nothing. Hilan will be used as a spy, and secrecy is of utmost importance. Now, in the present moment, Gordon reflects that Burzay has not been wrong about anything so far. Still, frustration boils over. Out of nowhere, he lashes out, calling his own Demon King a stuck-up brat who never listens to anyone. If Gordon looks away for even a second, Burzay immediately gets himself into trouble. If he is going to act like this, why doesn't he just do everything by himself? And yet, internally Gordon feels strangely satisfied saying all of this shit about Burzay. Suddenly, the other aides begin complaining about their own Demon Kings too. Watching this unfold, Gordon has a realization. He needed emotional support all along. That's it. That's the sauce. The scene shifts back to the 13th floor. The Demon Kings sit across from one another once more. Ugar questions whether they are truly expected to believe Burzay's explanation. Burzay simply answers yes. Ugar presses further, accusing him of saying that Hilan Kargil never even reached his tower because he didn't place it at the peak. Is he screwing with them? Burzay calmly replies that he is free to construct his tower wherever he wants. He states it plainly, without hesitation. Jason then points out that heroes are still targeting his tower, yet he left it undefended to attend this meeting. Surely he learned at the academy that a Demon King who loses their tower meets a dreadful end. And considering Burzay is the legendary valedictorian, the top of his class, he should know better. Burzay responds nonchalantly. They should not concern themselves with his tower. He is protecting it in his own way. Internally though, he curses Jason. This damn Demon King of Lies seriously pisses him off. This Ichimaru Jin from eBay merely smiles and agrees not to pry further. Then Draxon challenges him again, asking whether Archduke Arcane will allow such behavior. Burzay dismisses it entirely, asking who cares what that old geezer says. Draxon flares up, calling him a brat, but he knows the truth. Burzay is clearly stronger than him, so he shuts his ass off. Inside, Burzay remains calculating. Even if he lies, they have no way to verify it. Suspicion is better than exposure. He will not forget why he came here. His goal is simple: earn 100,000 gold. As the discussion continues, Burzay participates minimally, instead observing. Even among Demon Kings, there is a clear hierarchy. Jason, the Demon King of Lies, undoubtedly ranks high. Burzay listens carefully, gathering information and trying to determine which Demon King is short on demonic energy points. Then, suddenly, Reyna Sordain, the Demon King of Frost, turns her gaze toward him. And for the first time in this meeting, Burzay is taken aback. After some time, the scene shifts to the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies. The wind cuts through the air as the Demon King of Frost, Reyna, stands at the railing, her presence cold. Behind her, Burzay approaches and asks what is going on. Reyna replies that it is nothing to be hidden. Ever since she heard about him, she has wanted to speak with him alone, just the two of them. Burzay is visibly caught off guard. With him? Yes, she confirms. Did bro scored a baddie? Then she drops something unexpected. She agrees with some of his points. Burzay is stunned. Seriously? Internally, he wonders if Reyna had said similar things in his previous life. Reyna clarifies that he should not misunderstand her. She does not hate the standards the way he does. In fact, she lives by those standards. However, she believes that Demon Kings need to be more flexible, especially here in Arayan. That is precisely why she wanted to meet him. She figured it would be far more productive to speak with him alone than to waste time trying to reason with those idiots. Burzay then asks what she thinks of him. Reyna answers bluntly, he is not bad, and he looks better than she expected. Burzay accepts the compliment with a casual thanks. Then Reyna extends her hand and gives him something. It is a personal transmitter. She tells him to call her anytime if he needs advice. As long as he does not insult the Demon King standards in front of her, she will play along. She admits that she has finally found someone she can talk to, and she hopes he does not disappear too quickly. Burzay questions her about the Demon King of Lies. Reyna admits she cannot read him at all. Still, she says he is better than those two morons. With that, she walks away, leaving Burzay alone on the balcony. Burzay remains standing there thinking about Reyna. He cannot fully trust her yet. She is an unexpected gain, valuable but unpredictable. The scene transitioned back to the Burzay Tower, settling on its first floor. Princess Ernan appeared carrying a batch of freshly baked cookies, proudly presenting the result of her efforts. She called out to Roger, urging him to try them. Roger, who had been deeply engrossed in his work, reacted with startled confusion at the mere mention of cookies, questioning how she had even managed to bake them inside the tower. Princess Ernan explained that the Demon King had purchased the ingredients for her, and she had attempted baking with the assistance of her cute elementals. Roger remarked that being a genius elementalist must be incredibly convenient. Clearly eager for validation, Princess Ernan encouraged him to go on and taste them. Roger picked up a cookie and thanked her. Internally, however, his thoughts spiraled. He reflected that the princess, who had never needed to work a single day in her life, had personally made cookies for him. No matter how terrible they might taste, he resolved to say they were great. That was the plan. Absolute damage control. Zero hesitation. The moment he bit into the cookie, everything changed. His expression froze in utter shock. He internally screamed that this taste was so good. What even was this taste? In the very next second, his clothes were ripped away as he found himself transported above the clouds, now naked in the heavens of flavor. He thought that the taste was so phenomenal it moved his mana itself. He had never experienced anything like it before. This, he believed, must be what heaven felt like. Absolute peak existence. Back in reality, Princess Ernan eagerly asked how it was, while Roger remained as high on cookies. He wondered what in the world she had created. Princess Ernan and her elementals wore smug expressions, as their side quest of baking cookies was a success. Ernan revealed that she had added spirit blossoms into the dough, and she was glad he liked them. Roger was stunned. He questioned why she would give him something so precious, realizing that it explained why he had been flooded with mana. Princess Ernan simply smiled and stated that it was a gift so they could remain close. She pointed out that in the future they would be seeing each other for a long time. Roger acknowledged that was true, yet he still seemed conflicted. Princess Ernan then wondered aloud whether Granada would enjoy the cookies as well. Roger replied that Granada would likely enjoy them even more than he did. Seemingly pleased, Princess Ernan sweetly smiled again and questioned whether the Demon King would enjoy them too. Roger found himself confused by the thought. Meanwhile, back at the Tower of Lies, everyone had departed except for our Demon King Burzay and the Demon King of Lies, Jason. Burzay asked whether everybody had already left. Jason confirmed that they had finished talking. Burzay remarked that the meeting had been short. Jason then offered tea if Burzay wished to talk further. Burzay questioned the idea of the two of them talking alone. Jason confirmed with composure. Folding his hands and wearing a fox-like smile, he revealed that he knew Burzay was in need of human money. The statement shocked Demon King Burzay. Anger flared as he demanded to know what Jason meant by that. Internally, Burzay's thoughts raced, questioning where the information had leaked from and how Jason had discovered it. We see the Demon King of Lies speaking to our Demon King Burzay, the atmosphere already thick with schemes, as he calmly declares that pretending not to know will not work because Draxon already told him everything. And with that sly, calculated smile he cut straight, saying there is no reason to waste time on pointless mind games, and that they should simply make a deal demonic energy points in exchange for human currency, clean and simple, or at least that is how he frames it. But Burzay is absolutely not buying the idea that the so-called Demon King of Lies, Jason, would help him out of pure goodwill. So he bluntly questions what the angle is, forcing Jason to play innocent and ask what he means, claiming he is on Burzay's side and suggesting they get along from now on. The scene shifts to the first floor of Burzay Tower where hero Hilun Cargill stands beside Burzay, and in front of them are literal piles of bags stuffed with gold coins, and Burzay casually orders him to pick out 100,000 gold and take it, leaving Hilun visibly astonished as he blurts out that Burzay actually got the money, to which the Demon King coldly instructs him to hide the source of the funds, all while internally calculating that if Jason traces the flow of money and perfectly figures out their actions, they could end up dancing like puppets on his strings, and since Burzay cannot read what Jason is plotting, they must act with extreme caution at every step. Then comes the bombshell. Burzay reveals he has turned the rest of the heroes into black knights and black mages, bound under black magic contracts, and he introduces the one in the middle, a man named Amon from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, instructing Hilun to use them to grow the money because they will follow his orders faithfully, though the reality is far darker as the other heroes stand there gloomy and shell-shocked, unable to believe they have become underlings of a demon king. Demonic marks burned into their chests, some feeling humiliated to their core and internally begging Hilun to save them, while their status screens confirm they are in Burzay Tower as black knights and black mages under forced black magic contracts. Hilun tries to rationalize the situation, saying that since he kept the remaining members alive this is not a total failure and he can pay off his debt, wondering if that means he can continue doing hero work again, and he even extends his hand for a handshake, claiming that given the current state of affairs this is not so bad for him, and that he looks forward to working together as business partners, which horrifies the other heroes who see him seemingly siding with a demon king. But Burzay instantly shuts that delusion down, questioning partners before activating Ahriman's orb in his hand and pressing it, sending a surge of energy pulsing straight through Hilun's brain and dropping him to the ground clutching his head in excruciating pain, as Burzay makes it crystal clear that they are not business partners. Hilun is his slave and he is the master, period. Watching Hilun writhe, the other heroes internally laugh and think it serves him right for siding with a demon king, while Hilun, even in that condition, makes a bizarre comment implying he did not know Burzay was into that kind of thing, and Burzay simply turns away, stating he is not asking for sincere loyalty and ordering him to get moving. Just then Princess Ernan appears and calls out to Hillen, handing him a letter and asking him to deliver it to her younger sister Elena, which makes Hillen question whether she means the 13th princess of the kingdom of Hildren, and point out that while it is not impossible, he wants to know why she is siding with the Demon King in the first place, prompting Ernan to apologize and state she has no intention of returning to the kingdom right now, reminding him that a hero of his status surely knows about the royal family's secret, and Hillen closes his eyes, recalling rumors he had heard about the kingdom of Hildren's secret but never confirmed, realizing that if it is true then her actions are somewhat understandable, and finally saying that now he understands. On the 5th floor, Burzay sits in his chair while Gordon questions whether that hero will truly follow orders, and Burzay explains that Hillen Cargill is not a despicable man who only cares about money because he did not see that uniquely crass obsession with wealth in him, though he is not particularly noble either, and what he most likely wants is not honor but popularity, the spotlight, the applause, the main character clout, and sure enough Burzay's prediction proves accurate as Hillen is later seen standing on a stage in front of numerous reporters addressing them, while Burzay calmly explains that since Hillen wants to stand out he is proactive in his actions, and if controlled properly through Ahriman's orb he will be the best spy they could ever ask for, causing Gordon to think that Burzay has studied humans to an alarming extent and resolve that he cannot afford to sit still either, as Burzay then paints a chilling picture. If a hero destroys human society from the inside as the vassal of a demon king, would that not be a sight to behold? And Gordon agrees that it absolutely would. A knock interrupts them on the 5th floor, and Princess Ernan peeks in cheerfully asking if they would like to try some cookies, prompting Burzay to remark that she has been coming and going far too comfortably lately, and to threaten that if they taste bad he will send her to the underground prison for a month, but Ernan, accompanied by her cute elementals, confidently tells him to try them before judging, and when Burzay takes a bite he initially assumes human desserts cannot be that impressive, only for his eyes to widen at the taste, the flavor hitting different, though he quickly regains composure and comments that it is not bad for a mere human, while Ernan internally celebrates because the cookies were simply too good and she endured his prideful response, and Burzay asks if she mixed Spirit Blossom into the batch, which she confirms, saying she knew he would notice right away, leading him to remark that she is returning the reward he gave her, and that it sounds like she wants something else separately, and she smiles and admits that yes, actually she does, leaving Burzay visibly confused by that expression. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Hillen Cargill's hero's journey party safely descended the Urgist Mountains under Krutu's escort, and after arriving at Horton Walk they immediately departed for the Kingdom of Hildren through a teleportation magic circle. Granada heads straight to the Red Hawk mercenary headquarters, with one goal: establish discipline. Granada stands over the wreckage and drops the accusation they all ran away during the first blizzard, leaving only him, their captain, behind. The mercenary captain, face bloated and bruised beyond recognition, desperately insists it wasn't like that. He begs Granada to listen. They went to the Urgist Mountains, a place where even heroes died. How were mere mercenaries supposed to hold up in a nightmare like that? They didn't have a choice if they wanted to survive, but Granada isn't buying that survival excuse. So you chose to abandon your captain. That's the logic? His anger doesn't cool, it spikes. Round 2 of the beating begins, and it's brutal. Then a voice echoes through this, calling his name. Granada. He turns, and there she is. A girl with golden hair, calm but unwavering. She introduces herself. Her name is Kaede. She is a hero. She couldn't join the hero's journey before due to her circumstances, but she came all the way here to seize this opportunity, even if she's late. She asks, directly and respectfully, to be allowed to join the hero's journey. Granada questions why a hero is even here in the first place, while the mercenary captain casually throws the info. While Granada was gone, she's the one who paid all their bar tabs. He even suggests a drink, trying to ease the tension. Granada? Not having it. He charges forward for round 3. Moments later, Gordon steps in and explains that although they appreciate her paying for the drinks, the hero's journey is already over. Hillen Cargill and the others already left Horton Walk. Kaede's reaction is immediate, no way. Then, with surprising excitement, she politely asks to hear more about their failure. The audacity is almost impressive. Granada is taken aback but agrees he can at least tell her that much. Internally though, he draws a hard line. He will only reveal as much as the Demon King has allowed. Nothing more. And so he narrates the story. Time passes. Evening arrives. When the tale ends, Kaede stands, visibly shaken. Unbelievable. The Demon King's tower isn't at the summit. In that case, she has no reason to stay here any longer. She thanks Granada sincerely for his valuable time, and offers 3 golden coins as a small token of gratitude. Then she puts on her armor helmet and walks out of the mercenary corps. Right after, the mercenary captain shows up again and judges her instantly. Just by looking at her you can clearly tell she's a rookie hero who doesn't know how this world works. She'll be lucky not to get stabbed in the back by her own colleagues. His hand slowly creeps toward the coins she left on the table, but Granada catches it immediately. Move your hand away from the money. Meanwhile, as Kaede leaves, some people begin trailing her from a distance. Granada notices. He's intrigued and suspicious. The scene shifts to a deserted alley in Horton Walk. There, Hero Kaede is surrounded by 4 knights in full plate armor. They demand she return at once. Your Highness, your fiancé is waiting. So that's the twist. Kaede refuses outright. She wants to live as a hero. Granada watches silently from the shadows, listening to their conversation. He followed them because he didn't hear their footsteps, even though they're wearing full plate armor. That detail alone set off every alarm in his head. So that Hero Kaede. She's also a princess. He wears his fake face recognition interfering mask, courtesy of the Demon King. He thinks this is kingdom business. Matters concerning the kingdom should be handled by the kingdom itself. He shouldn't interfere. And then, cold steel touches his neck. The tip of a sword presses against his skin. A knight stands behind him, voice sharp and suspicious. Who are you? Why were you spying on us? You're even using suspicious magic. Granada is sweating bullets now. Internally, bro shit himself. This isn't magic, it's a magical tool he received from the Demon King. If he's caught, he'll be exposed as the Demon King's vassal. The knight's tone hardens further. Are you a spy from another kingdom? Then I can't let you live. Granada's thoughts spiral fast. Demon King. I think I've gotten myself into trouble. What should I do now? A massive blast erupts out of nowhere as a knight launches a full-force attack straight at him. The remaining knights guarding Kaede instantly snap toward the explosion, senses on high alert. The knight from before leaps at Granada with his blade drawn, declaring him an assassin and warning the others not to let him escape. Just like that, the alley turns into a kill zone. The knights urge Kaede to fall back while they handle the threat, but Granada is already running for his life, wounded and bleeding. Panic claws at his thoughts. He realizes he is the only elf in Hortan Walk right now. If he uses his elven powers, his identity will be exposed immediately. But if he does not use them, he might not escape at all. It is a brutal gamble either way. The knights form a defensive wall before Kaede, assuring her they will take care of everything. But Kaede refuses to hide behind them. She reminds them she is a hero too. Meanwhile, a blade slices dangerously close to Granada. Backed into a corner, he decides he has no choice but to use his elven power, even if it means blowing his cover completely. And then a voice cuts through the chaos, asking if this is why he was late. In the next instant, the knight about to pierce Granada is incinerated by demonic flames so violent they erase him on the spot. The owner of that voice steps into view. It's our boy Demon King Burzay. Slightly annoyed, he casually asks Granada if he was late because he was slacking off here. The knights freeze. The Demon King has appeared. Granada, still injured, snaps back mentally, wondering if Burzay cannot see the absolute disaster unfolding. Burzay shrugs off Granada's wounds like they are minor scratches that would heal if someone spat on them. The disrespect is unreal. The knights panic, convinced the Demon King has come to kidnap Her Highness. They vow to protect her with their lives, but Kaede sees opportunity instead of fear. She declares this their chance to defeat a Demon King. Burzay looks at her and only then realizes she is a princess. He genuinely did not know. The knights accuse him of lying, demanding to know why he is here. Granada wonders the same thing. Why is the Demon King in this alley at this exact moment? Burzay answers with the most unserious explanation possible. He claims he is simply running an errand by coincidence. The story rewinds. Earlier, Princess Ernan had stood before Demon King Burzay inside his tower, demanding a favor. She requested Seniel powder. Burzay recognizes it immediately as the powder used for spirit contact. A brief history lesson drops hundreds of years ago. An elf named Seniel defected to a human kingdom. The king ordered her to develop a supplement that would allow humans to properly form contracts with spirits. That is how Seniel powder came into existence. Burzay questions Ernan. With her talent, she should not need such a thing. Ernan, wearing a gloomy expression alongside her adorable elementals, claims he overestimates her. She explains there is barely any mana in the tower without Seniel powder, and her spirits will suffer because of it. But Burzay is not buying the innocent act. He calls her out. She is planning to form a contract with a new spirit, and not just any spirit, but a higher-ranking one. Ernan and her elementals feign ignorance, but Burzay sees right through it. In his previous life, Ernan Hildren contracted a high-ranking spirit at the age of 27, and when the news spread, the entire continent went into an uproar. That alone proves how absurdly rare it is for a human to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, yet now she is attempting to do it 7 years earlier. Living in the tower for months after leaving the palace clearly changed her. Internally, Ernan is shaken. She had planned to surprise everyone. How did he know? Burzay casually puts the cookie he was eating back on the tray, as if discussing continental history is just light snack time conversation. He ultimately agrees. As long as it strengthens the tower, he does not care. He thanks her for the meal and leaves to fetch the Seniel powder. Back in the present, Burzay stands before hero Princess Kaede and her knights. So yes, his appearance really was a coincidence. He extends his hand and declares he has his own circumstances to deal with, so they should end this quickly. Kaede is blown back by the sheer force of his power. Another massive explosion tears through the deserted alley, but when the dust settles, Kaede is unharmed. Burzay notes that a hero is still a hero. Kaede reveals that a hero's aura contains the power to annihilate demons, making them the natural enemy of a demon king. She declares she does not belong in a suffocating royal palace but on the battlefield. She unleashes her Kingdom Jespine's high-ranking sword technique, Crescent Moon Slash, a devastating move that releases aura in an instant and cuts down enemies with lethal precision. It is an extremely difficult and honorable technique, passed down only to the greatest swordsman of the imperial family. As she attacks mid-air, her thoughts unravel. As a low-ranking princess with little value, she understands why she was sold off to a foreign king. But that pervert was absolutely not it. It feels so unfair to be sent away to marry some old man. So she begged the imperial swordsmanship instructor and trained relentlessly, day and night, to be acknowledged not as a princess, but as a hero. If she defeats a demon king here, she will finally be recognized properly. She will be free from her father's orders. She will decide who she marries. The Crescent Moon Slash closes in on Burzay. He casually raises his hand and catches the slash mid-air, cracks spiderweb across the aura blade before it shatters in seconds. He calmly admits her sword aura is not bad. Kaede is beyond shocked. Her finishing move was destroyed effortlessly. Then Burzay releases his true power. He challenges her survival, implying that if she is truly a hero she should not die from what comes next. Kaede finally understands. This is a demon king. Burzay grins, noting that she is both a princess and a hero, which makes her useful in more ways than one. Kaede starts sweating bullets as her knights cry out for her. In the next moment, a colossal blast erupts. All the knights are defeated instantly. Civilians gather in panic. They question the explosion, sensing demonic energy in Hortan Walk. Injured guards lie scattered. People shout for healing mages. Someone demands to know what the guards were even doing. One barely conscious knight whispers that Her Highness was taken by a demon king. The crowd spirals into disbelief. Some recognize the black flames and wonder if this was the demon king of the Urgest Mountains. Deep inside Burzay Tower, in the underground prison, Burzay brings the captured Princess Kaede. Princess Ernan notices the new arrival and asks if her name is Seniel. Burzay corrects her. This is Kaede Jespine, the 9th Imperial Princess. She will be living with Ernan on the 4th floor from now on. She is injured, so Ernan should tend to her wounds. Ernan questions why he suddenly brought in another princess. Burzay claims he saw her on the way and picked her up. Internally, he thinks that if they raise her properly, she might become useful. To secure demonic energy points, he needs to kidnap a prince or princess periodically. Ernan asks what demonic energy points are. Burzay almost answers before realizing he is about to spill classified information to a prisoner. He immediately shuts it down, muttering that he will go get her Seniel powder instead. As he walks away, he curses himself internally. Has he gotten too comfortable because he sees her too often? He forces himself to regain composure. The princess is nothing more than a prisoner. The news detonates across the continent like a nuke. The 9th Imperial Princess of the Jespine Empire has been kidnapped in Hortan Walk. At the Heroes Guild headquarters, hero Hilan Cargill stands before the other heroes. The atmosphere is stiff. He is formally asked to swear that not a single word of his previous report was false. And Hilan, carrying the weight of failure on his shoulders, admits the truth without dodging it. He could not find the Demon King's tower. He accepts full responsibility for the collapse of his hero's journey. From a virtual screen, another hero reassures him. If heroes are punished every time a journey fails, who would ever step forward again? It's a fair point. The system would collapse under its own fear. Hilan expresses his gratitude, but the room doesn't let the tension fade. Because while his failure may be forgiven, the fact remains the hero's journey retreated. And now the stakes are worse. The Demon King of Urgest Mountain has kidnapped the 9th Imperial Princess of Jespine. The Jespine Empire is formally requesting the launch of another hero's journey. However, before acting, they want Hilan's opinion. He has already traversed Urgest. He knows the terrain. He has seen the problem firsthand. Hilan, despite feeling sorry for the princess, remains rational. Even he couldn't locate the tower. Charging in blindly again would be reckless. Instead of immediately launching another large-scale hero's journey, he proposes forming a small reconnaissance unit to locate the tower first. Once its position is confirmed, subjugation would be simple. His logic hits. If the Demon King were truly confident in his strength, he wouldn't have built a hidden tower in the first place. A strong Demon King has no reason to hide, that's just facts. The other heroes agree one after another. It makes sense. If this Demon King goes against traditional Demon King standards and hides like a powerless coward, then maybe he isn't a major threat. One hero concurs. Another adds that he also believes this Demon King will likely be weak. But the hero positioned in the center of the virtual screen remains silent. Then he announces the decision. Taking Hilan Cargill's advice into consideration, the guild will temporarily postpone launching an all-out hero's journey until the tower's location is confirmed. Hilan acknowledges the order. Understood. He turns and walks away. Internally, his thoughts shift. Was this what the Demon King wanted? To use Hilan's authority to block a hero's journey at its source? Hilan realizes what he has done. He has bought the Demon King time. The rest is now up to him. The scene transition. The Demon King Burzay and Gordon are in communication. Gordon reports that hero Hilan's briefing has concluded. Burzay acknowledges it calmly and orders Gordon to continue monitoring him. Gordon obeys. Burzay reflects. He hadn't expected the Heroes Guild to already be preparing a full-scale assault. If not for Hilan's intervention, that would have been disastrous. Turning Hilan into his vassal had been the right call, absolutely clutch. With Hilan and Granada operating outside town, he can continue delaying the launch of another hero's journey. Meanwhile, he has steadily been kidnapping new princesses to stack up demonic energy points. The grind never stops. If he uses Araman's orb, he might be able to turn KD into genuine fighting power instead of just potential. Back at the tower, the dwarf is remodeling and further reinforcing the first floor. Crew 2 is expanding their influence outward. Everything is progressing according to plan. Once Princess Ernan Hildren forms a contract with a high-ranking spirit, no ordinary hero's journey will even dare attempt an attack. The tower will become overwhelmingly powerful, untouchable. Only then will Burzay finally be free to focus on the outside world. Only then can he begin his true revenge against the damned heroes who killed him. But to reach that stage, he needs one critical item: Seniel powder. Burzay stands before a city sealed beneath a transparent dome, likely a barrier of some sort. The skyline hums with magical energy. This place is overflowing with powerful mages and heroes, the magic engineering city, Amur. He stares at it and calculates the risk. If he can obtain the powder without being discovered, everything changes. But infiltrating a city like this is going to be a tough nut to crack. We learn that Amur City is part of the Akan Kingdom, a place hyped as the absolute holy grail of magic engineering, where heroes, mages, and alchemists from across the continent gather like it is the ultimate endgame hub. The scene cuts to the outskirts of the world's best magic market, where instead of something flashy, we land on a straight-up shabby rundown shop called Jetson Paradise. Inside, a man casually reads a newspaper while smoking, completely unbothered, as he drops some wild news. The 9th princess of the Jespine Kingdom got kidnapped right after the hero's journey ended. Bro is already questioning what the Hero Guild is even doing, and to make things worse, there is a wanted poster of a hero named Roger, making it feel like the world is low-key gonna end. Right then, the shop door creaks open, and the shopkeeper instantly switches into customer mode, welcoming the visitor and asking what they are looking for. The customer turns out to be none other than Burzay. He gets straight to the point and asks for Seniel powder, but internally he is already judging the place. This shop looks like a complete dump. Still, this is exactly why he chose it. In a city crawling with heroes and mages, even concealing his demonic energy is risky, so he deliberately picked a shady, empty store to avoid attention. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper starts yapping non-stop, saying Burzay is lucky because there is no need to go anywhere else. He pulls out 2 glass flasks filled with purple powder and offers them for 1 gold as a special deal. Burzay immediately shuts him down, annoyed at the loud sales pitch, and calls it expensive. On top of that, the Seniel powder he knows is supposed to be green, not purple, so this already smells like a scam. The shopkeeper quickly recovers, claiming this is a newly developed, highly confidential version created by the Mage's Tower, not even released to the public yet. He hypes it up as a rare item and pressures Burzay to buy it now, insisting tons of people are after Seniel powder. Inside his head though, the shopkeeper is already scheming, thinking Burzay looks like a noble and planning to squeeze every coin out of him. But Burzay is not some clueless idiot. As the Demon King, he instantly sees through the trick. He realizes the shopkeeper figured out he cannot go to other stores and is trying to exploit that. For a moment, Burzay even considers killing him on the spot. But before anything happens, the shop door opens again. The shopkeeper greets the new arrivals and 2 people walk in. One of them questions why they even bothered coming to such a shabby place. The moment Burzay sees them, he freezes, because the person who just walked in is none other than Louise Verft, the princess of the Darwin Kingdom, with her guard right behind her. The guard explains that if Roger has any brains, he would avoid popular places, which is why they are checking somewhere like this. The princess, clearly pissed, curses Roger, blaming him for dragging her into this trashy location. Burzay starts sweating slightly. Out of all places, running into Louise here was the last thing he expected. As the guard approaches the shopkeeper to ask about someone they are searching for, Burzay quietly observes. That nasty attitude, rough tone, and those pigtails, he is certain it is Louise. However, thanks to the magical tool he used before, the recognition interfering mask, she cannot identify him. The shopkeeper listens to the guard but immediately pulls some absolute nonsense, saying he has a condition where he cannot remember anything unless he sells something first. The guard is confused, and even Louise is like, what the hell is this scum? Without hesitation, she pulls out her dagger and points it at the shopkeeper, calling him out for trying to negotiate with her. The dude instantly starts panicking, reminding her that murder is forbidden in the capital, but even then, he still has the audacity to ask her to buy something first before he answers. Even with his life literally on the line, this man is still trying to make a sale. He insists that if she buys something, he will gladly answer her question, even accepting the threat with a smile if it means profit. There is a brief pause, and then Louise just bursts out laughing. She finds him amusing, and tells him to show what he has. The shopkeeper pulls out the exact same purple powder he tried to scam Burzay with, but this time he switches the script, calling it Artsha powder and claiming it is good for dwarves. Now the price suddenly jumps to 3 gold. Burzay watches this unfold, fully aware this is complete bullshit, but the princess casually tosses 3 gold coins and buys it anyway. The shopkeeper blesses her with some fake good fortune energy, and then she finally asks the real question, whether any dwarves named Roger have visited the city recently. The shopkeeper admits he has never heard the name Roger, but knowing he would get destroyed if he held back info after taking her money, he shares what he knows. He mentions a shop near the central square called Leaf of Deer, a famous store in the Akan kingdom that every blacksmith visits. If Roger is around, that is the place to check. Satisfied, the princess tells her guard they are leaving. As she turns to go, she briefly glances at Berzé and apologizes for cutting in front of him as the first customer, then walks out. Once she is gone, Berzé actually praises the shopkeeper, admitting it was not bad. He really sold trash for 3 gold. The shopkeeper smugly replies that it worked because Berzé did not interfere, and that the girl looked like an easy target since she seemed like a noble. Then, still riding his scammer high, he tries to rope Berzé into business, offering to teach him his secret technique for 10 gold coins. Berzé, internally, is like, this guy is a persistent scammer, but he cannot help respecting it. His skill in scamming humans is genuinely top tier, and Berzé low-key likes him for having the guts to scam a princess who had a dagger at his throat. Leaning forward, Berzé gives him unexpected advice: go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and say, "I was sent by the mountain." The shopkeeper is confused and asks if Berzé is connected to that guild, pointing out that it is basically on the verge of bankruptcy. Holding the flasks, he questions why someone with such a bright future like himself would join a failing organization. Berzé calmly flips the situation, asking if he really wants to know why. Then he drops the nuke on his ass. The person he just scammed was Louise Verft. The moment that name hits, the shopkeeper drops the flasks and they shatter on the floor. He starts trembling, realizing he just scammed the infamous crazy hound of a princess. Panicking, he asks what Berzé wants. Berzé repeats his offer: join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, earn 1 gold per month. If he refuses, Berzé will bring Louise back here. To seal it, he tosses a gold coin onto the table. For a second, it looks like the shopkeeper is about to beg for his life, but then his expression flips completely. He calls out Berzé instead, accusing him of trying to scam him, and boldly challenges him to bring the princess back. He argues that even if she is known as the Crazy Hound, there is no way a princess would personally return to a dump like this. Berzé simply says sure, and walks out of the shop. Moments later, he comes back, dragging Princess Louise Verft right behind him. The princess storms into the shop, absolutely furious, her presence alone radiating pure anger after getting scammed by that pathetic excuse of a shopkeeper. The tension spikes instantly, and the poor bastard behind the counter can practically see his life flashing before his eyes, already counting down his remaining seconds. Then it hits. Her rage explodes, and a brutal scream tears through the area, making it painfully obvious she's beating the absolute hell out of him. The scene cuts, and just like that, we find the Demon King Berzé stepping out of a shop after securing some Senial powder. He casually notes how even shops on the outskirts manage to sell legit quality Senial powder. Low-key impressive, not gonna lie. And right on cue, the princess of the Darwin Kingdom shows up again. She spots Berzé and calls him out, confirming he's still around. This time though, she actually expresses gratitude, saying that thanks to him she managed to get her refund. Berzé acknowledges it, but he's clearly more interested in one thing: what the hell happened to the shop owner? The princess, still fuming, clenches her fist and explains that since they're in a different country, she had to hold back. So unfortunately, she could only give him a light beating. But even as she says that, her anger is still boiling over, making it very clear she would have preferred to rip his heart straight out. Meanwhile, Berzé just watches and internally notes that she's as ill-tempered as ever. Then something clicks in his mind. Heart. That word lingers, and he remembers something, and a connection forms. And just like that, Berzé drops a key piece of information. He asks if she's looking for someone named Roger. The princess immediately locks in. Berzé asks her, is he a blacksmith? She fires back with urgency, demanding to know if Berzé knows him and where he is. Without hesitation, Berzé pulls out a necklace. The knight quickly recognizes it, identifying it as one of Roger's early creations from the beginning of his career. Berzé then explains that 2 months ago, he ran into Roger by pure coincidence in a forest called Ormoth. The guy looked like he was on the verge of starving, so Berzé shared his food with him. As a token of gratitude, Roger handed over this necklace. It looked like the work of a master, so Berzé decided to keep it. Back in the present, the princess starts trembling, not out of fear, but pure rage. She admits she's troubling him again, but as thanks, she offers to treat him to alcohol for 5 straight days. Behind her, the guard is practically begging her to calm down, but she's already in. She declares that she needs to capture Roger before he escapes. Then, without hesitation, she hands Berzé a badge, an extremely valuable one. It grants him the right to exchange it for one of the finest pieces of equipment crafted in the Dwarven Kingdom. Berzé doesn't overthink it. It looks useful, so he takes it. With that, the princess and her guard turn and leave. As they walk away, one of the guards questions her next move. Her answer is immediate: contact her father and request reinforcements. From a distance, Berzé watches them go. Meanwhile, the princess's expression shifts into something far more dangerous, amusement mixed with obsession. She's not letting Roger slip away, not this time. As everything settles, Berzé reflects. He realizes he's completely lost track of time, too busy interfering with the hero's journey ever since his regression. Around this point in the timeline, Draxen had already discovered and absorbed the heart of a summoning beast, gaining overwhelming strength. And Berzé knows he's not at his peak yet. As a newly crowned Demon King, the effects of dimensional interference are still hitting him hard. If he were to clash with Louise right now, fully equipped with top-tier gear, it wouldn't be a clean victory. At best, it'd end in a stalemate. At worst, he'd barely scrape out a win. That's not good enough. If he wants revenge against the heroes, if he wants to survive in this dimension, he needs more power. Fast. So he makes a calculated move. He's going to send Louise to the Ormoth Forest, to the location of the Beast Tower. Because when the crazed hound Louise Verft and the Beast Demon King Draxen Doldorf inevitably collide and start tearing each other apart, the heart of the summoning beast will be his. The scene cuts straight into Berzé's tower, and things are getting good for Berzé. After fusing with the Mana Phantom, the tower doesn't just get stronger, it unlocks 2 brand new abilities, and yeah, they're kinda busted. One allows remote control of the tower, meaning Berzé can run everything from anywhere. The other ability is known as instant item transfer. No travel, just straight up teleport delivery. Right away, Berzé is seen on a virtual call with his aide Gordon, handling business like a boss. Something's come up, and without hesitation, he hands over full control of the tower. Gordon accepts instantly, fully loyal, calling him Demon King and stepping up without question. Berzé's first order drops immediately: deliver Seniel powders to Princess Ernan. These aren't just random materials, they're required to form a contract with a higher-ranking spirit, and just like that, the system executes it instantly. No travel, no delay, boom, done. Princess Ernan receives the package in real time, and she's genuinely impressed. Top-grade quality. She even wonders if he personally went all the way to the Akan Kingdom to get them. Gordon backs it up, making it clear these are the real deal, personally obtained by the Demon King himself. No room for mistakes, use them carefully. Next comes Kaede. Berzé gives strict conditions: only if Princess Kaede truly behaves as herself, she's to be kept on the 4th floor. Not just locked away though, he wants her trained. Properly. Swordsmanship training until she can fight at full strength. And yeah, he plans to personally test her when he gets back. We immediately see that training in action. Gordon and Kaede are clashing, steel meeting steel. Kaede's got that fiery energy, basically promising she'll make him regret training her. Gordon shuts that down instantly. Beat him first, then talk. Then Berzé drops another command, and this one is expensive. He orders the setup of a hell forge on the 1st floor. Cost? 10,000 demonic points. Yeah, big investment. And just like before, instant deployment. The forge appears, fully built, no construction time. Roger sees it, and the man is absolutely losing his mind. He's staring at technology he's never even imagined. A furnace unlike anything he's seen, mechanisms he can't even begin to understand, and a cooler that straight up looks alive. It's insane. Gordon steps in to ground him, reminding him to be grateful for the Demon King's generosity. Roger snaps back to reality fast, pledging to craft everything to perfection. Berzé then checks in on the Puel Orcs. Gordon reports solid progress. They've unified 3 tribes already, doubling their numbers. They're now strong enough to hunt most monsters in the Urgest Mountains. Satisfied, Berzé gives his final instruction: manage the tower properly until he returns. Gordon, of course, reassures him. The call ends, and Berzé immediately shifts scenes, leaping off a rooftop. As he lands, he reflects on the tower's new function, being able to control everything remotely. Convenient doesn't even begin to cover it. This ability is broken. Next on his list is contacting the hero, Hillan Cargill, but before he can even make the move, Hillan calls him first. The timing? Perfect. Berzé even thinks about it. He was just about to reach out, and now the guy calls. Hillan reports success. The Golden Moon Merchant Guild is now fully under control. Management has been handed over to Amon, along with the Black Knights and Black Mages backing it. Hillan himself, one of the 10 stars, is supporting the operation. Even after a failure, his reputation hasn't taken a hit. He makes that very clear. Berzé acknowledges the work, then immediately assigns the next mission. Pass a message to Granada. Funding will be provided through the Golden Moon Merchant Guild so he can buy up every single elf slave on the continent. Hillan questions it: why elf slaves? But Berzé doesn't slow down. He adds another piece to the plan: he's sending someone to the guild. A scammer named Jetson. Apparently he is useful. Put him to work. Hillan reacts exactly how you'd expect. What, a con man? But Berzé confirms it. Not just any scammer, the bastard who actually managed to scam him. That alone makes him valuable. And then the scene flips, revealing Berzé is literally inside Jetson's shop. The guy is hiding behind the counter, shaking like his soul is about to leave his body. His face is swollen, clearly fresh from a brutal beating courtesy of Princess Louise Verft. Berzé already knows he's there. He just casually announces that he's tracked all of Jetson's personal information, and if the guy doesn't show himself within a month, he's sending an assassin to erase him. Jetson hears every word, completely silent, covering his mouth so not even a breath escapes. The regret is immediate. Man is internally screaming and cursing his entire existence. Berzé, satisfied with the psychological damage, just leaves. No extra effort needed. The scene shifts again, this time to Hortan Walk, at a common training ground. Granada is on call with Hillen, processing the mission. Buy all the elf slaves. Every single one. Around him, mercenaries are training, swords clashing in the background like normal. But Granada's mind is somewhere else entirely. He confirms the mission, he'll gather them as quickly as possible. But internally? It's complicated. Granada himself is an elf, saving his people should be good news. But bringing them under the Demon King's control? That's a whole different weight. He starts questioning everything. Was this mission given to him on purpose? Is Burzay planning to use the elves as spies, just like him? Meanwhile, in the background, the Red Hawk mercenaries are struggling with their own confusion. They're being forced to learn elven swordsmanship, and no one knows why. The vice captain admits he has no clue. Granada ordered it, and that's that. The guy even complains about Granada constantly flexing his age like some ancient fossil. One of the mercenaries notices Granada is completely distracted. Opportunity spotted. He suggests they just run for it. The vice captain considers it, and honestly, yeah, Granada does look out of it. The mercenary pushes it further, reminding him he used to be the captain. If he runs, they'll all follow. And just like that, they start slipping away quietly, thinking they've found their chance. But Granada is still deep in thought, weighing the reality of the situation. Living as slaves under humans, suffering until death. Compared to that, serving under the Demon King might actually be better. And then, he moves. Still holding his thoughts, Granada casually forms a hand sign like Gojo and unleashes his domain. The mercenaries freeze. Too late. Roots explode from the ground, locking the vice captain in place instantly. The guy panics, apologizing, begging, even asking not to be humiliated in front of the others. It's useless. The rest of the mercenaries spiral into panic, and the vice captain can't even process why he's the only one getting targeted. And the craziest part? Granada is still on the call with Hillen like nothing's happening. Hillen hears the chaos and asks what's going on. Granada brushes it off casually, says it's nothing, he just did a domain expansion. Then Granada asks the real question. What is the Demon King planning to do next? Hillen pauses, unsure, then recalls Burzay mentioning something earlier. Something about looking for treasure. While the scene shifts into the tropical forest kingdom of Ormuth, deep within the suffocating rainforest zone, Princess Louise Verft moves with her squad of knights, cutting through the dense wilderness as they hunt for Roger. The tension is already high, because of what the Demon King Burzay told her, and it's clear this isn't just some casual search mission anymore, this is personal. An ultimatum hits mid-search. Ormuth has officially ordered them to march out with troops immediately. Timing could not be worse. Louise, already irritated, snaps that she still hasn't found that bastard Roger. Her knights report they've already swept every region Ormuth allowed them to access. But Louise isn't buying it. She insists there's still one place left unchecked, and when pressed, she drops it. The Beast Mountain. Bro, I am smelling trouble. That name alone shifts the mood. The Dwarven Knight immediately pushes back. That's Beast Demon King territory. It's a suicide zone. But Louise? Completely unfazed. She declares they won't dare touch her. If anyone lays a hand on the Dwarven royal family, it's not just a fight, it's a global-level war, because every nation that depends on dwarf-made weapons would go nuclear on the Demon King of Beast. She even backs it up with receipts, recalling how 200 years ago a Demon King messed with a dwarf prince and got erased in a single subjugation mission. History already proved what happens. The knight still tries to reason with her, saying Roger might not even be there and that guy we met could have played them. But Louise doubles down. Roger could be there too. She shuts it down with a cold, unhinged command move, or she'll rip his head off first. Yup, this bitch is crazy. Cut to the Beast Tower, and the vibe is not vibing. The aide kneels before the Beast Demon King Draxon, reporting urgent news. Princess Louise Verft is heading straight toward Beast Mountain. Draxon is immediately thrown off. Why is that insane princess suddenly showing up now? The timing feels way too sus. He starts connecting dots fast. Did she find out about the heart of the summoning beast? Is she coming to seize it? That shouldn't even be possible. Security around it is airtight. Beneath the volcano, hidden in magma, lies pure mana energy, a cracked, god-tier power source he wouldn't trade for even 10,000 spirit blossoms. If he absorbs it, he basically unlocks unstoppable force status. And now, just as the excavation is reaching its final stage, she shows up? Draxon immediately orders his aide to stop her. No matter what, she cannot get close. But there's a catch. Under no circumstances is she to be killed or even seriously injured. Political consequences would be catastrophic. The aide hesitates, saying that's going to be difficult. Draxon snaps back instantly, not in the mood for excuses. Then the scene cuts again, and we're face to face with a new problem. Standing in front of Princess Louise is a man radiating authority and hostility. He questions if she has a death wish. This is Demon King territory. Entry is forbidden. She was already warned, this isn't a playground, it's a kill zone controlled by the demon tribe. The man is revealed as Max Ormuth, the second prince of the Ormuth kingdom, and he's not here to negotiate. Louise brushes him off like he's irrelevant, saying they can't touch her and ordering him to clear the way. She's not leaving until she finds Roger. Why is this rice ball of a princess is so obsessed with that Roger? Max isn't impressed. He straight up calls dwarves stupid and drops a history lesson of his own. During the all-out war 200 years ago, the Jesbine Kingdom profited massively by selling war supplies to the heroes, eventually evolving into an empire. His point? War equals profit. And if Louise dies here at the hands of demon underlings, Ormuz stands to gain the same way. He's not hiding it, this is calculated, and then it escalates instantly. Max and his forces launch forward, weapons drawn, declaring it's their turn to cash in, kill them all. Louise's knights react instantly, forming a defensive wall around her, shields locked tight as Ormuz warriors crash into them from all sides, screaming for their kingdom's prosperity. The battlefield turns brutal in seconds. Dwarven knights are getting dropped left and right, pierced with spears, sliced by blades, enemies grinning like absolute devils as they tear through the formation. Still, the defensive line holds around Louise. Barely. One knight urgently tells her the terrain heavily favors Ormuz. Fighting head-on is a losing game. They'll break open a path, she needs to escape. But Louise? Nah. She's built different. Frustration boiling over, she's ready to wipe them all out herself. The knight tries to calm her down, but the situation is already out of hands. Meanwhile, back at the Beast Tower, Draxon gets the worst possible update. The dwarves are about to be wiped out. Panic hits instantly. He realizes the play. Ormuz is setting him up. They're planning to kill Louise and pin it on him, triggering a full-scale war just like 200 years ago. And if that happens, it's war on a global level. He doesn't hesitate. Orders go out immediately. Deploy monsters and demons now. Stop the fight at all costs. And most importantly, save the dwarf princess. No matter what. Back in the forest, the massacre continues. Then Max steps forward, spear in hand, mocking them for hiding behind shields like cowards. He prepares to end it in a single strike, locking onto Louise as his target. The killing blow is coming. But just before he strikes, something shifts. A presence appears, something dark, heavy, and ominous. Max feels it behind him and turns, confused, sensing demonic energy. He assumes Beast Demon King underlings have arrived. He's wrong. Because what stands there isn't some random subordinate, it's the Demon King Burzay himself, completely out of everyone's expectations. He casually notes that the Ormuz army attacking wasn't part of his plan, almost amused at how messy human interests are. Both Max and Louise freeze, shocked at the sudden appearance of a monster-tier entity, and just like that, the battlefield changes. Burzay steps forward, equipping a facial recognition jamming mask, locking onto Max. The message is clear. The Ormuz prince is about to get his share of beating. Oh, my real voice is back. We see Max sensing the presence of an upper demon, his instincts immediately screaming danger as the atmosphere turns heavy. Without hesitation, he orders his men to kill the princess while he holds the upper demon off, asserting control like bro still thinks he's the main character. His men respond instantly, loyal and unquestioning, acknowledging him with a sharp yes sir. But in the very next second, everything flips. Princess Louise dashes forward at insane speed, completely breaking expectations. Max barely has time to register it as she closes the distance in a blink, knocking out both of his men like they were background NPC, and now she's already charging straight at him. Max locks eyes with her, stunned. In just a single second she's already wiped his squad, and is now coming straight for him, her presence overwhelming as always. Louise, clearly pissed, calls him out for daring to look away from her, her ego bruised and her rage peaking. In her monstrous form she moves in to smash him. Max starts sweating, his confidence cracking fast. He can't process how she's this fast despite being a mirror dwarf, and he realizes he might have to deal with this crazy princess first. But before he can even act properly, something far worse hits him. Our boy Burzay begins radiating an overwhelming wave of demonic energy, so suffocating it feels like the air itself is crushing everything. Max instantly realizes something is wrong as his body locks up completely. He's paralyzed. His thoughts spiral as he tries to understand what just happened, realizing he's been bound by demonic energy. The shock hits, and frustration kicks in as he can't believe he was suppressed this easily. And in the next moment Princess Louise launches forward again, not wasting a single second. She attacks Prince Max directly, her strike landing clean. His remaining men cry out in panic, but it's already too late. Louise has slashed him, blood spilling as the reality sets in. Bro is done, straight up deleted like an NPC who overstayed his role. Right after, Louise pauses, her instincts kicking in as she realizes something's off. The upper demon's presence is gone. The suffocating demonic energy that filled the battlefield vanishes just as suddenly as it appeared. Burzay is gone. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of Prince Max charge toward Princess Louise in desperation. Furious and blinded by loyalty, they shout about how a mere dwarf dared to lay hands on the prince, chanting for her death like that's going to fix anything. Louise, obviously annoyed, isn't having any of it. They came to kill her first, and now they're acting like she's the villain. Nah, she's done playing. She decides to send them to the afterlife to keep their prince company. At the same time, her knights move with discipline, forming a tight shield formation with crossbows raised high. They lock in, focused on protecting her, calling out to cover the princess and not let the enemies get close. Watching all of this from afar is Demon King Burzay, calm as always. He notes that this should be enough to keep Louise from dying. Then his attention shifts toward the Tower of Beast, his plan unfolding exactly as intended. He anticipates the next move, quietly provoking the Demon King of the Beast, Draxon, to take the bait. The scene cuts back 5 minutes earlier. Inside the Tower of Beast, a massive surge of demonic energy slams into the area. Draxon immediately senses it, his instincts flaring as the energy clearly doesn't belong to his domain. His aide begins to comment on it, but before she can finish, Draxon cuts in, already piecing things together. That demonic energy isn't from his vassals, and that realization alone sets him off. Another Demon King sending forces into his territory. That's straight disrespect. He analyzes the intensity of the energy, and concludes it has to be an elite demon, upper rank or higher. The timing is way too perfect. Right as the Dwarf Princess and Ormuth's Prince Max clash, another demon appears. It's too clean and coordinated. Draxon decides he needs to confirm everything himself. Back in the present, Draxon has already arrived in the Ormuth forest. He immediately questions his minions about the situation. Did they get the Dwarf Princess, and what about the intruding demon? The minions hesitate, clearly nervous, before bowing and apologizing. By the time they arrived, the princess was already surrounded by Ormuth soldiers. Draxon's thoughts spiral instantly. If the princess is dead, this could trigger a full-scale war like the one from 200 years ago, and he knows damn well he's not ready to deal with that level of shit. The minions explain they tried to save her, but they couldn't because Princess Louise is a fucking monster. She single-handedly annihilated all of Prince Max's soldiers like it was light work. Even her own knights had to step in, trying to stop the massacre. Back in the present, the minion finishes explaining that Louise handled everything alone, so there was nothing left for them to do. They apologize again, but Draxon snaps. He lashes out and beats them, frustrated, yelling at them for making things confusing. Then it clicks. If she wiped everyone, that means she's alive. The minions, still recovering, question why they got hit, but the answer is obvious. Draxon genuinely thought she was dead, and now he's processing the fact that she's not in a coffin. They continue reporting, mentioning that the second Prince of Ormuth was killed by the crazy Princess Louise Verft, and that some of Prince Max's soldiers were captured. Another minion asks what should be done with the remaining Ormuth warriors. Draxon thinks it through carefully. If he kills them, the blame for Prince Max's death could fall on him. That's a problem. Even if Ormuth is weak, grief could push them into reckless retaliation, and that would turn into a massive headache, so he decides to let them live. They need to testify properly, so he doesn't get framed for killing the prince. The minions accept the order immediately. Draxon then shifts focus back to the real issue, the intruding demon. He asks if they've found anything. They haven't. Disappointed, Draxon calls them pathetic, insulting both their intelligence and their tracking abilities. The minions apologize again, but he's already deep in thought. If the intruder specializes in stealth and is upper ranked, it's not surprising these guys couldn't find anything. After a moment of consideration, he decides to use a technique he hasn't relied on in a while: ultra-sensory amplification. By concentrating demonic energy into his sensory organs, he maximizes his perception to an extreme level, allowing him to detect even traces of stealth magic. As he activates it, the results come instantly. He picks up the faint traces of an unfamiliar demon. While tracking it, he considers the possibility that the intruder went after the dwarf princess, but the trail tells a different story. It's leading toward the volcano mountain, the place where the heart of the summoning beast lies. Draxon quickly asks his minions which direction the princess ran. They point to the right. In the next instant, Draxon disappears, moving at terrifying speed. His expression turns ferocious, as realization hits him all at once. This entire situation was bait. The clash between the dwarf princess and Prince Max, the sudden appearance of demonic energy, everything was staged to lure him away from the volcano. He starts freaking out. An upper-ranked demon alone wouldn't be enough for something like this. Only a demon king would orchestrate a move like this. And there's only one reason to go through all this trouble. The target is beneath the volcano, the heart of the summoning beast. Near the volcano, bears guard the entrance while others carry on with their usual construction work, unaware of what's about to unfold. And deep within, standing before the magma itself, is Demon King Burzay. He observes the molten core carefully, realizing this isn't ordinary magma. The aura of the summoning beast is so strong he can feel it radiating even here. He acknowledges that even someone as powerful as Draxon wouldn't be able to just jump into it without getting melted. Therefore, the bears continue their secret construction work, slowly working to drain the lava for Draxon's sake. We see our Demon King Burzay grinning to himself, completely unfazed, thinking that none of this magma really matters to him anyway. The scales of the black flame demonic dragon race he belongs to can move even inside lava itself, and right on cue, dark scales begin manifesting across Burzay's body. But while Demon King Burzay is deep in thought, a massive tiger, one of Demon King Draxon's minions, suddenly appears behind him. In the very next second, it dashes forward at insane speed, swinging a massive weapon straight at Burzay, aiming to strike him down in one decisive blow. Except yeah, that plan was dead on arrival. Our boy Burzay, being an actual demon king and not some random fodder, effortlessly blocks the attack like it's nothing. He had already anticipated it, calmly noting that at this distance an upper-ranked demon would definitely notice his presence. The poor tiger barely gets the words out, recognizing him as a demon king, but Burzay doesn't give it even a second to process reality. With overwhelming force, he grabs the tiger bare-handed and straight up throws it into the scorching magma below. The result is as expected. The tiger's flesh completely disintegrates in the lava, leaving nothing but bones behind. And without hesitation, Burzay himself dives into the magma, heading straight for the heart of the summoning beast. As he absorbs it, he recalls how that bastard Draxon, in his previous life, became ridiculously hard to kill after absorbing a similar heart, his regeneration turning absolutely absurd. Burzay grins again, curiosity sparking. He wonders what kind of summoning beast Draxon had absorbed back then, but as he looks ahead, the answer becomes obvious. It was a phoenix corpse. There it is. A radiant phoenix corpse lies within the magma, glowing intensely and radiating overwhelming power, like it's still alive despite being dead. Burzay's thoughts drift back to his time as a cadet at the Demon King Military Academy, where he once saw records confirming that phoenixes exist across multiple dimensions. These creatures transcend dimensions, some even classified as godlike beings that act as destroyers within their own realms. Their strength varies wildly, but they all share one undeniable trait. Every demon king who fully absorbs a phoenix ends up powerful enough to etch their name into the history of the demonic realm. Back in the present, Burzay connects the dots. Thanks to Draxon observing the phoenix in his previous life, Burzay is now able to stand here and do the exact same thing. Extending his hand toward the blazing corpse, he admits to himself that this was the one power he had truly been jealous of. But in this life, he's about to make full use of it, and just as he prepares to absorb the phoenix, a blinding radiant light suddenly erupts from the corpse, flooding the surroundings. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, Draxon suddenly realizes something is horribly wrong. He understands he's been baited, his thoughts racing as he tries to figure out who could have possibly found his phoenix. Was it Burzay? No, that makes no sense. He came without any clear advantage. He doesn't even have upper-ranked demons with him, aside from his aide, who should still be in the tower. There's no way a rookie demon king like him could have uncovered information about the phoenix, especially since Draxon's security wasn't sloppy enough to allow that. Now visibly panicking, Draxon sprints toward the volcano at full speed. At the entrance, the bear guards try to question him, asking what brings the demon king here, but Draxon couldn't care less. He blasts past them, throwing them aside like trash, and continues deeper inside, tossing aside every bear construction worker in his path. His mind keeps racing. Could it be Ugar? No way. That guy doesn't have the brains to pull off something like this. Reyna? Also unlikely. She's a frost demon, and a fire-based entity like a phoenix would be straight up poison to her. Which leaves only one possibility. That bastard. Draxon finally reaches the magma chamber, and immediately questions the workers, asking if the summoning beast is safe. The bear workers look confused, but answer that yes, it should be safe. Then one of them casually mentions that earlier, a tiger suddenly jumped into the lava. That's when it clicks. Draxon's expression snaps. What? Without wasting another second, he tries to jump straight into the lava, but the bear workers panic and attempt to stop him, warning him that it's dangerous. But Draxon isn't listening. He's already losing it. He shouts at them to stop him right now, realizing that someone is trying to steal the phoenix. The workers hesitate, still confused and concerned for his safety. And then, everything changes. The magma violently erupts. At that exact moment, multiple figures across different locations on the continent feel the disturbance simultaneously. Jetson, Princess Louise, Granada, the vice captain of the mercenaries, the hero Hillen, and Princess Ernan. All of them sense it at once, like the world itself is announcing something. Back at the volcano, Draxon reaches a terrifying conclusion. The one who stole the heart of the summoning beast is none other than Jason. Rage explodes out of him as he screams, "Jason, you son of a bitch." And in the very next moment, above the volcano mountain, a phoenix bursts into the sky, blooming into existence as its fiery wings spread wide across the heavens. Its blazing winds sweep outward, as if announcing its presence to the entire world. The scene opens as it transitions into a dense forest, where the demon king Burzay suddenly wakes up, surrounded by a swarm of wild animals closing in on him from all sides. Disoriented, he tries to piece things together, recalling how he was about to store the phoenix corpse into his subspace and return to the tower. But before the summoning beast's mana could even react, it was completely absorbed into his body. He realizes he must have been blown far away by the volcanic eruption, yet something feels completely off. He's a demon king, so why the hell are wild animals crawling all over him like he's some harmless prey instead of a walking catastrophe? As the creatures continue crowding him, the absurdity of the situation hits harder, and his irritation starts spiking. His hair, once black, has now shifted into a fiery red, and to make things worse, bro is straight up naked, standing there getting judged by nature itself. The annoyance builds as he mentally snaps at the animals to back off, but beneath that irritation, there's a deeper unease creeping in, a strange, unfamiliar sensation that makes him feel like he's not entirely himself anymore. That confusion turns into full-on shock when he catches his reflection in the water, realizing his appearance has completely changed, like he just unlocked a whole new character skin without consent. Before he can process it further, the scene cuts away. At Ormuth Palace, Princess Louise Verft and her knight are kneeling before the king, delivering their report. She claims that Prince Max of Ormuth and the brave warriors died heroically after saving them from the Beast Demon King's underling, spinning the story flawlessly, despite the reality being that she killed the prince herself and is now pinning everything on the Beast Demon King Draxon. Poor Draxon, I feel for him. The king listens in silence at first, declaring that he raised his son as a warrior and that dying while protecting the weak is an honor. But that composure instantly shatters as he slams his hand onto the throne, emotionally breaking down and calling bullshit on his own words while grieving like hell. Fueled by rage and grief, he orders the Heroes Guild to immediately prepare a hero's journey to execute the Beast Demon King, and his command is carried out without hesitation as the kingdom begins mobilizing for war. The scene shifts back to the forest, where Burzai is now on a call with Hillen. Hillen begins his report but is completely thrown off by Burzai's new appearance, questioning who the hell he's even talking to, only for Burzai to casually confirm that he's still the Demon King, brushing off the transformation like it's just a minor inconvenience and demanding the report continue. Hillen informs him that at the King of Ormuth's request, a hero's journey is being organized. Burzai acknowledges it calmly, realizing things have escalated exactly as expected. Hillen continues, explaining that the captain will be Rosil Charnt, a 10-star hero and top-tier battle mage specializing in flame magic, alongside the vice-captain Balraf Disroad, another 10-star hero who reached the peak purely through martial strength. Out of 500 participants, 200 are heroes, all aiming for one objective, the subjugation of the Beast Demon King, with plans to assemble in Ormuth and immediately launch an attack on the Tower of Beast. As Burzai listens, he finally gets dressed, because yeah, bro being naked while I recap the story, ridiculous. Burzai notes that 200 heroes is more than expected. Hillen clarifies that only 2 of them are 10 stars, which immediately raises suspicion for Burzai. Hillen connects the dots, realizing that some people are pulling strings behind the scenes, deliberately limiting the top-tier forces because they don't actually want the Beast Demon King to die. Burzai reflects on the twisted logic of human society, understanding that to humans, a Demon King's tower is basically a goldmine filled with priceless treasures, and even the Demon King's corpse can be harvested for high-value magic materials. For those profiting off it, the collapse of the Tower of Beast would be a financial disaster, proving that even something that seems straightforward is wrapped in layers of conflicting interests. Humanity, in his eyes, is messy as hell. With that realization, Burzai gives Hillen a shocking order. He's to participate in the hero's journey. He even offers to reveal the Beast Demon King's weakness, instructing Hillen to be the one who finishes him off and absorb his power, essentially telling him to stack Demon King kills like achievements to gain even more trust from humans. Hillen is clearly stunned by this insane proposal, but still questions whether Burzai would be able to handle him if he grows stronger. That question instantly flips the atmosphere, as Burzai's expression turns ice cold. He shuts that thought down hard, making it clear that absorbing 2 Demon Kings wouldn't even come close to putting Hillen on his level. Realizing he crossed a line, Hillen immediately backs down and accepts the mission. After ending the call, Gordon appears, clearly irritated as he begins relaying a request from the Tower of Beast, but pauses mid-sentence when he notices Burzai's changed appearance, straight up asking who the hell he is. Burzai confirms his identity again, clearly done explaining himself, and tells Gordon to just get to the point. Gordon reports that the Tower of Beast has requested an emergency convocation of Demon Kings. Hearing that, Burzai asks for confirmation, which Gordon provides. The message just came in. The scene transitions to the Tower of Beast, where Draxon, the Beast Demon King, stands outside with his aide and minions as 2 portals open. From them emerge Ugar and Reyna, both arriving with their usual attitudes, Ugar demanding answers while Reyna internally complains about the place smelling like trash as always. Draxon instructs them to head up first, stating he'll arrive with the final attendee. As they enter the tower, Draxon's frustration becomes clear. Burzai and Jason are both late, and the delay is getting suspicious. He internally warns that if Burzai shows up late, he'll be counted among the suspects in the theft of his summoning beast's heart. Cutting back to Burzai, he launches into the sky using his demonic wings, accelerating at insane speed. As he flies, his fiery red hair reverts back to its original black, while Gordon continues speaking through the call, suggesting he'll head to the Tower of Beast alone through a portal, since Burzai is still in Ormuth. Burzai immediately shuts that idea down, confirming he'll arrive soon. Internally, he analyzes the situation, realizing that showing up on foot would instantly make Draxon suspicious that he was nearby, while arriving late would also raise red flags. The only safe move is to return to his own tower first, then travel through a portal with Gordon to maintain appearances. Pushing himself further, Burzai flies at maximum speed, calculating that his current pace still isn't enough, and that he'll be late by more than 10 minutes. The pressure builds as he forces himself to go even faster, knowing that if he doesn't make it in time, Draxon's suspicion would get stronger. Just then, we see our Demon King Burzei's heart beating abnormally, some wild energy wrapping around it, and in the very next second, everything flips. Our Demon King Burzei's demonic wings straight up transform into blazing phoenix wings, while his hair turns fiery red once again, and that sudden evolution boosts his speed like crazy. He's traveling insanely fast and Burzei can barely process it, thinking phoenix wings, wait, I wasn't even planning to use mana yet, so what the hell is happening? We see Burzei's heartbeat ramping up even more, pounding harder and faster, as if flames themselves are wrapping around his heart, tightening their grip with every beat. Burzei starts connecting the dots, thinking, don't tell me, it's in my heart, is it actually alive? And is that why all those animals swarmed him earlier like he was some kind of walking signal? Now Burzei is flying at an absolutely ridiculous speed thanks to the phoenix wings, cutting through space like a missile, but our boy quickly realizes he's going way too fast, thinking, wait, this is too fast, this is actually insane. We see our Demon King Burzei completely lose control at that speed, unable to handle the momentum, and in the next moment, he slams straight into his own tower, bounces off it like a damn projectile, and lands flat on his ass on the ground. There's visible damage to the tower, not catastrophic, but enough to show just how hard that impact was. Our Demon King Burzei gets back up, brushing it off while thinking that yeah, he did arrive instantly, but he can't control this power yet, and until he tames the phoenix, he's gonna have to be careful, or he's just gonna keep wrecking his own shit. Just then, Burzei calls out to Gordon, asking if he's ready, and Gordon confirms he is, asking if Burzei is on the first floor right now, which he is, telling him to hurry up and come now. While all that is happening, Burzei internally wonders if the phoenix burned through its strength and fell asleep after that burst, because the energy feels like it suddenly dipped, and as he moves, we see Burzei's fiery red hair slowly fading back into its original black, signaling that the transformation is cooling off. The scene then transitions to the Ormuth Kingdom, where we see all the male heroes completely flabbergasted by someone's presence, their attention locked in on a chick. They start murmuring among themselves, realizing that it's Rosal Charnt, the prodigy who mastered all magic at the age of 5 and the literal idol of the magic tower, and for many of them, it's their first time seeing her in person, with some even thinking about getting her autograph like fanboys. Even as fellow heroes, their behavior is embarrassing, making a huge fuss over her presence, while others speak up saying it's an honor to fight alongside her, and some are even claiming their life achievements feel renewed just by being in the same space. The blabbering keeps going non-stop, but Rosal shuts it down, telling them that if they're done talking, they should get lost, calling them riffraff without a second thought. This is Rosal Charnt, the captain of the Dawn Flame Assault Unit, and she carries herself like she knows she's a bad bitch. One man nervously tries to tell her to watch her mouth, saying the assault unit's image is getting worse by the second, but Rosal doesn't give a single fuck, brushing it off like it's nothing, and saying they're nothing but riffraff anyway, so what is she even supposed to do with them? She questions how they're supposed to clear a tower with people like that, while ironically, the same people she insulted are out here basically fangirling over her. The heroes who got insulted aren't even mad, they're straight up happy about it. One of them acting like getting insulted by Rosal herself is some kind of blessing, even going as far as saying his ears will never be washed again after hearing her voice. Just then, a commotion breaks out, drawing everyone's attention, and the source of it is none other than the hero Hillen Cargill. People start reacting immediately, wondering if Hillen Cargill is joining the fight again, the 10-star hero who defeated the Demon King of Lust, even though he failed the Ergist hero's journey. But still, a 10-star is a 10-star. We see Hillen walk up to Rosal, greeting her after a long time and saying he's here to lend his strength to the hero's journey as well. But Rosal fires back instantly, calling him a loser with a thick face, pointing out that he's not wearing that filthy ring anymore, and mocking him by asking if he took it off because there are no elves here. Hillen is clearly annoyed, but he keeps it under control on the outside, suggesting they talk about it later in private, trying to maintain his composure. Internally though, Hillen is spiraling, thinking damn it, she's a hero who knows exactly how he killed the Demon King of Lust, and this woman just keeps running her mouth, completely ruining his image in front of everyone. He even thinks that if it weren't for the Demon King's order, they wouldn't have to meet at all. Rosal then declares that she's the one who will finish off the Beast Demon King, telling Hillen not to get in her way with his filthy hands, completely disrespecting him right to his face. Hillen, still smiling on the outside, agrees politely, but internally he's seething, thinking like hell he's backing off, because the Beast Demon King's head is his. We see a portal tear open as Demon King Burzei and Gordon step through, arriving at the exact same moment as Demon King of Lies Jason, who appears alongside her aide through a separate portal. The timing is perfectly synced, both parties entering together, and immediately taking in the scene as Draxon acknowledges their presence and confirms they made it in time, stating he will explain everything once they are inside. Burzei already knows what's coming, his expression completely neutral, but internally he lets out a quiet sigh of relief that they weren't late. The scene shifts to the top floor of the Tower of Beast, where all the Demon Kings have gathered. Ugar questions the reason for the emergency meeting, while Jason brings up the ongoing hero's journey, targeting the Demon King of Lust in Ormuth, asking if it's connected. Draxen admits they already know part of the situation, then drops the real issue with a threatening tone. One of the Demon Kings present sent a high-ranking demon into his territory, stole the corpse of a phoenix he was preparing to absorb, and even caused the death of Ormuth's second prince, triggering the current hero expedition. While Ugar processes the fact that Draxen had been hiding a phoenix all along, Draxen escalates further, suggesting the same culprit may have killed the dwarf princess Louise Verft and could be trying to trigger a full-scale continental offensive. As he keeps going, Reyna internally thinks losing his summoning beast like that was just dumb, while Jason recognizes that deliberately provoking a hero's journey is straight-up killing intent. Draxen, clearly pissed, declares that someone is trying to take him out, but he's not going down alone. To expose the traitor, he plans to purchase the key to the black box. The black box is revealed as a system present in every Demon King's tower, recording all their actions. It was originally meant for analysis and improving future invasions, but most Demon Kings don't bother with it since it consumes massive demonic energy and disappears if the tower is destroyed. Basically, it's been ignored for ages. Burzay immediately realizes the problem. If Draxen opens the black box in his tower, there's no way to dodge the truth. Draxen would see that Burzay was the one who stole the heart of the summoning beast. Draxen explains that opening a black box requires the owner's permission, then pressures everyone to agree, pointing out that only the culprit would hesitate. Burzay is now in a tight spot because of Draxen's move. Reyna grants permission, Jason follows, then Ugar as well, and surprisingly, Burzay also raises his hand and grants permission. Draxen acknowledges that all approvals are in, and says he'll share the results separately before ending the meeting. It's then revealed that the black box key is a single-use item costing an insane 9,999 demonic energy points. Burzay thinks it through. Right before a hero's journey, Draxen wouldn't risk that kind of investment. But once the hero's journey fails and things calm down, he'll immediately buy the key and check both Burzay and Jason's black boxes. That means there's a deadline now. Before that happens, Burzay has to deal with Draxen. Burzay and Gordon return through the portal to their tower. Burzay decides to quickly inspect the situation before heading out, and Gordon confirms everything is prepared. Burzay starts from the first floor. On the first floor, Roger has built something insane, a massive weapon, and he's hyping it up like crazy. He proudly introduces it as a magic cannon created using the Demon King's Forge of Hell, calling it the Inferno Catapult Mark I. Burzay brilliantly acting like a mad scientist, way more excited than Burzay himself. He keeps going on about its design, calling it his greatest masterpiece, explaining that it can unleash multiple elemental attacks, function as a mobile catapult tank, manipulate terrain, fire condensed mana shells with different attributes, and even draw mana from the atmosphere automatically. It can handle focused fire, multi-target attacks, and a bunch of other features, and I am not gonna narrate it, simply it's just straight up overpowered. Burzay, low-key questioning his life choices, remembers he told Roger to build whatever he wanted, and now wonders if the guy is actually okay. Gordon admits Roger's gone a bit insane, but guarantees the weapon's performance. He even suggests retrieving the Forge of Hell if there are concerns, but Burzay doesn't have time for that, and decides to let it be, curious to see how far Roger takes it. Roger, absolutely thrilled, starts fanboying and promises to make tons more. The scene shifts to the second floor, where Princess Kaede Jespine, now the floor boss, immediately dashes forward to attack Burzay, determined to prove herself. She uses the same slash attack from their first encounter, but Burzay casually grabs and crushes it mid-air, pointing out she hasn't changed. Kaede doesn't back down and goes all in, activating her Jespine combat sword technique, Crescent Moon / variant, Crescent Moon Shattered. She launches herself directly at Burzay with full force, but he remains unfazed, acknowledging slight improvement while making it clear she still needs more training. He counters with demonic flames, completely overwhelming her. Kaede realizes too late that her technique was effortlessly countered, and her scream echoes through the tower as she gets folded again. Defeated and lying on the ground, Burzay turns to Gordon and questions why she's on the second floor. Gordon explains that Princess Ernan is preparing a summoning on the fourth floor, so Kaede was moved temporarily. Hearing that Ernan is performing a summoning immediately shifts Burzay's attention. As the scene transitions to the fourth floor, the atmosphere shifts and the focus lands on Princess Ernan, the boss of this level, surrounded by her adorable elementals. She's making full use of the Senial powder gifted to her by Demon King Burzay, the energy in the air already hinting that something major is about to go down. At the center of it all, Princess Ernan Hildren begins performing a summoning ritual, a glowing magic circle forming beneath her, as everything around her starts to hum with power. She calls out to the Great Spirit of Water, invoking an ancient connection of blood and soul, declaring a contract in her own name as Ernan Hildren, and pleading for the spirit Neruniel to answer her call. Without hesitation, she lets a drop of her blood fall onto the magic circle, sealing her intent as the ritual reaches its peak. The scene abruptly shifts, cutting away to an entirely different dimension, where the high-ranking water spirit Neruniel exists in her true form. As her eyes slowly open, there's an immediate sense of curiosity and intrigue. She recognizes that someone skilled enough to summon her from within a Demon King's tower must be worth acknowledging, and she doesn't hold back that thought. By the primordial covenant, Neruniel formally acknowledges the human Ernan Hildren as her sole companion, and just like that the contract begins to take shape. The fusion between the high-ranking spirit and Princess Ernan unfolds, pulling Ernan into what feels like a vast, endless ocean. Suspended in its depths, she experiences the contract forming in real time before her body begins to fall, the overwhelming force of the ritual finally taking its toll. Right on cue, Demon King Berze steps in at the last possible moment and catches her mid-fall, pulling off a perfectly timed save and holding her safely in his arms. As she slowly regains consciousness, Princess Ernan opens her eyes and questions why the Demon King is even there, clearly caught off guard by his presence. Berze casually remarks that he almost missed a rare sight, and acknowledges her effort with a calm sense of approval. Ernan, still recovering, brushes it off and credits her success to the senile powder he had saved for her, keeping things humble for a moment. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, the situation takes a wild turn, as Princess Ernan suddenly confesses her love for the Demon King. The moment hits like a truck kun, and she's immediately horrified, realizing something is seriously off. She scrambles to deny it, insisting that while the voice was hers, she didn't actually mean or consciously say those words, leaving her flustered and blushing like crazy as the embarrassment fully kicks in. Berze quickly realizes, pointing out that she must have summoned an annoying spirit, and that's when the truth comes out. The voice wasn't entirely hers. It belonged to Neruniel, the high-ranking water spirit now manifesting in a tiny miniature form. The spirit casually admits that she accidentally blurted it out, doubling down by saying she genuinely does love the Demon King, completely unbothered by the situation she just created. Neruniel doesn't stop there, casually expressing disappointment that the Demon King already caught on so quickly, before immediately shifting gears and asking what they're doing next. It becomes painfully clear that this high-ranking spirit has a very specific personality quirk. Her favorite hobby is reading romance novels, with a particular obsession for the forbidden love genre, which explains this mess she just unleashed. Watching this unfold, Demon King Berze can't help but react to the sheer absurdity of it all, clearly wondering what kind of nonsense he just ended up dealing with. We see Princess Ernan, completely overwhelmed, her face burning in an extreme blush as the spirit Neruniel casually drops that the Demon King and the princess are dating. Neruniel keeps going, fully locked into her romance novel mindset, talking about the pure love between a Demon King and a princess, and how the rumors have already spread even into the spirit realm. With a setup this wild, she says there was no way she could miss it, then immediately pushes further, asking if they are actually dating or still stuck in the flirting stage. Princess Ernan, flustered beyond belief, tries to shut it down, begging Neruniel to just go back already, but the spirit isn't having it, pointing out she was finally summoned after so long and isn't about to leave. Right then the Demon King steps in. Berze interrupts and directly questions the high-ranking spirit, asking what he looks like to her right now. Neruniel, still in her delusional romance mode, casually answers that he looks like a handsome Demon King destined to end up with the princess, but Berze immediately presses her again, clearly not satisfied. In the next moment, everything shifts as he activates his fiery phoenix form, his hair turning red, his presence changing completely, and he asks again what he looks like now. This time the spirit actually pauses, confused and intrigued, saying that just a second ago he felt like a lump of demonic energy, but now there's unbelievably pure mana inside him. She questions it outright, saying he doesn't feel like a Demon King anymore, but more like a spirit. Berze takes that in, and realizes the implication immediately, noting that if he can fool even the eyes of a high-ranking spirit, then other Demon Kings or even heroes won't notice him either. At this level he figures he could even take care of a beast-type Demon King himself, and he smirks like he's already made up his mind. Princess Ernan reacts to that thought, clearly shaken at the idea of a Demon King going out to kill another Demon King, but before anything can settle, the scene shifts. Now Berze is already soaring through the sky at insane speed, completely committed, while Gordon is on call with him, absolutely panicking, and asking if he's serious, questioning what kind of Demon King just goes off to kill another Demon King like it's nothing. Berze stays completely chill, saying he already explained everything. We flash back to moments earlier when Berze was leaving the tower. Gordon asked where he was going, and Berze casually answered that he was going to kill Draxon. Gordon initially just told him to be careful, but then reality hit him and he completely lost it, pulling his hair and freaking out because that explanation made zero sense. Back in the present, Berze calls him out, reminding him that he said he wouldn't question his decisions anymore. But this situation is completely different. Gordon warns that setting aside whether this even follows the standards of a Demon King, if the other Demon Kings find out about this, it's going to be bad. Berze doesn't back down at all, and explains the real reason. If he doesn't deal with Draxen before the key to the black box of his tower is opened, then he's the one who dies. Gordon understands the reasoning, but still pushes back, saying it's way too dangerous, especially since Burzay still hasn't overcome dimensional energy. We get a short recap of what that actually means. Every dimension is naturally hostile to other dimensions, rejecting outsiders to the extreme and crushing them with dimensional energy. It basically acts like a bodyguard for the dimension, and demons entering another dimension get heavily suppressed by it. So a demon who might be level 666 in the demon realm basically turns into a level 1 noob the moment they enter another dimension. The heroes chosen by that dimension are the ones who deal with these weakened intruders, maintaining the natural order of the world. To counter this, a solution was developed to bypass that resistance and allow invasion: the Demon King's Tower. The tower acts as a medium connecting the demon realm, the Demon King, and all demons through demonic energy. By strengthening the tower with demonic energy points, more energy can be drawn from the demon realm, allowing the Demon King to regain their original power. In simple terms, the height of the tower directly represents the Demon King's power. That's what she said, and only people with enough brain cells will fully get what did I just said here. Gordon, still on the call, explains that the farther Burzay moves away from his tower, the less demonic energy he receives, meaning he'll naturally grow weaker. On top of that, the Tower of Beasts has 13 floors, while Burzay's tower is only of 5 centimeter. He admits he doesn't even want to say it, but even for Burzay, victory inside the Tower of Beasts isn't guaranteed. As Gordon imagines the worst-case scenario of Burzay getting completely overpowered by the Beast Demon King Draxen, Burzay responds sharply, saying he already knows. He admits that while he absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he still hasn't fully adapted to it, and in his current state, any Demon King would be too much for him. Then he suddenly grins like a straight-up villain, and adds that this would only be true if he were alone. Gordon immediately realizes where this is going, and starts to panic even more, but before he can stop him, Burzay activates the Phoenix Heart again, and reveals the plan. He's going to participate directly in the hero's journey under the name File. Gordon completely loses it, practically shitting himself at how insane and unpredictable this nutjob is, because a Demon King joining a hero expedition is a total no. Meanwhile, Burzay, locked in hard, is already speeding toward the Ormuth Kingdom. A chaotic battlefield unfolds as the minions of Draxen violently clash with the hero's party, both sides going on all-out war as the fight reaches its peak. Despite being chased relentlessly to this point, the remaining enemies are now only the weaker demons, prompting the heroes to shift focus toward survival. Orders spread quickly as they coordinate a retreat, covering each other while tending to the wounded, revealing just how battered the group has become during their journey. Among the injured, Hillen moves through the aftermath, offering a potion to a fallen comrade, doing what little he can to keep everyone alive. At that moment, the Demon King Burzay, disguised as File, steps in and questions the situation, asking what happened and why everyone looks completely drained. Hillen turns toward him cautiously as Burzay introduces himself as File, keeping his identity hidden. Hillen explains that once enough heroes had gathered, they immediately launched an assault on the Tower of Beasts, targeting the Demon King of Beasts just as planned by striking his weak point, his tail. The strategy worked, and they managed to weaken him, but things went downhill fast. As Hillen recalls the battle, he looks toward Roselle, who is now begging on the knees to be popular, gripping her staff, one eye injured and her expression completely defeated. Seeing her like that makes it painfully clear to him that they were beyond fucked. He continues, explaining that due to Roselle's severe injury, they had no choice but to retreat, essentially running for their lives. In the end, the entire expedition failed. Burzay listens carefully, processing everything, realizing the situation for what it is, and internally concluding that he is completely screwed as all emotion drains from him. Still, Hillen tries to salvage some hope, pointing out that even though they lost, they managed to deal a heavy blow. The Demon King of Beasts will need time to recover from that wound, and they also wiped out a significant number of demons. Hearing this, Burzay recalculates, realizing there is still time. Before Draxen restores the tower, they could restart the expedition. He then questions what happened during the critical moment, specifically asking about Vice Captain Disroad, who was supposed to guard the mages. Hillen's reaction is immediate and filled with anger as he calls Disroad a bastard. Right then, Roselle herself steps in and confirms it. Disroad ran off right before the assault on the Tower of Beasts. His sponsors are the same people profiting from the tower's continued existence, a group of money-crazed bastards who clearly didn't care about the mission. Now wearing an eye patch over her injured eye, Roselle stands firm despite everything. Burzay acknowledges her, and she immediately points out that he showed up late, probably intending to join the expedition. But as things stand, everything is a mess. Burzay cuts straight to the point and asks if she still has the will to try again. Roselle snaps back instantly, making it clear she has no intention of backing down and will kill the Demon King of Beasts no matter what, even after what happened to her eye. Hillen, however, brings everyone back to reality, pointing out that too many are wounded and they've completely run out of potions, making another immediate attempt impossible. Burzay responds calmly, saying that's actually a surprisingly simple problem. He opens his subspace pocket and reveals a massive stockpile of potions, hundreds of them, prepared in advance for the hero's journey. While they can't regenerate missing body parts, they are more than enough to get everyone back on their feet and ready to fight again. This immediately raises suspicion in Rosal, who questions who he really is and why he's going this far to help them. She also notes the strange warmth she's been sensing from him the entire time, something pure and unfamiliar, and wonders how he built up that kind of energy. Burzay realizes what she's sensing, it's his heart, but before he can respond, the state of the heroes becomes impossible to ignore. Despite the potions, morale is completely shattered like your life. The heroes are visibly depressed and unmotivated, clearly not ready to fight again. Burzay quickly understands that healing their bodies won't be enough. Their spirit is broken. If he's going to lead them to defeat Draxen, he needs to show them something real. He places a hand on his chest and activates his phoenix heart, quietly asking them to follow him. In the next moment, a blazing light erupts, instantly drawing the attention of every hero present. Heads turn as their focus shifts toward the source of the overwhelming energy. Hillen and Roselle are left stunned as the presence intensifies. Before Roselle can fully process what she's seeing, Burzay finally answers her question. He declares that he is the owner of the phoenix as he begins to levitate, a massive phoenix manifesting behind him. The overwhelming display reignites hope among the heroes as he introduces himself fully as File and declares his intent to kill the Demon King of Beasts. Roselle processes the sight in shock, recognizing the phoenix as a legendary summoning beast and connecting it to the overwhelming presence that had previously covered the sky. The sheer mana radiating from him rivals that of 10-star heroes, leaving her questioning where someone like him even came from. But more importantly, she realizes that with him on their side, victory might actually be possible. In that moment, the atmosphere shifts completely. The heroes, who were moments ago broken and defeated, are now locked in again, their fighting spirit reignited. Roselle comes to a single conclusion: they might actually be able to kill the Demon King of Beasts, as Burzay stands before them, no longer just an ally, but a figure they now see almost like a deity. While the scene shifts elsewhere, the focus moves to Draxen. Draxen reflects to himself that the tower restoration used far more demonic energy than he expected. Because of that, he was only able to purchase a single key for the black box, and in his hand there is exactly one key. He decides he will open the rest later and give them to that bastard, but this one comes first. A system panel appears, stating that the black box of a Demon King approved for opening is now being accessed. The key is inserted, turned, and the black box begins to open. Draxen watches closely, anticipating what's inside, wanting to see every hidden secret laid bare. As the contents reveal themselves, all the information floods into his view. The moment he processes it, he pauses, caught off guard, questioning if what he's seeing is even real. The black box cannot be manipulated, so if this is real, then that bastard actually did something like this. Realizing the gravity of it, Draxen concludes he must inform the other Demon Kings of the truth. Right then, his aide suddenly appears and urgently delivers bad news. The heroes have invaded. Draxen is visibly shocked, but the report doesn't stop there. This time, the new 10-star hero Ralph is leading the charge. Ralph Schmitz, a shield master, enters alongside the heroes, carrying two massive shields. One of the shields has a face etched into it, split in two, giving it a distinct and ominous presence. The scene then shifts to 1 hour earlier in the Ormuth Forest. There, the Demon King Burzay, disguised as File, demonstrates the Phoenix's power in front of the heroes. Seeing this display, the heroes get completely hyped. They prepare themselves again, convinced that with the legendary Phoenix on their side, the Beast Demon King is nothing. They raise their swords, ready to annihilate all demons, believing the Phoenix stands with them and that the Beast Demon King's treasure will soon be theirs. Meanwhile, Burzay evaluates the situation internally, thinking that the display successfully boosted morale, but he still isn't certain whether he can fully control the Phoenix's mana during an actual battle. He descends from the air and addresses Rosal and the hero Hillen, stating that having just the two of them is insufficient and that he wishes reinforcements had been prepared. At that exact moment, a new figure arrives. Rosal reacts immediately, calling it perfect timing and noting that she had been hoping for a useful hero. Burzay notices who it is and is slightly surprised. The one who arrived is Ralph Schmitz, another 10-star hero, known as the strongest shield master. Back in the present, Draxen's minions charge toward Ralph. Without hesitation, Ralph blocks their attacks using his shields. Burzay observes that Ralph is acting as the vanguard commander of this revenge battle. After defending, Ralph combines both shields, forming a complete face. In the next moment, that face emits a terrifying aura. It opens its mouth, and from within, an overwhelming energy blasts out, instantly erasing all of Draxen's minions in one sweep. The destruction left behind is massive, showing just how overwhelming Ralph's power is. Burzay acknowledges that Ralph Schmitz is an extremely powerful tank among the 10 stars, ranked second among them. His weapon is the strongest shield, capable of reflecting impact, making him incredibly difficult to deal with. Burzay knows this better than anyone, because Ralph was among the heroes who mocked him when he was previously defeated. In the present, Berzé admits internally that he would love to tear Ralph apart right then and there, but for now, dealing with Draxen takes priority. Rosal steps forward, pointing out that even though Ralph arrived late, just like Berzé did, if they had waited a little longer, having both of them together would have allowed them to win without suffering injuries. Berzé responds that confidence in their strength is good, but underestimating a Demon King is a mistake. Rosal reacts in confusion, but Berzé continues, explaining that a Demon King always keeps a trump card, something they use right before death. Internally, Berzé considers that if Draxen used his energy to purchase the key after restoring the tower, then he likely doesn't have enough demonic energy left to stop the heroes. If that's true, then in this battle, Berzé might finally witness Draxen's trump card with his own eyes. The heroes' party stands face to face with the Demon King Draxen inside the Beast Tower, on the 13th floor, in the Demon King's chamber. The atmosphere immediately feels off. The heroes are caught slightly off guard because there are no demons anywhere. This is supposed to be the highest floor, the final stage, yet it's completely empty. Earlier floors were packed with underlings, so this silence hits different. Draxen sits on his throne and calls them out, mocking them as persistent pests. Already aware that a second attempt was coming, he makes it clear he's been preparing for this moment non-stop, leaving no room for anything else. As he speaks, a dense lump of demonic energy forms in his hand, thick and concentrated to an extreme level. Rosal senses it instantly and reacts in shock, recognizing the insane density of that demonic energy. The realization clicks, this must be why there are no demons left on this floor. Draxen confirms it without hesitation. To wipe them all out, he gathered all his vassals into one place. That massive lump of demonic energy in his hand is literally all of them combined. Without wasting time, he tosses the condensed mass into his mouth and swallows it whole. Berzé watches closely and processes the move. By normal Demon King standards, the strongest monsters should have been guarding this floor. Instead, Draxen exploited a loophole, absorbing everything here himself to maximize his own power. Draxen then declares that none of the heroes will ever climb again after he kills them all. In the very next moment, the entire space becomes suffocating. The air turns heavy with killing intent. Berzé immediately recognizes what's coming. Draxen roars, and a violent surge of demonic energy erupts from his body, surrounding him in a thick, overwhelming aura. Two reckless heroes instantly charge forward, ignoring the danger. Another hero tries to stop them, warning that rushing in right now is too risky, but they push ahead anyway, convinced this is their only chance, since the Demon King is still powering up. That decision backfires hard. In the next moment, a massive surge of demonic energy cuts through the area, blasting every hero away in an instant. The sheer force sends them flying, completely overwhelming their defenses. Even the Shieldmaster Ralph is visibly shaken by the impact, but he doesn't fold. He combines his two shields, forcing himself to hold the line. As the shields merge, he manages to deflect the Demon King's attack, redirecting the energy forward in a counter. The reflected energy surges toward Draxen, but it doesn't matter. Draxen is already untouchable. He has transformed. With a grin, he casually destroys the incoming attack using just one hand, completely shutting it down. Hillen calls out Ralph's reflection, but Rosal sees the truth immediately. It was blocked far too easily. What stands before them now is the Beast Demon King in full form. Draxen's body has completely changed. His fur turns black and red. 3 horns grow from his forehead. His teeth extend into long, sharpened fangs. The demonic energy radiating from him feels like pure death itself. He begins walking toward the heroes. At this point, the heroes realize just how fucked they are. The pressure alone is overwhelming. They question what kind of demonic energy this even is. It feels sinister, suffocating, like poison tightening around their throats. Some of the heroes are already done. They can't even breathe under the pressure. Then everything shifts. Wings spread wide, those of a phoenix. It's Demon King Berzé. He activates advanced defense magic, Protect Phoenix. A protective dome forms instantly, shielding the heroes. The suffocating pressure disappears, and they can finally breathe normally again. The heroes look toward Berzé, visibly relieved and grateful, calling out to him and acknowledging that they'll never forget this save. Berzé stays focused. He makes it clear internally that he won't let Draxen continue gathering demonic energy. Then he addresses the weaker heroes directly, telling them they'll only be a hindrance now, and ordering them not to leave the barrier. They comply immediately, grateful and fully aware of their limits. Now the battlefield narrows. Draxen scanned the battlefield and declared that only 4 people there could even move. Among them, one with massive amount of mana, and that alone was the pain in the ass for him. Draxen locked onto Berzé Deus, recognizing him. The second Draxen realized Berzé was standing among the group, the atmosphere instantly turned hostile. Without wasting another second, Draxen leapt forward in pure rage, furious that Berzé had already stolen the Phoenix power and still had the audacity to enter his tower. But the moment Draxen lunged toward him, Berzé calmly cast Silence, a sound removal magic. Berzé smugly declared that within this entire domain, his control reigned supreme. Draxen was screaming Berzé's name, but nobody could hear a single thing coming out of his mouth. Roselle immediately praised File aka Burzay, realizing he had completely cancelled the Beast Demon King's roar, while also making their magic incantations impossible to detect. In the very next moment, Roselle unleashed the advanced binding chain magic, Sage's Chains. Countless magical chains burst into existence, piercing through Draxen and locking him down in place. Draxen snapped back in fury, calling them pathetic worms for thinking tricks like this would ever work on him. Then, using nothing but raw physical strength, he shattered every chain restraining him before charging directly at Burzay. Burzay casually jumped backward and dodged the attack like it was nothing. Draxen was completely furious now. He declared this was no longer a fight but a hunt, and Burzay Deus would be the first one he devoured. Burzay stared at him with cold eyes and mocked him, asking what exactly he was barking about because he could not hear him. At that moment, the silence effect became permanently active on Draxen. Whatever insane rant Draxen was screaming became meaningless because nobody could hear a thing. The party looked toward Burzay nervously as both of them stood face to face. Then the fight exploded. Draxen launched himself at Burzay, and the two immediately started clashing at speeds so insane that nobody could properly follow the battle. A brutal back-and-forth exchange erupted between them, moving so fast that Roselle could not even aim her magic at Draxen anymore. Hillen remained calm and reminded everyone about what File had previously said. While Draxen relentlessly attacked with his claws, he raged that he did not care why Burzay was doing any of this or what nonsense was going on inside his head. Since Burzay had already bared his fangs at him, Draxen swore he would never leave the tower alive. Draxen continued attacking non-stop, but Burzay avoided every strike using his phoenix wings. As Burzay glanced back and saw Draxen chasing him, the scene shifted into the past where Burzay, disguised as File, explained the Beast Demon King's greatest strength to the party. According to Burzay, Draxen's speed was his most dangerous trait. Everyone had already experienced it firsthand. His massive body still possessed absurd agility, so the only way to stop him was by targeting his weak point, his legs. Hillen questioned whether he could even land Thundercleave on someone that fast. Burzay assured him it would not be a problem because he would give the signal at the exact right moment. Hillen looked confused about what signal he even meant. Back in the present, Draxen continued slashing toward Burzay with his claws, while Burzay deliberately stalled for time. Then Burzay suddenly turned around and pulled out Ahriman's orb. Draxen looked genuinely confused. He questioned whether Burzay seriously thought an item like that would work on him. Burzay grinned, and admitted the orb itself would not affect Draxen directly. However, Ahriman's orb transmitted the master's location to its vassals. Draxen questioned what Burzay could possibly change with that information since there were no vassals nearby capable of helping him. Then Hillen suddenly appeared directly in front of Draxen. That was the signal Burzay had been talking about the entire time. Hillen raised his sword, ready to strike, but complained that his head felt like it was about to split apart, and begged Burzay to never use that orb again. Even while preparing to attack, the dude was suffering. Draxen immediately realized what had happened, and called Burzay a complete madman for turning a hero into his vassal. Burzay only smiled and replied that heroes were actually pretty useful, assuming Draxen managed to survive. Right after that, Hillen unleashed a full-powered strike against Draxen. The attack actually injured him. Draxen mocked them for becoming arrogant over damage like this, and called it laughable. But before he could recover, multiple gigantic magic circles suddenly appeared overhead, radiating blinding light. The scene shifted back into the past where Burzay explained the next step of the plan to Roselle. Once Hillen matched Burzay's signal and created an opening, Rozelle's turn would begin. Burzay ordered her to pour every ounce of hatred and rage over her lost eye into the attack. Back in the present, countless magic circles surrounded Draxen as Rozelle's fury finally erupted. She cursed the Beast Demon King for taking her eye, and swore she would burn all of her mana just to erase him in one shot. Then Roselle unleashed the top-tier flame magic, Satellite Cannon. Massive cannons descended from every magic circle and blasted directly toward Draxen. The impact was absolutely devastating. Draxen screamed in agony while Burzay, Hillen, Roselle, and Ralph witnessed the destructive power of the spell consume the battlefield. An enormous explosion swallowed the entire area. After the smoke finally cleared, Draxen was revealed in horrifying condition. He had taken massive damage. His entire body looked completely burned apart, like living scorched flesh somehow still moving through pure hatred alone. Even then, Draxen still called them pathetic worms. Burzay observed him carefully and realized that even after taking that much damage, Draxen was still surviving. This monster clearly was not going down easily. Suddenly, pure fury erupted from Draxen as he roared about who exactly they thought he was. An overwhelming amount of demonic energy exploded outward in massive wave-like slashes. Ralph immediately raised his shield to defend the group, but the force completely overwhelmed him, carving straight through his armor. Roselle and Hillen were also slashed apart by the attack, while Draxen declared himself to be Draxen Doldolf, Demon King of Beasts and a vassal of Arcane. He proclaimed himself the Demon King destined to conquer this dimension. Enraged beyond reason, Draxen screamed that he would never forgive them for reducing him to such a pathetic state. Then he sprinted directly toward Burzay like a wild beast. At this point, all of Draxen's rage was focused entirely on Burzay because every bit of this disaster traced back to him. Draxen launched non-stop attacks against Burzay, but Burzay effortlessly handled every strike. Burzay mocked him, saying his fierce form had completely disappeared and now he was nothing more than a mad dog. Draxen snapped and swore he would shut Burzay's damn mouth for good. But Burzay only grinned wider. He revealed that Draxen still had not seen everything yet. Then Burzay finally summoned the power of the Phoenix into his hand. The moment Draxen saw it, he completely lost it and screamed Burzay's name in absolute fury. Burzay immediately unleashed the Phoenix power and blasted Draxen with a direct wave of energy. Even after taking that hit, Draxen still refused to give up. He insisted that damage on this level was nowhere near enough to kill him. Then Ralph suddenly appeared behind him. Using his shield, Ralph slammed directly into Draxen's tail, targeting the Demon King's critical weak point. Roselle also refused to let the opportunity slip away. She declared that Draxen would not escape, and instantly cast the advanced binding magic, Sage's Chains, once again. The chains wrapped around Draxen and locked him down completely. For the first time, Draxen genuinely panicked. He realized that if he took any more damage in this state, things would become truly dangerous for him. Right then, Burzay called out to Hillen. Hillen stepped forward in his ultimate form, fully prepared to finish the fight. Even while trapped, Draxen remained completely obsessed with Burzay and screamed his name in rage. But before Draxen could react, Hillen instantly zipped past him and delivered a decisive slash in a single motion. As the attack landed, Burzay calmly declared that he would make very good use of the Phoenix power. Then he bid farewell to Draxen. We see that in the very next second, Hillen cleanly cuts off Draxen's head. Draxen's severed head rolls across the ground while the rest of the heroes stand there completely stunned. One of them can barely process what just happened and starts wondering if they actually won. Right after that, an announcement rings out declaring that Hillen Cargill has defeated the Demon King of the Beasts. Hillen stands there victorious, raising his sword while the other heroes start shouting for him, chanting "Long live Hillen." Hillen is absolutely hyped hearing all the praise. Internally, he's eating that shit up, thinking good, more, praise him more, praise Hillen Cargill, the man destined to become the strongest hero in history. But the celebration instantly gets interrupted when the heroes realize the entire tower is collapsing. Everyone starts panicking, yelling at each other to grab the treasure, give the recovery potions to the 10-star heroes first, and get the hell out before the whole place caves in. Meanwhile, Burzay quietly stares at Draxen's severed head. He thinks about Draxen doled off and wonders if someone like him would also be given a second chance someday, just like he was. But even if that happened, Burzay feels it would be meaningless in the end, because Draxen never abandoned the Demon King's stupid standards, even until his final moment. From outside, we see the massive Tower of Beasts finally collapse completely. The scene then shifts to the Ormouth Forest. Rosal, covered in bandages, confronts Hillen and says this was apparently his plan all along, to be the one who claimed the Demon King of Beasts' head. Hillen, also wrapped in bandages, immediately calls it a misunderstanding and tries explaining the situation, but Rosal instantly cuts him off and tells him to stop the bullshit. Internally, Rosal admits she became suspicious the moment Hillen suddenly joined the battle. Still, he risked his life fighting alongside them, so she feels like she can't really push the issue further. At the same time though, she can't hide her frustration that she lost the chance to obtain the Demon King's power. Even so, she also remembers that she survived thanks to Hillen before, which complicates her feelings. Rosal then tells Hillen that she took the corpse of the Demon King of Beasts and asks if he has any objections. Hillen immediately agrees and says of course not. Just then, another hero suddenly calls out to Roselle from the wreckage of the Tower of Beasts, telling her to come quickly because the kidnapped princes and princesses have been found. We then see a group of princes and princesses lying there unconscious. Roselle looks over them carefully before suddenly noticing one sleeping princess in particular. She instantly recognizes her. The princess finally wakes up and gets introduced as Lavinia Akan, the third princess of the Akan kingdom. Seeing her there, Rosal is completely shocked and asks what the hell she's even doing in a place like this. Lavinia responds with only a single word, materials. Rosal immediately realizes what she means and straight up shouts at her, asking if she came there to gather materials for creating a chimera. Lavinia casually responds with demonic beasts. Rosal somehow manages to fully understand her broken responses and realizes Lavinia even entered the tower just to gather demonic beast corpses. She calls her insane and says that's way too dangerous. Meanwhile, the heroes standing nearby are completely confused, wondering how the fuck Rosal is somehow understanding anything the princess is saying. Rosal then asks if the Demon King of Beasts harmed her at all. Lavinia replies only with the words money and demonic beast. Despite how ridiculous the conversation sounds, Rosal somehow pieces it together and realizes Lavinia exchanged money for demonic beasts. Lavinia cutely nods. Watching this exchange, Berzé immediately understands why Draxen had so much money before. The princess herself had been funding him. As Rosal starts taking care of the princes, she tells Lavinia they're going back for now, and calls her a reckless princess. Berzé continues thinking to himself, realizing that in order to continue her chimera research, Lavinia entered the tower alone, and literally made a deal with a demon king. He remembers thinking the exact same thing in his previous life too. That princess is a total nutcase. The scene then transitions to a meeting of the Heroes Guild Elder Council. Every elder is connected through a virtual meeting while they discuss the aftermath of the Tower of Beasts incident. One elder complains that the Tower of Beasts was an extremely important hunting ground, and talks about all the effort spent coordinating with sponsors and keeping the 10-star heroes under control. Another elder mentions reports claiming that someone called the Phoenix Master led the heroes to victory. One of the elders immediately questions who the Phoenix Master even is, and asks if there was ever such a hero to begin with. Another elder explains that this mysterious figure apparently isn't affiliated with the Heroes Guild at all. One particularly intimidating elder from before then says that ever since the Demon King descended upon Urgest, abnormalities have become endless. He declares that it's time to tighten the leashes on these heroes before they become even more uncontrollable. With a terrifying glare, the elder orders everyone to begin investigating the identity of the Phoenix Master immediately. The rest of the elders instantly agree. The scene then shifts once again, this time to the Ormouth Royal Banquet Hall after the victory. Celebration begins. After defeating the Demon King of the Beasts, the banquet is packed with people and insanely lively. The King of Ormouth is straight up bawling his eyes out while thanking the heroes for defeating the Demon King and rescuing the princes. He apologizes for not having much to offer but still tells everyone to enjoy the celebration. One of the royal guards gently suggests that the king should probably get some rest too, but the king just keeps crying anyway. At the banquet, Rosal appears wearing gorgeous clothes and looking hot as hell while casually holding a drink in her hand. She comments that despite the victory, the banquet somehow still feels gloomy, though at least the cocktails are pretty good. Right then, Hillen walks over and tells her the dress suits her well. He also mentions that the princess has already returned to the kingdom. Rosal immediately calls him out for only showing up to the banquet for appearance's sake. Hillen laughs it off and says that since Rosal herself is already there, there's really no need for him to do much else. Rosal brushes it off as flattery before suddenly asking why Phile isn't around. She says she especially wanted to ask him about that phoenix. The other heroes nearby immediately react after hearing Phile's name. They all admit they wanted to meet the person who saved them and say they never properly thanked him. At that moment, Ralph Schmidt suddenly appears and comments that the Phoenix Master was truly incredible. The other heroes are visibly shocked hearing Ralph speak at all because the guy has been silent for so long that most of them are basically hearing his voice for the first time. Hillen then breaks the news that Phile already left. Every hero at the banquet instantly loses it and reacts with "come on bruh." While deep in the heart of Urgest Mountain, inside Berzé Tower, the Demon King Berzé finally returned to his base after Bro killed a Demon King like it was cake. Gordon immediately welcomed him back and thanked him for his hard work, but he clearly wasn't buying the idea that Berzé had simply gone out, killed the Demon King of Beasts, and casually returned home like it was another normal day. Berzé instantly shattered any remaining doubt and straight up admitted that he did exactly that. Gordon's brain practically short-circuited after hearing it. The guy could not process how this absolute fucking maniac of a Demon King planned to deal with the consequences of murdering another Demon King so openly. Meanwhile, Berzé barely cared about Gordon panicking in the background. He casually pointed out that Gordon was spreading dust everywhere while swinging the cleaning tool around, then sat down in his chair like nothing serious had happened. He explained that now Draxen was dead, the other Demon Kings would obviously start moving soon. If he stayed missing when that happened, suspicion would instantly fall on him. Gordon finally realized that was the reason Berzé rushed back so quickly. Still, Berzé wasn't focused on the politics, his thoughts were locked onto the fight itself. After battling Draxen, he realized he was still weak as hell. Even when Draxen activated his final desperate move, the guy had already been worn down after surviving an entire hero's journey beforehand. Berzé admitted that the finishing attack he launched was meant to kill Draxen outright, but it didn't deal nearly as much damage as he expected. That realization pissed him off internally. Not only did his original power need to grow stronger, but even the Phoenix's power still wasn't enough. Right then, Berzé received a call from the Demon King of Lies, Jason. Jason called out to him, and Berzé acted completely innocent, asking what the issue was. Internally though, he already expected this would happen, and thought it was a good thing he returned early. Jason informed him that he wanted to hold a conference between the Demon Kings at his tower that very same day. Berzé pretended to be surprised by how sudden it was and questioned why everyone was rushing when there should still have been time left. Then Jason dropped the news that Draxen Doldov had been killed. Inside his head, Berzé almost grinned because he already knew the truth. After all, he was the one who killed him. Even so, he kept acting shocked and asked if it was really true. Jason confirmed everything and explained that they needed to discuss the situation immediately. On top of that, a brand new Demon King had already descended. That information genuinely caught Burzay off guard. A new Demon King appearing in barely half a day was insanely fast. He immediately suspected that the old bastard Archduke Arcane had already anticipated Draxon's death and prepared everything beforehand. Still, Burzay quickly calmed himself down. Draxon's tower and the black box vanished together with him, meaning there was no evidence tying the murder back to Burzay. As far as he was concerned, there was no reason to worry about getting caught. Sometime later, all the Demon Kings gathered for the conference, and Burzay finally arrived. That was when the newly descended Demon King introduced herself. She greeted Burzay and said he really was the famous Burzay she had heard about. She introduced herself as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon tribe. Burzay calmly took his seat and confirmed his identity without much interest. But while looking at him, Vivian recalled the secret mission Archduke Arcane Blarimph personally gave her. Arcane believed there was no way Draxon could have been defeated that easily. Reports about demons invading the territory sounded suspicious as hell to him, and he ordered Vivian to investigate the situation thoroughly before reporting back. More importantly, he specifically instructed her to keep a close eye on Burzay. Out of all the Demon Kings, Arcane believed Burzay was the most likely one to break the rules and disrespect the standards. That assignment became Vivian's objective in the present. With a playful, mischievous expression, she thought that cold and unfriendly types were usually the easiest to win over. In her mind, this was just the warm-up. Jason then announced that everyone had gathered, so the conference would officially begin. But before things could properly start, Vivian suddenly stood up and openly commented that the dimension of Arene was actually fun. She found the entire system fascinating, especially how all the Demon Kings gathered together to investigate the cause whenever one of them died like this. Then she stepped directly onto the conference table and casually walked toward Burzay in front of everyone like she owned the damn place. She admitted that, more than the meeting itself, she was interested in him. Using her charm like a weapon, Vivian approached Burzay while crossing her long legs and moving in close. She questioned what kind of demon could possibly shake the entire demonic realm upside down the way he had. Burzay acted confused and asked what exactly she meant. Vivian kept pushing forward with her seductive tactics and openly admitted that she was attracted to him. Then she straight up invited him to spend the night with her. Did bro scored another baddie? But Burzay completely shut her down. He slapped her across the face by rejecting her without hesitation and telling her to keep her hands off him, calling her an ugly bitch. Bro's riz is like mine. That single insult genuinely broke Vivian's composure because she was the succubus queen. Getting called an ugly bitch by Burzay was not something she could mentally recover from so easily. Reina immediately stepped in and questioned Vivian, asking why she was challenging her and whether she should be returning to her seat already. She reminded everyone that the gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, but it was also an important meeting focused on understanding how Draxon had been defeated so helplessly. Reina then told Vivian to maintain her dignity. Watching everything unfold, Jason realized that Lady Reina herself was overseeing the entire meeting. Vivian only smiled at her and playfully teased her, suggesting that Reina also desired Burzay. Reina brushed it off, saying that was all Vivian ever thought about, while Vivian casually backed down for the moment and agreed to stop there for today. The meeting finally resumed, and Jason reflected on how the main force behind the hero's journey this time had been the 10 stars. As the discussions continued, the atmosphere became repetitive and monotonous. The Demon Kings simply exchanged the information each of them had gathered. However, one major topic completely shifted the room's attention: the sudden appearance of a new powerhouse known as the Phoenix Master. The Demon Kings all had different opinions regarding the mysterious figure, but the meeting ultimately concluded with a shared decision to investigate the Phoenix Master more thoroughly and proceed carefully moving forward. Meanwhile, Burzay quietly thought to himself that since he had acted as the Phoenix Master file during the hero's journey, the demons could not have possibly spied on him directly. Still, he realized he would need to be far more careful about exposing his face from now on. On top of that, Vivian Blunt had now arrived with a secret mission from Archduke Arcane, and the woman was clearly a complete nutcase. Burzay glanced toward Vivian, only for her to immediately blow him a kiss and continue acting seductive toward him. Burzay honestly was not into any of it. In his mind, she was not someone worth worrying about too much. Our boy Burzay was fully in Sigma mode, completely unfazed by her antics. The scene then shifted to the first floor of Burzay Tower, where Princess Kaide was secretly hiding and carrying out surveillance on the area. She noticed that security around the tower had become incredibly lax lately. There were no demons nearby, and Princess Ernan was nowhere to be seen either. Kaide realized this was finally her chance to escape. If she could just get past the main door, she would be free. However, the moment she prepared to leave, Princess Ernan suddenly appeared right in front of her and questioned where she thought she was going. Ernan was accompanied by her adorable elemental spirits, along with the high-ranking spirit Niruniel. Ernan calmly explained that for the peace of the tower and Kaide's own safety, she intended to stop her escape. She warned her that Urgest, especially the area surrounding the tower, was extremely dangerous. Kaide had no intention of backing down. She immediately readied her sword and admitted that she had not wanted to fight, but staying in the tower any longer was too risky. Nobody knew what could happen if she remained there longer. The two princesses stood face to face as tension exploded between them, and the fight was about to begin. Then Gordon suddenly appeared, already fed up with the entire situation. He bluntly told Kaide to leave if she wanted to, because whatever happened afterward was not his problem. He complained that this was exactly why humans should never be treated kindly in the first place. Kaide was completely confused by his attitude. They had kidnapped her and claimed they were treating her well, yet now this guy was casually telling her to walk out freely. Still, regardless of whatever scheme might be happening, Kaide realized this was her best opportunity. She instantly sprinted toward the tower door while thinking that if she could just escape the tower itself, she would somehow survive in the Urgest Mountains, and immediately head to Horton Walk to request support. But the moment she touched the tower door, violent purple energy erupted across it. In the next second, she was blasted away like a fly. Princess Ernan and Gordon watched as Kaide crashed to the ground. Gordon explained that direct contact with the door caused that reaction. Kaide now lay completely scorched and burned nearly to a crisp, barely moving on the floor. Gordon coldly stated that nobody without the Demon King's permission could leave the tower. Ernan became curious about the strange mechanism behind the door, but Gordon immediately warned her not to touch it recklessly, or she would end up with problems as well. Ernan, however, did not give a flying fuck about his warning. She casually placed her hand on the door, and to everyone's complete shock, the massive entrance slowly opened. Cold wind from the Urgest Mountains rushed directly into the tower. Gordon was absolutely stunned and could not understand how in the granny she had just opened the sealed door so casually. Even Ernan herself looked confused about what had happened. She awkwardly laughed and admitted that she simply felt like it would work. She quickly decided to close the door again, but before she could, a hand suddenly reached in from outside. Berzé himself stepped through the doorway. He looked at Ernan and casually pointed out that she had opened the door herself, asking whether she was finally attempting to escape. Ernan froze completely after seeing the Demon King suddenly appear before her. Gordon immediately welcomed Berzé back while Ernan simply stood there with a blank expression. Covered in snow from outside, Berzé looked around in confusion and asked what exactly everyone had been doing. The scene then transitioned to the Demon King's chamber. Berzé sat in his chair while Gordon reported everything that had happened, including Kaide's attempted escape. After hearing the full story, Berzé immediately ordered Gordon to lock Kaide in the underground prison. Gordon accepted the command without hesitation, but he still questioned Berzé about what had happened with Princess Ernan opening the main door. Berzé asked what he meant, and Gordon explained that only those granted permission by the Demon King himself should be capable of leaving the tower. Since Ernan had opened the door, Gordon could not understand how it was possible. Berzé then revealed the truth. The tower had already recognized Princess Ernan as one of its members. That revelation completely shocked Gordon. Berzé quietly continued thinking that if Ernan truly possessed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, then escaping the tower and crossing the dangerous Urgest Mountains alone would not actually be very difficult for her. Yet despite all that, she still had not escaped. Using the system screen, Berzé observed both Princess Kaide and Princess Ernan. He wondered why Ernan had remained inside the tower even after he had been away for such a long time. He questioned what her true purpose really was. The scene shifted again to the underground prison within Berzé Tower. Princess Kaide remained locked inside, while Princess Ernan quietly observed her from outside the cell. Ernan reminded Kaide that she had warned her not to try leaving. Kaide immediately responded that kindness without reason did not exist. In her eyes, the Demon King definitely had some hidden scheme, and she suspected Ernan as well. However, in that exact moment, Ernan sensed something watching her, so she instinctively looked toward it. Berzé, secretly observing through the system screen, became slightly surprised that she had noticed his gaze. Trying to shift the topic away from the tension, Ernan explained that she had actually come there on her own. Kaide was completely confused by the statement. Ernan then admitted the truth. She had run away because she hated the royal palace, the royal family, and even her own father. Technically, she had been kidnapped at first, but afterwards she simply did not want to return anymore. Berzé quietly wondered whether Ernan was intentionally saying all of this for him to hear. Kaide then brought up Ernan's overwhelming talent. Out of all the countless princes and princesses, Ernan alone had been born with extraordinary abilities. She was destined to become the next queen of Hildren, so Kaide could not understand why she would throw away such a brilliant future just to become subordinate to a demon king. Ernan responded by pointing out something strange about the Hildren royal family. Hildren possessed the largest royal family on the continent, with 62 princes and princesses in total, yet aside from her, not a single royal child's name was publicly known. Kaeda immediately disagreed and insisted that the kingdom only had 28 princes and princesses. Ernan calmly replied that officially, yes, that was correct, but she told Kaede that once she returned to her empire later, she should ask about it there instead. The emperor would likely know the truth. Kaede was shocked and questioned whether Ernan truly did not care about the consequences if such a secret ever became public. The reputation of the kingdom and the royal family could collapse. Ernan only smiled mischievously and pointed out that those words sounded strange coming from a runaway princess who had fled because she did not want to get married. That comment instantly made Kaede red. Ernan quickly turned away afterward and admitted she had only been joking before casually saying goodbye until tomorrow and leaving the prison area. Watching everything from his chamber, Berzé reflected on the hidden secret of the Hildren royal family, knowledge that was apparently known only among the highest-ranking nobles. Soon after, Berzé ordered Gordon to prepare Princess Ernan because he planned to head out in search of spirit blossoms. Sometime later, the scene transitioned to the snowy plains of the Urgest Mountains. Berzé and Princess Ernan traveled together while searching for the spirit blossoms. Nearby, the high-ranking spirit Niruniel happily played around while carrying the cute little elemental spirits in her hands. Excitedly, Niruniel encouraged everyone to search for the spirit blossoms together. From behind, Ernan suddenly shouted toward her, wondering whether she was thinking strange things again. Ernan assumed the spirit was simply excited because it had been a long time since she had gone outside this much. A short while later, Berzé suddenly addressed Ernan using her full official name, Ernan Hildren. She looked surprised after hearing him call her that. Berzé then coldly stated that he did not believe everything she had said earlier was true. With a menacing stare, he demanded that she reveal everything she was hiding. Sweat slowly rolled down Ernan's face as she felt the pressure from the Demon King staring absolute daggers at her. But neither of them realized that someone else was secretly observing them from far away through a pair of binoculars. The mysterious observer became excited after finally finding his target. That was the Demon King of Urgest. While our Demon King Berzé pressures Princess Ernan to reveal the truth. But before she can continue, he suddenly fires an energy beam from his hand straight towards someone secretly spying on them from afar. The blast tears through the area instantly, and the man caught in it is completely stunned that Berzé noticed him from such a massive distance even while he was using concealment arts. A second later, the figure vanishes, revealing it was only a clone the whole time. Berzé brushes it off as petty tricks. Princess Ernan immediately questions whether that person was a hero, and Berzé confirms it, clearly annoyed that the guy has been irritating him for a while now. Ernan quickly pieces things together. A hero traveling all the way to the Urgest Mountains while relying on concealment techniques could only mean one person, the 10-star hero Dapner Filion. She explains that he is a mercenary specializing in intelligence gathering and reconnaissance, with concealment arts and clone techniques being his main specialty. Hearing the name makes Berzé think back to his previous life. He remembers hearing that a massive amount of information about him had been leaked through Dapner Filion before. Even so, this is his first time seeing the man this closely. Ernan then nervously asks if the tower will be alright, but Berzé calmly tells her there is nothing to worry about. The scene shifts to Berzé's tower deep within the Urgest Mountains, where Dapner Filion's clones desperately searches the area. Since a Demon King exists there, he is certain a tower should also be nearby. Yet no matter where he looks, he cannot see anything. The reality, though, is wild. The tower is literally right behind him, but completely invisible. That is because Berzé activated the Mana Phantom remote control function, a skill that renders the entire tower invisible. The ability continuously consumes 10 demonic energy points every second, but it effectively hides the tower from detection. Berzé explains this to Princess Ernan, adding that the function will be extremely useful for avoiding the hero's journey. Still, Berzé internally calculates the downside. The invisibility will only last until his remaining demonic energy points are fully depleted. Until then, the tower cannot be discovered. After confirming the tower is safe for now, Berzé turns back toward Ernan and tells her to continue speaking. He demands that she reveal everything she has been hiding, warning her that if she refuses, he will no longer allow her inside the tower. The pressure clearly gets to her. Princess Ernan lowers her head in silence before finally deciding to tell him the truth. She begins by asking whether he has ever heard of a spell called the World Tree's Child. Before she can properly explain it, the scene cuts away again toward the hero's movements. Watching Dapner from the shadows is the Orc General Krutu, who has been tracking him the entire time. Krutu reports back to Berzé that the hero already left the mountains without using concealment, just as Berzé predicted. It confirms that the hero they saw earlier was only a clone. Berzé praises Krutu for the report, and immediately orders him to locate the remaining clones and tail every single one until they find the original. Krutu obediently accepts the command. Meanwhile, Berzé's demonic energy continues draining every second to maintain the tower's invisibility. He realizes the tower's location was dangerously close to being exposed. Even though the tower has become much stronger than before, it is still in a risky position against heroes. Because of that, he knows he eventually needs to properly deal with Dapner. At that moment, Princess Ernan comments that the hero was probably sent by her father to search for her. Since she is the first princess, the king clearly has no intention of giving up on retrieving her. Berze then wonders if all of this is connected to the World Tree's child spell she mentioned earlier. Ernan admits that the explanation is long, but Berze tells her he has time. She finally begins revealing the truth. Long ago, the kingdom of Hildren was once a powerful empire. However, after enduring repeated wars, the nation's power declined until it eventually fell to the status of a mere kingdom. Her father desperately wishes to restore those former imperial glories. To accomplish that dream, the kingdom concluded that a single genius mage capable of dominating battlefields was worth far more than an army of 10,000 soldiers. The problem is that geniuses cannot simply be created through education, and naturally born prodigies are extremely rare. Berze quickly realizes where this is going, and Ernan confirms it. The World Tree's child spell is a method used to artificially create enhanced humans like herself. From the fetal stage onward, massive amounts of mana are forcibly injected into unborn children to create geniuses with overwhelming magical sensitivity. Berze is shocked hearing it. To him it sounds disturbingly similar, as humans do demonic things too, I guess, but the process came with horrific consequences. The mothers and fetuses usually could not withstand the forced mana injections. Many died. Even among survivors, countless children were born with severe deformities or failed to live long lives. Only the successful cases were ever revealed publicly. Right as the heavy explanation settles in, a monster from the Urgest Mountains suddenly appears before Berze and Ernan. Berze immediately tells her to step aside, realizing the creature sensed the demonic energy he released earlier. Judging from its form, it is clearly a top-tier monster. Before Berze can make a move himself, Princess Ernan steps forward alongside her high-ranking spirit Nairunio. She calmly explains that among all the successful experiments, she was specifically created to become an overwhelmingly superior genius. The top-tier monster attacks immediately, forming a magic circle and unleashing a beam of energy toward them. But Ernan casually raises her own hand and creates a magic circle of her own, effortlessly blocking the attack with ice spikes. Then she manipulates the frozen terrain surrounding them. In the next instant, countless ice spikes burst upward and pierce straight through the monster's body, killing the so-called top-tier creature instantly. Watching the entire thing, Berze realizes, a human just defeated a top-tier monster in a single blow. No wonder the king refuses to give up on reclaiming her. Even after displaying such overwhelming power, Ernan quietly admits that this strength is blood-stained power. Berze questions her directly. With abilities like these and being the closest heir to the throne, why would she not want to return to the kingdom? Why should he believe her now? Ernan responds with visible cute frustration, insisting that she is telling the truth. She even tells him to use the magic tool he previously used on Helan because she has honestly revealed everything, but Berze immediately rejects the idea. The artifact known as Ahriman's Orb works easily against weaker spirits, but it would never function properly on an elementalist as powerful as Ernan. His expression darkens as he warns her one last time. If she is attempting to deceive him again, he promises to show her what a true demon king really is. But now Ernan had enough. She suddenly grabs Berze's hand and pushes it directly against her melons while insisting that she truly is telling the truth. Berze is completely thrown off, asking what exactly she thinks she is doing. Ernan explains that he should listen to her heartbeat because she has only spoken honestly. Confused, Berze suddenly feels something strange. The phoenix heart within him reacts to Ernan's heartbeat, shocking him completely. Through the phoenix heart, Berze begins sensing Ernan's pulse, heartbeat, and even her emotions directly. What he feels from her is a chaotic mix of anger, sorrow, embarrassment, and sincerity all blending together. Ernan then explains that this is a communication method used by elementalists. Pure mana users can sense each other's vibrations, allowing them to understand one another's feelings and thoughts directly. At that moment, Berze realizes she truly has not lied to him. Ernan continues explaining that from the very first moment she met him, she immediately knew he was different from other demon beings. She believed he was someone capable of helping her. Berze asks what exactly she expects him to help with. Blushing slightly but acting bold, Princess Ernan finally reveals her real wish. She wants Berze's help bringing down her father and the kingdom of Hildren itself. Hearing those words shocks Berze, but through the phoenix heart, he can also tell that these feelings are completely sincere. We see Demon King Berze remove his hand from Princess Ernan's melons before calmly saying that he believes her. Princess Ernan is immediately left blushing and thanks him for trusting her. However, someone has been watching this entire interaction. The high-ranking thirsty bitch, Nairunil. She is completely invested in what she is seeing. As someone who is always interested in love novels, she starts drooling while staring at the two of them. She excitedly wonders what exactly is going on, and questions when they became so close without her noticing. She even teases Princess Ernan for acting innocent while secretly getting close to Berze, calling her a sly little cat as she continues enjoying the romance unfolding in front of her. Princess Ernan quickly blushes and explains that it is not like that at all. She says it is simply a method of communication used by spirits. Nairunali immediately understands and says that this method is done through the body rather than words. Berze then moves on and says that he understands her sincerity now. As for Hildren, they will discuss that matter further once they return to the tower. Princess Ernan happily agrees, but before that, Berze gives her another order. He tells her to use the spirits to locate Dapner Filian's true body because they are going to capture him. Meanwhile, hero Dapner is seen sliding across the snow while using his clone technique, splitting himself into two. We then learn that this is doppelganger magic, a technique that allows the doppelgangers to divide themselves repeatedly. However, the more they multiply, the weaker they become. Even so, the advantage is that they can cover a much wider search area. Dapner's clones spread throughout Urgest Mountains searching for the Demon King's tower, while the real Dapner remains hidden inside a cave. He monitors all of his clones in real time through a virtual map projected onto the ground. He explains that the Demon King's tower has a minimum height of around 50 meters. After searching such a massive area, not even a shadow of it has been found. Based on everything Wharton and Hillen said, combined with the hero's journey movement path, search duration, and his own calculations, he concludes that the tower should be located in a specific area. Even though the tower itself is invisible, Dapner becomes convinced that this has to be the correct location. There was even a Demon King nearby, yet absolutely nothing is here. He cannot understand what happened. Suddenly, a beep appears on the virtual map. Dapner notices it and thinks that even high-ranking monsters usually avoid his doppelgangers. But in the next moment, numerous beeps start appearing all over the map. One after another, his clones are being destroyed. The one responsible is Orc Chieftain Krutu. While speaking through a virtual call with Berze, Krutu reports that he found and destroyed the doppelgangers belonging to a 10-star hero. He casually mentions that they were not particularly strong. Berze is pleased and orders him to destroy anything he sees. Krutu immediately obeys. At the same time, Berze thinks to himself that he still has plenty of remaining points. Once every doppelganger is eliminated, he can capture Dapner and turn him into his vassal. If that happens, he could control the entire continent. The Demon King smiles at the thought. But before he can celebrate, Gordon suddenly contacts him and reports that there is an abnormality inside the tower. Berze immediately asks what is wrong. Gordon explains that the Mana Phantom device is acting strangely. It is overheating and looks like it could explode at any moment. In the background, Roger is completely panicking, questioning what suddenly happened to his precious machine. The reason is then revealed. Multiple system panels appear, announcing that prolonged use of the tower's invisibility ability is causing an overload. The invisibility cost is continuously increasing and has now reached 100 points per second. Berze is left shocked. At this rate, they have less than 10 minutes remaining. If he cannot capture Dapner before that, the tower's location will be exposed, and Hero's journey will once again arrive there. Gordon then adds another report. A large number of doppelgangers are currently standing outside the tower. The scene shifts back to the original Dapner. He refuses to believe his calculations were wrong. The tower absolutely has to be here. Since he already consumed a huge amount of mana, he has to find it no matter what. Meanwhile, Berze personally starts destroying Dapner's remaining doppelgangers while communicating with General Orc Krutu. He tells Krutu that they no longer have time. Krutu must thoroughly search the entire area and prevent any other doppelgangers from approaching the tower. Krutu obeys as always. Berze then gives Gordon another task. He orders him to send the locations of every doppelganger destroyed so far. Gordon immediately complies. Berze opens a virtual panel and begins analyzing the data. Since doppelgangers cannot travel too far away from their true body, and the surrounding areas have already been explored long ago, there is only one logical conclusion. The true body must be located at the center point of all the destroyed doppelgangers. Berze marks the location and successfully pinpoints Dapner. At the same time, Dapner also starts using the big brain of his. He realizes that the Demon King himself has appeared, which means the tower's location must be nearby. Both sides identify each other's positions simultaneously. Berze locates Dapner, while Dapner finally locates the Demon King's tower. Dapner decides that he now has enough information and plans to return and report everything. Unfortunately for him, Bro's luck is absolutely on holiday. Right at that moment, high-ranking spirit Nairunil arrives at the cave entrance. Their eyes meet instantly. Dapner sees Nairunil, and Nairunil sees Dapner. Nairunil immediately shouts that she found the true body, and instinctively blocks the cave entrance with ice. But Dapner is insanely fast. He zigzags past Nairunil and escapes before she can stop him. Nairunil quickly shouts that he is fleeing. Berzé immediately asks Princess Ernan where he is. Using Niruniel's body, Ernan sends a mana signal to indicate Dapner's location. Berzé sees the signal rise into the sky and immediately launches himself toward it at incredible speed. Soon, Demon King Berzé appears high above Dapner as the hero desperately runs for his life. Dapner then notices Berzé landing directly in front of him. Now the two stand face to face. Berzé gives Dapner a choice. If he wants to live, he must obey him. At that moment, Berzé activates his phoenix power. A giant phoenix image appears above him. Dapner is stunned. He immediately questions why Berzé possesses a phoenix. He is confused. Are there two phoenix masters? He is certain that there is only one phoenix master, and that is File. Since File and Hill and Cargill are close, he suddenly reaches a terrifying conclusion. Could File actually be the Demon King? Does that mean Hill and Cargill is his accomplice? Everything suddenly connects in his mind. The being he encountered earlier was definitely a spirit. A spirit is helping the Demon King. That should not even be possible. Then another thought hits him. The Imperial Princess must also be helping the Demon King, just like Hill and Cargill. Realizing the scale of this entire conspiracy, Dapner immediately activates his doppelganger ability again. His clones scatter in multiple directions to confuse Berzé. At the same time, Dapner thinks that obeying this Demon King is complete bullshit. A scandal of this magnitude could be sold anywhere, and he could live the rest of his life eating and playing with that money. First, he just needs to escape. But suddenly, a bright purple light appears in the sky. Dapner and all his clones instinctively look upward. Berzé has unleashed his demonic flames. He calls Dapner a fool and reminds him that he already gave him a choice. Now the 10-star hero will disappear. As Dapner stares at his impending death, several thoughts flood his mind. A Demon King who descended less than a year ago already possesses this much power. He curses the people who gave him this mission in the first place. Suddenly, money means absolutely nothing anymore. He should have abandoned this mission long ago. If he had known Berzé was this strong, he would never have come here. The attack finally lands. The entire area is obliterated and consumed by demonic flames. However, at the very last moment, Dapner makes one final move. A bird created entirely out of mana escapes from the destruction while carrying a message. The mana bird then flies away toward the kingdom of Hildren. Just then, a man rushes to report to the king of Hildren. A letter from the hero Dapner Filion has just arrived at the kingdom's information bureau. The king immediately perks up and excitedly asks if Dapner managed to discover the tower's location. The man confirms that he did, and even sent the exact coordinates. The king is impressed, saying it is exactly what he expected from Dapner Filion, because he never disappoints. However, the messenger hesitates before continuing. The king notices and asks what is wrong. The man explains that the mana bird that delivered the letter suddenly burned away in black flames immediately after arriving. The king is instantly shocked. That can only mean one thing. The messenger confirms his fears. Since the mana bird died so suddenly, it likely means Dapner Filion's true body died in the Demon King's hands in the exact same way. Now trembling with rage, the king declares that the loyal and trustworthy Dapner has been killed. They severely underestimated this new Demon King. Without wasting a second, he orders his men to contact the Heroes Guild immediately and request the assembly of all 10-star heroes. Fueled by anger, he announces that this time they will kill the Greenhorn Demon King and bring back the Imperial Princess. Meanwhile, back at the aftermath of Berzé absolutely erasing Dapner Filion, the entire blasted area is still burning hot from the attack. Berzé himself is kneeling on the ground, huffing heavily after unleashing that insane amount of power. He realizes that with the power of the Phoenix added to his flames, his destructive force has become beyond imagination. But the exhaustion that comes with it is also far beyond his expectations. Bro is barely conscious at this point. Just as he's about to collapse, Princess Ernan appears and catches him, asking if he is alright. At the same time, her knees begin burning from touching the ground. Berzé notices and points out that her knees are burning, asking if it isn't hot. Princess Ernan explains that the spirit of water specializes in recovery, so she can handle this much. She also points out that he does not like showing weakness because the pool orcs might be watching nearby. Berzé, barely clinging to consciousness, admits that she is exactly right. He says he will take a short rest. Princess Ernan agrees and tells him not to push himself further. Moments later, the Demon King simply drifts off to sleep. Elsewhere, newspapers are spreading breaking news everywhere. Dozens of succubi invaded the royal palace, and voices of anxiety are erupting all over the continent. More and more people are insisting that every Demon King must be hunted down. The one reading the newspaper is none other than the Demon King of Lies, Jason. He crushes the paper in his hand and says he clearly told her not to send her vassal troops outside the tower. He specifically warned her to be careful. Sitting across from him is the succubus queen, Vivian Blunt. Completely unfazed, she asks if she is supposed to obey simply because he says so. She reminds him that she is the queen, and she is the one who gives orders. Then she asks if he called her over just to complain about that. Jason explains that because of her actions, humanity's wariness has grown significantly, and this is not the situation he wanted. But Vivian brushes it off, asking if he is worrying too much. In her eyes, they are just heroes after all. Jason is practically thinking, what the hell, bitch? Meanwhile, Vivian casually sips her wine and confidently declares that heroes are prey for demon kings. According to her, the fact that her subordinates encountered a hero inside the royal palace was simply bad luck. Jason stays silent for a brief moment before letting out a sigh. Then he loudly asks the Archduke why he sent down such a scattered-brained nympho. Vivian instantly gets offended and demands to know what he just called her. A scattered-brained nympho? She immediately corrects him, proudly declaring that she is the succubus queen. She is not just a nympho, she is the ultimate nympho, and that is a matter of pride. Jason pauses for a moment, then smiles and chuckles before asking Vivian how many heroes she thinks exist in this dimension. Vivian answers that the dimension she conquered had around 10 heroes. She guesses that Irene probably has around 50 heroes and thinks making such a huge fuss over that amount is ridiculous. Jason thinks, is this bitch for real? He immediately cuts her off and says she clearly has not heard anything from the Archduke. If she had, she never would have considered coming to this dimension in the first place. Then he drops an absolutely absurd number. There are 4,732 heroes. That is the current number of heroes registered in the Heroes Guild. Vivian is completely stunned. She immediately says he has to be joking because there is a limit to jokes. There cannot possibly be that many heroes in a single dimension. Jason calmly explains that if this were a dimension with limits, previous demon kings would have conquered it long ago. This was never just bad luck. In this world, encountering a hero is literally an everyday occurrence. Now genuine fear starts creeping into Vivian's expression. She says that cannot be true because the Archduke promised her something. At that moment, she recalls their previous conversation. The Archduke had praised Vivian Blunt as a demon king who had already conquered an entire dimension. As the queen of her race, he told her that conquering Irene would not be difficult. If she successfully completed the conquest, he promised her the position of the next Archduke. At the same time, he secretly ordered her to keep an eye on Berze Deus. He said he would be looking forward to her performance and warned her not to disappoint him. Vivian happily accepted the task. Back in the present, Jason immediately exposes everything. He asks if the Archduke promised her the position of Archduke, and whether she also received secret orders to monitor Berze Deus. Completely caught off guard, Vivian asks how he knew. Jason casually replies that he knows because it is a method he used himself sometimes. He explains that these people are merely disposable informants who get thrown away once they are no longer useful. Vivian is confused by the word disposable. Then, in the very next moment, Jason points his finger at her. Instantly, he takes control of the succubus queen and slams her face straight onto the table. Jason now looks absolutely terrifying as he reminds her who the boss is. He bluntly tells her that she has been abandoned, calling her a stupid succubus queen. From now on, he orders her not to think any thoughts whatsoever with that meager brain of hers. The only thing she is allowed to do is obey his words unconditionally. Then he asks if she understands. With her face pinned against the table and finally realizing how serious this situation really is, Vivian quietly says that she understands. Sometime later, Jason sits alone at the table. His attention shifts toward another newspaper headline. 10-star hero Dapner Filion is deceased. Wharton Colo has been selected as the new 10-star hero. The location of the Tower of Urgist has finally been revealed. The Demon King of Urgist has received a new title, the Demon King of Hellfire. The Heroes Guild has pledged unlimited support for the conquest of the Demon King's tower, and Dapner Filion's death has sent anxiety spreading across the entire continent. As Jason reads all of it, he thinks to himself that the entire world is trembling in fear. This is not the outcome he wanted. Vivian is not much of a problem. He can manipulate her whenever he wants. The real issue is Berze Deus, the arrogant black flame dragon. Jason originally wanted to leave him alone for a little while longer, but things have escalated too far. At this point, there is no other choice. He has no choice but to deal with him. The scene transitions to a pot of food being cooked as its aroma fills the entire room. Small light orbs hang from the ceiling, illuminating the area while Demon King Berze slowly wakes up, immediately questioning where he is. Princess Ernin is standing nearby, cooking the food and tasting the soup she just prepared. She notices that Berze is finally awake and offers him some, but he declines. Instead, he focuses on something more important, asking where they are and whether this place is inside his tower. It turns out they are on the 4th floor of Berze Tower, specifically inside Ernin's house. Berze questions whether this is truly inside the tower, and Ernin happily confirms it while proudly mentioning how well she decorated everything. Berze gets up and immediately asks how much time has passed and how she managed to enter the tower. Ernan, looking completely confident, reassures him that nobody caught them. She explains that while Gordon was away, she snuck in through a 5th-floor window, and that not even 10 minutes have passed since they entered. Berzé acknowledges her efforts and praises her for a job well done, making Ernan giggle happily. But then Berzé notices something strange. His body, which should have completely collapsed from exhaustion, is instead overflowing with energy. Something clearly happened. At that moment, the high-ranking spirit Neyruniel appears and reveals that she shared her mana with him. Berzé is immediately shocked. A spirit restoring the Demon King's body with mana is not something he ever expected. Neyruniel explains that after absorbing a summoning beast, Berzé's body gained the ability to absorb mana as well. Even she admits she has never seen anything like this before. Because of that, he was also able to use the spirit's communication method. Then, as usual, Neyruniel's romance novel brain completely takes over. She starts obsessing over the fact that Berzé touched Princess Ernan's melons and even hugged her too. She internally loses it and begins drooling over the thought, fully entering her romance mode once again. Meanwhile, Berzé gets serious. He tells Ernan that what happened here must remain a secret between the two of them. He knows that a Demon King cannot afford to show weakness because it would directly affect his leadership. Ernan already understands that. Mature woman thumbs up. However, she presents one condition in return. She wants Berzé to grant her one wish in the future. Berzé agrees, as long as the wish stays within reason. Hearing that answer immediately makes Ernan happy. Suddenly Gordon arrives with an urgent report. They have a problem. The Hildren Kingdom has announced that they have discovered the location of the tower, and the hero's journey is beginning once again. As that news is delivered, Neyruniel quietly disappears into the background. Gordon then presents a newspaper article sent by Hillian Cargill. Princess Ernan reads it aloud and discovers that Dapner Filian, before his death, revealed the location of the Tower of Urgest as his final mission. Berzé immediately starts analyzing the situation. In this world, there is no communication magic like the demonic realm possesses. At most, people rely on carrier pigeons. He specifically attacked Dapner Filian intending to destroy even those pigeons. Did Dapner already send the information elsewhere before they met? If that is the case, then one thing can still be considered fortunate. The fact that he is Phoenix Master File was never reported. At least that remains hidden. Then Princess Ernan notices another article mentioning a girl, and she recognizes the person. Meanwhile, Gordon continues his report. The hero's journey will gather all 10-star heroes, and it is being planned on the largest scale ever attempted. The preparations alone are expected to take at least 6 months. Berzé immediately begins calculating the situation. 6 months. The tower's location has already been exposed. If multiple 10-star heroes arrive together, none of his previous tricks will work anymore. Avalanches, monster lures, none of it will be enough to inflict damage. He imagines the worst possible outcome. Hundreds of heroes arriving at the tower in perfect condition, and 6 months later he ends up suffering the exact same fate again, getting toyed with before ultimately being killed. There has to be a way to overcome this, somehow, in any way possible. Then Princess Ernan suddenly grabs his hand and says she knows a solution. It's something only the Demon King's capable subordinate, the Dark Elementalist, can accomplish. Berzé thinks the title itself sounds ridiculous, but a smile still appears on his face. The childish naming somehow relieves his tension. He admits that she worried about him unnecessarily and immediately decides they should proceed with a strategy meeting. Inside his mind, one thought remains absolute. He refuses to crumble before getting revenge on the heroes who toyed with him and then killed him. Then Princess Ernan reveals her solution. The way to stop Hildren's hero journey is to kidnap her younger sister Elena. Berzé's reaction is basically, "What the fuck in my duck?" Ernan grabs Demon King Berzé's hand and resolutely tells him they need to save Elena and stop the hero's journey that's about to begin. Berzé immediately recalls Elena, the 13th princess of Hildren, the one he had originally planned to kidnap instead of Ernan. With a sad expression, Ernan confirms that Elena is her younger sister. They may have different mothers, but they're as close as real sisters. She explains that the newspaper she saw earlier reported Elena had been kidnapped by the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, and that's exactly why she's so worried. Berzé questions whether she's really that concerned over her, reminding her that other Demon Kings don't treat hostages the way he does. Ernan already knows that, but says that's not the only reason. She reminds him about the magic involving the World Tree's child that forcefully increases mana sensitivity. Elena is one of those children too. Unlike Ernan, Elena's mana sensitivity exceeded its limits from birth, leaving her with an incredibly frail body as a side effect. Because of that, she was barely allowed to go outside and couldn't even learn magic. However, if Elena stays inside Berzé's tower where mana is scarce and learns to properly control it, she'll become an absolute powerhouse. Ernan guarantees it. Berzé pauses to think. Having another person as capable as Ernan would definitely be useful. Even so, rescuing a princess is something a hero is supposed to do, not a demon king. Ernan smiles and points out that they can simply make the hero do it instead. Berzé instantly understands what she's getting at and remarks that she's clearly used to ordering people around. Ernan playfully winks, reminding him she's a princess after all. Berzé realizes heroes are already gathering against him as they speak, so there's no time to waste arguing. Using his communication call, he orders Gordon to tell Hillen to organize a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon immediately agrees, but only a moment later does the full weight of what Berzé casually ordered hit him. He's completely shocked. Wait, rescuing another princess? The scene shifts to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, a massive fortress standing proudly among towering rocky cliffs. Inside the Demon King's chamber, Ugar stands before Berzé and Gordon. Ugar, the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, says he already heard the news that another hero's journey is preparing to invade Berzé's tower. Already pissed off, he asks whether Berzé came begging for help and demands to know why he should assist the idiot who insulted the standards of Demon Kings. Without wasting another second, Berzé suddenly launches himself into the air and appears directly in front of Ugar, meeting him head-on. He bluntly states that he didn't come to ask for a favor, he came to help him. Ugar is completely thrown off, but Berzé continues by revealing that a hero's journey is actually targeting Ugar's tower. That catches the Demon King of Absolute Hardness completely off guard. Berzé tells him to move the kidnapped 13th princess onto the first floor. If he does that, the heroes will simply rescue the princess and leave without causing any damage to his tower. Ugar immediately calls it nonsense, insisting he hasn't heard a single report about a new hero's journey. Berzé fires back, saying that's simply the limit of a Titan's intelligence gathering. That comment pisses Ugar off even more. He snaps that Berzé is getting way too cocky, calling him a piece of trash who dared insult Demon King standards. In the very next moment, Ugar activates Titan magic, Gigantification level 3, instantly tripling the size of his body. Berzé doesn't give a single fuck. Instead of reacting, he calmly starts listing names: the 3rd Prince of Gianna, the 7th Princess of Velos Duocadum, the 4th Prince of Mashiel, and the 6th Prince of Candaria. Just as Ugar is about to attack, hearing those names makes him stop dead in his tracks. Berzé explains that every single one of them has either been pushed out of the line of succession or lacks the resources to launch a hero's journey. Kidnapping any of them would never trigger one. Ugar is genuinely shaken because those were the exact people he'd been considering targeting, but he was never certain. He demands to know how Berzé knows all of this. Berzé simply asks whether it really matters how he knows. The only thing that should matter is protecting Ugar's tower. Internally though, Berzé knows the truth. Every prince and princess he just named were hostages he kidnapped himself in his previous life. Ugar reluctantly says that if Berzé's information about a hero's journey coming for the 13th princess turns out to be false, then Berzé immediately cuts the concern off, turning away as he points out that keeping a single hostage on the first floor won't cause any harm anyway. Still suspicious, Ugar asks why Berzé is trying to help him and what he actually wants. Berzé grins to himself. Ugar took the bait. As Berzé thinks it through, he knows that in this dimension called Erin, brute force alone can never withstand the endless flood of heroes. Deep down, Ugar knows that too. He's fully aware he isn't smart enough to deal with them, which is why he's always terrified and only kidnaps princes and princesses who won't trigger heroes' journeys. Nothing has changed from before Berzé's regression. Berzé knows exactly what comes next. This big, foolish coward will eventually cling to that man in order to survive within this dimension. The one who will become Ugar's ray of hope is Jason Cockmundo, that twisted, scheming fuck. With everything now perfectly set up, Berzé calmly tells Ugar that he doesn't want anything in return. He simply believes a great demon king deserves to live a little longer. Ugar is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, Berzé thinks to himself that he'll become Ugar's savior instead, pull Ugar onto his own side, and completely neutralize one of Jason's pieces. The scene shifts to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where a teleportation circle activates. Moments later, Berzé arrives disguised as File. With the situation on the Ugar side finally settled, he turns his attention to the next objective waiting right in front of him. Looking over the assembled group, he asks if everything is ready for the hero's journey. Hillen immediately confirms that everything has been prepared exactly as ordered, and that they can depart at any time. Bad bitch Archmage Roselle also joins the expedition, explaining that she only accepted responsibility for the tower raid map because Hillen requested it, and since she has climbed the Tower of Absolute Hardness several times, she's the most qualified for the job. Right then, the money-hungry mercenary captain steps forward and proudly announces that the Red Hawk mercenary group is fully assembled. He confidently declares that they'll show everyone the true power of mercenaries. Meanwhile, the mercenaries standing behind him are already hyped for an entirely different reason. Spotting Berzé, they excitedly wonder if their generous benefactor is about to hand out another tip. These greedy bastards really never change. Berzé quietly decides that this lineup should be enough. Internally, he reminds himself that they're only heading to the first floor of the tower anyway. He then turns to Granada and Amen, asking about the elf slaves. A man reports that 33 elf slaves have been rescued from across the continent, revealing the large group gathered behind them. Granada then steps forward and proudly explains that every single one of them has sworn loyalty to him of their own free will. At that moment, the merchant Jetson appears with his usual sly expression, claiming that none of those negotiations would have even happened without him. Even while talking, though, he's secretly wondering if there's a bonus waiting for him. His wish instantly comes true. Demon King Burzay casually tosses a pouch filled with gold toward the greedy merchant. Watching from behind, the mercenaries are completely flabbergasted that Jetson scored the bonus instead of them. Burzay simply tells Jetson that he did good work and that he'll see everyone again shortly. Jetson happily accepts the money before turning toward the group and announcing that the hero's journey officially begins now. Their objective is clear. They're heading out to rescue the 13th princess of Hildren. The entire group answers with an enthusiastic yes, sir. Sometime later, the scene moves to the underground warehouse of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where Burzay, Granada, and all 33 rescued elf slaves have gathered together. Burzay asks Granada if it's true that every elf really swore loyalty to him. Granada confirms it, explaining that they all made their oath upon the World Tree. One female elf explains that after being saved from a lifetime of disgrace, expressing gratitude this way is the only thing that truly gives them peace of mind. Another green-haired elf adds that, since it's the great Granada they're serving, it's an honor for all of them as well. Satisfied, Burzay says they've done very well. Then he completely drops the disguise. Sometimes this nut job of a demon king surprises even me, the narrator. By the way, subscribe to Manhwa Munch. Anyways, in the very next moment, enormous demonic wings burst from his back as overwhelming demonic aura floods the entire warehouse. He calmly congratulates them on becoming the vassals of the demon king of Hellfire, himself. Every elf freezes in absolute shock at the demon standing before them. Burzay, however, looks completely unimpressed by their reaction. He casually wonders why everyone always reacts exactly the same way, lol, reminding them that he's literally a demon king. Granada simply explains that their reaction is completely natural. After all, what kind of demon king casually wanders around looking like this? That explanation does absolutely nothing to calm the elves down. Instead, they immediately turn on Granada in fury, demanding to know what all of this means. Granada apologizes for keeping the truth from them. He reveals that he himself swore loyalty to the Demon King upon the World Tree, and because they pledged loyalty to him, they are now bound to serve the Demon King as well. Hearing that revelation pushes every elf beyond. One female elf demands to know how Granada could possibly betray the world like this, but Granada fires right back. He declares that everything he's done is for one purpose alone, to take revenge on humanity. He can never forget the disgrace humans forced him to endure. The moment the words "revenge on humans" echo through the room, complete silence falls over the elves. Every painful memory they buried comes rushing back. One elf remembers being tortured while a human mocked them, sneering that they never liked the pretty faces of elves as the broken elf desperately begged for mercy. Another female elf remembers shivering inside a freezing prison cell while humans laughed as they stripped her naked. One after another, every elf relives the trauma, humiliation, torture, and cruelty inflicted upon them by humanity. Standing together, they tremble with rage as they remember every disgusting thing humans ever did to them. Eventually, revenge completely overwhelms whatever morality remained inside them. With unwavering determination written across every face, they all reach the same conclusion. One elf declares support for Granada, another immediately agrees, then another. Soon the entire group is united behind a single decision. They're going to fuck humanity. Simple. Watching everything unfold, Burzay quietly realizes that even elves, a race famous for purity, can fall this far once they've experienced humanity's ugliness. With that settled, Burzay contacts Gordon. He orders him to use the information on the elves to create infiltration routes that will allow them to quietly blend into human society. Gordon immediately acknowledges the order. Burzay then thinks ahead. In just 6 months, the 10-star heroes will gather in one place to kill him. Before that happens, he must recruit fresh talent to strengthen the tower, expand his influence, and establish enough agents inside human society to spread chaos wherever necessary. His goal is simple: delay the hero's journey until all 10-star heroes have finally gathered together. Only 6 months remain. No matter what happens, Burzay has already made up his mind. He will survive this. Now the scene shifts to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, where the first floor has been completely wrecked by the hero's journey. Every single minion serving the Demon King of Hardness, Ugar, has been wiped out, making it clear that the heroes have successfully cleared the first floor. One of the mercenaries in the group quietly murmurs that the Tower of Absolute Hardness really isn't much after all, and even wonders if he should quit being a mercenary and just start climbing towers instead. Looking at the destruction they caused, Rosal explains that the first floor only contained weak monsters. Hillen agrees but reminds everyone not to let their guard down. Just then, one of the mercenaries calls out to Hillen, announcing that he has found her. The missing person turns out to be Elena Hildren, the 13th princess of the Kingdom of Hildren. They discover Elena lying unconscious inside a cage. Seeing that their objective has been fulfilled, Hillan tells Granada that now they've found the princess, it's time to head back. He says he'll cover the rear while Granada takes the unconscious princess and leaves first. Granada immediately picks up Elena and agrees without hesitation. Afterward, Razel and Hillan continue talking while surveying the aftermath. Razel finds the entire situation strange. She questions why the Demon King of Absolute Hardness would leave a hostage on the very first floor. To her, it's almost as if the Demon King wanted them to rescue the princess without making any fuss. Hillan breaks into a slight sweat before replying that, just like the others suggested, maybe the Demon King is simply afraid of Roselle. He adds that it's fortunate their members suffered very little damage, and that they've successfully rescued the princess, so they should return for now. Razel stays silent for a moment before suddenly pointing out that Hillan has been acting differently lately. Caught off guard, Hillan asks what she means. Razel explains that back when he served in her assault unit, he would have insisted on charging all the way to the Demon King's room, even if it meant pushing himself beyond his limits, all because he wanted more popularity. But now, somehow, he seems much more composed. Hillan awkwardly laughs at what sounds almost like praise, brushing it off as her imagination. Deep inside, though, he's wondering if he looked too relaxed because the Demon King had already revealed the entire plan to him beforehand. Razel smiles slightly and says that whether she's overthinking it or not, it's not a bad change. That night, the scene shifts to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Hildren, where a grand banquet is in full swing. Nobles, high-ranking officials, and every hero have gathered inside the magnificent banquet hall. The tables are overflowing with delicious food, cakes, and practically every luxury imaginable. Sitting at the center is the King of Hildren, who declares that if the prestige of the Hildren royal family had been tarnished, the morale of future heroes' journeys would also have declined. He personally praises Hillan for preventing such a disaster, officially commending his hard work and proclaiming him the hero of Hildren. Sitting beside the king, Hillan humbly replies that the mission only succeeded thanks to Razel's help. Because of her support, everything was completed without any trouble. The king praises Hillan's humility as well, calling him an example for everyone. Hillan respectfully says that he's overwhelmed by such praise before asking why Princess Elena isn't present at the banquet. The king explains that she's currently resting in her room and that security has been tightened, so there's no need to worry about her safety. Hillan accepts the explanation, but meanwhile the king starts scheming in his own mind. He notices Hillan's unusual interest in the 13th princess and wonders if the hero has developed feelings for her. If he marries the two together, then hero Hillan would belong entirely to the Hildren royal family. Suddenly the 13th princess seems far more useful than he originally thought, and a grin slowly spreads across the king's face. The king then rises to his feet and raises his glass, telling everyone to remember this day. Every person inside the banquet hall lifts their wine as the king proudly announces that Hildren's hero, Hillan Cargill, devastated the atrocious Tower of Absolute Hardness and rescued his beloved Princess Elena. He encourages everyone to enjoy the night to their heart's content because this banquet has been bestowed upon the heroes themselves. Then he proudly proclaims that no one shall ever look down upon Hildren, that Hildren stands right beneath the heavens, and that Hildren shall prosper forever. The entire banquet hall erupts with cheers as everyone chants, "Long live Hildren, long live the king." While the celebration continues deep into the night, the scene cuts to an annex tower separated from the king's palace. Suddenly, a tiny figure flies straight through the front entrance. It's Ernan's adorable little elemental. Moments later, Ernan herself arrives wearing a facial recognition jamming mask alongside her cute elementals. Looking around, she realizes that every hero capable of sensing demonic energy is busy enjoying the banquet inside the castle. Now is their chance. Inside the annex tower, Burzai is already there, also equipped with a facial recognition jamming mask, beating the shit out of the guards. Even while throwing hands, he warns Ernan not to overdo it. If she increases her output too much, even the heroes partying far away in the palace might notice. Ernan happily agrees, but before they can move further, the entire annex tower goes into full alert. Guards immediately begin shouting about intruders and order someone to ring the alarm bell. The intruders are none other than Demon King Burzai and Princess Ernan, and their mission is simple: rescue the 13th princess, Elena. One guard sprints toward the warning bell, desperate to alert everyone. But before he can even bring the hammer down, Ernan declares that she won't let anyone underestimate her. She summons her water elemental spirit, which rapidly grows into a massive water elemental and engulfs every nearby guard along with the bell itself. The trapped guards end up floating helplessly inside the huge water elemental's tummy while desperately crying for help. One baldy guard, completely shocked to witness a water spirit, shouts at Ernan, demanding to know who the hell she is. Absolutely cosplaying in the moment, Princess Ernan fully commits to her role-playing and dramatically introduces herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the Demon King of Hellfire. She proudly declares herself to be the Dark Elementalist. Watching all of this unfold, Berzé can't help thinking that she's way too excited. He even wonders if she only got kidnapped by him because she wanted an excuse to do this role-playing. Ernan then points toward Berzé, trying to introduce him by saying that this person is from Ergest, but before she can finish, Berzé instantly leaps away and disappears. Being looked down upon pisses him off, so he decides they'll just finish everything quickly. Left behind, Ernan pouts in frustration because she was still introducing him. The baldy guard hears everything and is completely stunned. A demon king and one of the 4 heavenly kings? He realizes they've come to kidnap the princess and can't believe they had the balls to simply walk in through the front gate. Meanwhile, Berzé keeps leaping from floor to floor while pointing out that he immediately noticed powerful defensive magic covering every window. The baldy fuck confidently calls him a fool, saying that this only proves Berzé has to kidnap the princess quietly without being discovered by the heroes. That's exactly why he can't use demonic energy right now. Feeling completely confident, the bald guard orders his men to show the demon king of Hellfire the terror of Hildren's guards. Every guard immediately rushes straight at Berzé. Berzé calmly admits they're right. He really can't use demonic energy right now because it'd be a massive pain in the ass if those hero bastards noticed. But as rage spreads across his face, he glares at the charging guards and roars, asking if they seriously thought they could handle him, bitches. Those words alone, combined with the overwhelming anger radiating from the demon king, instantly fill the guards with fear, freezing every last one of them place. In the next second, the annex tower shakes violently, and the impact instantly wakes Princess Elena from her deep sleep. Meanwhile, our boy Berzé has already dealt with the guards. He notes that he controlled his strength because it would get way too noisy if the entire tower collapsed. Even then, huge cracks spread across the tower, making it obvious that only the aura of a demon king could cause this much damage. Looking toward the baldy, Berzé calmly states that only one opponent is left. The baldy freezes in shock, unable to believe that the royal family's finest guards were no match for him, as expected of a demon king. Still, instead of throwing himself into a hopeless fight, the guy actually makes the smart move. He slashes through the wall with his blade, shattering it into pieces, then leaps out of the tower, planning to retreat for now and quickly summon the heroes. But the escape lasts about 2 seconds before it completely falls apart. Suddenly, he's pulled right back. The chunks of stone he had cut apart begin returning to their original positions as if the wall had never been damaged in the first place. Yep, that's the work of our dark elementalist, Princess Ernan. Using her magic, she merges the baldy guard directly into the wall, trapping him completely. The baldy curses the dark elementalist while Berzé and Ernan continue climbing the stairs. But my question here is, if the baldy shits himself, what will happen? Weird question, right? I also wonders why my brain cooks up these scenarios. Anyways, as they make their way upward, Ernan quietly apologizes to the baldy, knowing she has to do this. At the same time, Berzé thinks that if the princess gets kidnapped again less than a day after being rescued, the kingdom's prestige is seriously gonna tank, and that mad king, his ass would be on fire. Soon they arrive outside Princess Elena's room. The demon king grabs the door handle and says he's looking forward to this before announcing that he has come to retrieve the 13th princess of Hildren, Elena Hildren. But then, something completely unexpected happens. Princess Elena suddenly rushes out of the room, runs straight past the demon king without a second thought, and throws herself into her big sister Ernan's arms. Crying with happiness, she realizes it's really Ernan. Ernan is just as happy to finally reunite with her younger sister after everything they've been through. Watching the wholesome sister reunion, our boy Berzé gets curious. He's literally wearing a jamming mask, so he wonders how Elena recognized him. The adorable little princess explains that she read the letter Ernan had sent. The only person who would come to rescue her alongside the demon king would be Ernan. Berzé can't help thinking that maybe it's because they're sisters. They really do think alike. Then he starts wondering if every member of Hildren royalty is just built like this. He turns to Ernan and asks if she's talking about the letter she gave to Hillen Cargill. Ernan is surprised that he knows about it, but Berzé casually replies that of course he does, since it happened inside his tower. Ernan then asks if he was never curious about what the letter contained. Berzé explains that if there had been any problem with its contents, Hillen Cargill would have reported it, because Berzé had ordered him to open it. With everything settled, Berzé unleashes his demonic energy. Massive demonic wings spread from his back as his overwhelming aura flares up, and he tells everyone it's time to head back. At that very moment, back in the royal palace where the banquet is still taking place, the king receives devastating news about the 13th princess. The report sends him into absolute rage. He explodes, calling everyone idiots because the princess has already been kidnapped again. Furious, he immediately cancels the banquet and demands to know how the demon king dared to mock Hildren like this. He wonders just how much that Hellfire demon king looks down on the kingdom of Hildren. Berzé's answer to that question, it's simple, a lot, bro.